Surrey, there's the 5-minute bell, just for confirmation. The situation in the game is that Hampshire continue to dominate this match. They will resume their first innings on 495 for 4, and they lead Surrey by 368 runs. Ben Brown on the verge of 3 figures. He will resume his innings this morning on 99 not out. He's being well supported by Liam Dawson, who is 74 not out, and so far these two have put on 157 unbroken for the 5th wicket. Your commentary team today, a little later you will hear from Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player. But to start us off, as we have done in the last couple of days, it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio London, it's Dan Whiting. Dan, good morning.
Morning, Kevin. And it's going to be a fascinating morning, isn't it? There's so many stories within the story, isn't there? Firstly, can Brown get his 100 this morning? Secondly, can Surrey bat now for 5 sessions? And I think it's been a wonderful game of cricket. I think it has. It's been attritional, it's been hard cricket, and it's exactly what Division 1 was designed for. And I think it's been fantastic. And yesterday it was all about Toby Albert. I know Gubbins got 100, and I know Brown's on the verge of 100, but for me it was all about Toby Albert, the youngster from Basingstoke, who left so well. He built a platform, then he went through the gears quite nicely, didn't he? And he managed to get his 100 mid-afternoon, and very well deserved it was too.
Yeah, it wasn't even playing in the game the day before, but an injury to Ali Orr saw him get the nod over Joe Weatherly, and he has certainly taken his chance. And he said so last night. I had a chat with him. That interview, post second day, is up on the Hampshire Cricket website and app. It's also a smaller version of that on the Twitter feed at Solent Sport, so you can have a look at that. And yeah, very much enjoyed that. Only his 4th championship game for Hampshire, played 3 at the back end of last season, so certainly taken his chance. And he also confirmed in that interview that Hampshire this morning will look to bat Surrey out of the game. So I think we can expect Hampshire to be batting probably somewhere up towards lunch, if they can.
There was talk last night, wasn't there, about rain being around this morning possibly, and maybe an overnight declaration. They're not going to go overnight and leave Brown. Well, they're definitely not, because Brown and Dawson have got their pads on out there, but they weren't going to leave Brown stranded on 99 anyway, were they? But I thought they might bat for an hour this morning, give it some long handle, see where they get. But if they're batting, the plan is to bat once, bat Surrey out of the game. They're leading, by 368. I would say that needs to be up near towards the 500 mark. If they only want to bat once, if they're setting their stall out and saying, right, we're going to bat once, I think that lead needs to be nearer the 500 mark. So it will be interesting to see how long they go on for. There's supposed to be a little bit of thunderstorms potentially around at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I don't know whether that will cloud James Vince's thinking at all, but it'll be really interesting to see when the declaration comes.
David Milnes and James Middlebrook, the 2 umpires leading the Surrey players out to the middle, and the 2 not out Hampshire batters. So as long as this wicket plays pretty much as it did yesterday, and it looked pretty flat for most of yesterday, then I think we can expect Hampshire to be batting quite a bit more this morning, unless a Dan Worrell or a Gus Atkinson and co, Jordan Clark, can produce something this morning which just puts the brakes a little bit on Hampshire's progress. I don't think anybody quite saw this coming, the way Hampshire have dominated this game. Surrey have come into this match table toppers, defending champions, unbeaten, won their last 4 games in a row, and they've certainly had their challenges.
Yeah, and the pitch has been flat, and I think it's getting flatter. It's like when you used to go to Charlie Chan's nightclub back in the 80s, Kevin, down in Walthamstow, and you ordered a pint of the local brew lager. It was as flat as that, mate. So there you go.
Interesting.
We have an artist in our ranks.
Alan Groves emailed me overnight, solentcricket@gmail.com. So that's the way to get in touch with us this morning. Also on the Twitter feed at Solent Sport if you want to get in touch with Dan.
At the middle stump.
Alan Groves writes, it's about, we put Surrey under the cosh. Normally the boot is on the other foot. You're right, especially when we're playing at the Oval. Enjoying the game very much. Remembering the game when we should have beaten them at the time, as Gus Atkinson gets things underway. And it's cut away by Ben Brown, and that will be his 100 immediately. He's into three figures, having resumed this morning on 99 not out. And there he is now on 103. And that's come off 114 balls. Quick innings that, with 12 fours.
Yeah, he's given real impetus to this innings. He's actually, it's quite hard sometimes when there's been a big partnership, as we saw the one of 201 there between Albert and Gubbins, and sometimes it's hard, but these two are putting on a load in their own right. Dawson and Brown. Dawson's on 74.
499 for 4 now as Atkinson comes in again. Brown plays that late, works that down to third. There is a fielder at the far end of the ground. That's the 500 up for Hampshire, and that's coming in the 144th over.
Yep, Brown making his intentions quite clear this morning, isn't he? So, yep.
Now, I've got another little record to... I'll come back to Alan's email in a moment. There was a barking dog not too far away from us, which either is enjoying proceedings or isn't happy being on the ground. I can't quite work out which. I don't own a dog, so I don't know. Dave Allen, actually, who will be here this afternoon, Hampshire's honorary archivist, did email me with another record that was coming up, and it's just been passed, as Dawson works that away past a diving Jamie Smith down towards third. Little finer this time. And Dawson will come back for a second, and that's 502 for 4. So the record now is that once Ben gets 100, which he's done, it will be the 14th time that Hampshire have had 3 centurions in an innings. And amazingly, 2 of those have been against Surrey.
Ooh.
So this is the 3rd time against Surrey. Back in 2016 and 2017 was the last couple of times against Surrey. So 3 of those 14 have come against today's opposition, or this game's opposition. Dawson drives handsomely out into the covers. Well, things seem pretty easy already from a Hampshire point of view in this first over.
Yeah, they certainly do. I think we're going through the motions here. We know that a declaration will be coming, but I think Surrey have still got something to fight for here, because if they make life difficult, then it just puts back the declarations, and doesn't it? And if they end up 9 down tomorrow, you never know.
Here's Atkinson bowls, and that's cut away by Brown to back with a point, and there's no run. Just come back to Alan's email. He says he remembers when Hashim Amla, with that last wicket resistance, meant that Hampshire only drew that game. Excellent commentary, says Alan. And yes, we were mentioning that this morning before we came on air. It was back in July 2021 when the game ended in a draw here, and Hashim Amla batted all day for 37 not out. It was an amazing feat. As that's pushed out on the offside by Brown, and there's no run. 503 for 4, and that was off 278 balls.
Kevin James still having nightmares about that.
I am.
He's actually, he wakes up with the sweats in the middle of the night thinking about a Hashim Amla forward defensive from that day. So, yeah. We had some lovely emails yesterday from both Surrey and Hampshire fans, so thank you so much for your interaction. It was absolutely fantastic. We had some wonderful stories which ranged from seeing, I think, Nigel Cowley in the Sainsbury's in Southampton to Robin Smith picking up a hitchhiker in his Porsche on the A34. So thank you so much. We also had some wonderful emails from you guys about in the Northamptonshire versus Yorkshire game, we had Justin Broad bowling to Finley Bean, so we had the Broad Bean, and we had some really good interaction there. Here's Sean Abbott from the pavilion end, as that's just run off the face there by Dawson, down to Jordan Clark at third for a single. And we had a couple last night actually from some Surrey guys, the Peter May boys who are here. They've made the journey down for 4 days down the M3, and a few of those guys, and they came out with a couple more classics along those lines. We had at Yorkshire a few years ago, we had Balance and Leaning, which I thought was very, very good. That's from Phil Garrard. as the umpire just stops him. And Tricia Garrard, the Surrey president, she chimed in with one as well, where Gloucestershire had doors and windows.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah. Abbott approaching the crease. It's down the leg side and taken cleanly there by Jamie Smith. So, yeah, keep your emails coming into us. What's the email address? It's solentcricket@gmail.com. That's the one. That's the one. Just about got it. Just about got myself out of jail there. Nice morning here. A little bit of cloud cover over to the west of us. Don't know if that's going to make the ball sing, make it dance a little bit perhaps. Abbott in, and that's driven out to mid-wicket there, but with no timing from Ben Brown.
That dog is annoying, if I'm honest.
I haven't really noticed it, if I'm honest with you.
I'm not really a dog person.
Haha.
That's probably why it's annoying me more than most.
Okay. I just sort of, I don't know, I haven't really noticed it.
It feels like you're playing in a field and somebody's back garden backs onto it.
At Gloucestershire, there's a junior member, because he's 11 years old, called Benny, who's a Labrador there, and he wears his membership card on his collar. That's just tucked in off the hips. That could go for, I think they're going to get away with 2. I think if this was a T20 game, the camera could possibly be on that one, as Gus Atkinson flicked it back in and Dan Lawrence hurled it in. But, you know, in the county championship, all's fair in love and war, and you take the fielder's word, don't you?
We got a good view of it.
Hey?
We got a good view.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, just down over to our left, down below us. Abbott, smooth, rhythmical approach into the crease. Again, that goes into that region. Lawrence is quick across the ground, picks it up one-handed and gets it out of the hands quite quickly and keeps them down to a single. Good fielding there from Daniel Lawrence.
It's a distinctly chillier morning.
Yeah.
It has to be said.
So even maybe put a jumper on.
Yeah, well, you know, there you go. Covering up.
When I come down to the south of England on my holidays, like I am, you know, I expect wall-to-wall sunshine.
It hasn't been too bad.
No, it's been very nice.
Up
Been
till
very
now.
pleasant, and
Yeah.
you know, thank you to Hampshire County Cricket Club as well for looking after me here. Abbott. Defended there by Dawson. Yeah, everyone's been very nice to me. Everyone's been very pleasant. The lunches have been good, and no, thank you to Hampshire County Cricket Club for their hospitality. It's been very, very pleasant. Thank you.
So 5:07 for 4. Hampshire's lead is 380, having been 368 overnight. And I think listening to Toby Albert's post-day interview last night, I think the plan from Hampshire very much is to bat probably most, if not all, of this morning session, and in Toby Albert's words, bat Surrey out of the game.
Yeah, interestingly, I interviewed Alex Stewart. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Gus Atkinson to Ben Brown. Comes in and Brown cuts that into the ground off the bottom edge. Oh, just bounces over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, I spoke to Alex Stewart. Again, you can find that on BBC London. And Stewie was forthright and honest, as he always is. And he spoke to me about the Ben Foakes injury, which Foakes has played no part on the field in this game at all.
Atkinson runs away from us and bowls to Brown. Brown drives on the up to mid-off.
The last time we saw Ben Foakes in this game was when he was bowled by Kyle Abbott for 14, and apparently he ricked his back. He had a back spasm, and he did it 4th ball when he batted. Stewie said 4th or 5th ball, so he'd actually sort of stayed out here quite long, and you wonder if that exacerbates the problem, possibly.
Atkinson runs away from us once more. Oh no, just as he's about to get into his delivery stride, Ben Brown pulls away. I think there's a little bit of movement behind the arm.
However, they think Foakes will bat if needed, so, you know. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
I'd be disappointed if he wasn't needed.
Well, yeah, I'm sure the whole of Hampshire would be.
It'd be a hell of a Surrey batting effort if Folks isn't needed at some point, that's for sure. But this does look a pretty flat wicket. That's a length ball, keeps a little low. Played nicely straight by Ben Brown.
That's exactly what Stewie said. He said, you know, we said we've got to bat how Hampshire batted and bat for 5 sessions, which is exactly what Surrey need to do if they want to save this game. But with every cloud has a silver lining. Second place Somerset have been thrashed. Essex could possibly end up in a draw.
Atkinson right arm over again, down the leg side, wraps Brown on the pad.
If Surrey walk out of here with a draw, and you know they've probably got out of jail a little bit. If they do, they're going to have to bat well. But if they can come out of here with a draw, then you know they might have even extended their lead slightly at the top of the table.
Maintained their unbeaten record as well this season.
Yeah.
Got an email here from John Hooper. Come to that in a moment. He emailed this morning. Cut away by Ben Brown. That's played nicely and that's really well timed. Well fielded at backward a point. Right on the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Brown moves on to 109, 509 for 4. He's secretary of the Hampshire Cricket Society, is John, and he emailed early this morning to say, I think that James Vince might have missed an opportunity yesterday evening. There is a saying that you should do what the opposition would least like you to do. Should he have declared and given a tired and dispirited Surrey side 8 overs to bat before the close? Well, it was discussed.
Yeah.
But that's about all it was. Next ball, Brown works that into the gap square on the offside, moves on to 110. Hampshire 510 for 4 at the end of the over, lead by 383.
We did moot the point, John, here on commentary, but I think with Brown closing in on 100, I don't think he, it would be a callous skipper to do that. Only Kevin James would do that sort of thing. But I think Dawson as well on 78. I think Hampshire will set their stall out now and possibly give Surrey an awkward 15 minutes before lunch. That's when I think it will come.
Yeah, well, I suppose it depends on the progress made by Hampshire, but I think somewhere around there, you're not going to be far off, are you?
Abbott. Sean from the pavilion end, as opposed to Abbott Kyle, who's had his feet up for 2 days in the dressing room.
Expect him to be running in, but I think if the sun's out, it might be a little bit different for him this time. This wicket does look very flat, very slow. In fact, Toby Albert was saying that the wicket is a little slow now, and the bounce looks a little low now. There doesn't seem to be the one that bounces extra, which we saw over the first day or so. Just the odd one did bounce a bit, bounce a bit more anyway.
Sean Abbott with a very nice pencil moustache he's sporting these days. That's just nerdled backwards. Did you ever don the tash in your
Never.
day? No.
You?
No, only for Movember.
Right.
Only for Movember I donned a sort of a Village People style one. It was very fetching, Kevin.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
It was very popular with the ladies, I have you know.
Was it?
No, it was not actually. No. But we've had some good cricketers with tashes over the years. That's drilled up. Oh, Burns dives away, one-handed, and I thought that was going to stick, but it just spilled out as his hands hit the floor.
Terrific effort.
Yeah, excellent effort. I thought that was going to curl back towards him. Sometimes they do. Because he sliced across it, and sometimes they curl away and go back towards, away from the batter. But it just kept on going. But yeah.
Half chance, are we putting that down? Half?
Full chance, if you're a bowler. Abbott. Short, and that's a curious shot. 15 loves there to Ben Brown. Smashes it out to Dan Lawrence at deep square. Yeah, Don Topley, BBC correspondent at Essex. He was, he still has a good tash. He had a good one as a player. Steve O'Shaughnessy, he had a tash.
Did he?
Yeah, he had a tash last player. Yeah. Abbott in again, short, and smashed away. Sort of short-armed pull there by Dawson. Goes out to Dan Lawrence at deep square leg. Richard Ellison, he had attached, obviously both of them, Lamb, Robin Smith, Chris Smith. I think that England team of the 80s, you had to have a tash. It was only Gower and Bob Willis, probably you didn't have one.
Can't imagine David Gower with a star.
He grew a beard once.
Did
in Pakistan tour of '84. He was skipper, and Abbott, yeah, that's just tucked away down to Atkinson at long leg for a single. That completes the over. 5-1-5 for 4. Dawson 79, Brown 114. Yeah, he grew a beard once because I think there were sort of issues shaving. So yeah,
Right.
yeah. But you were never a tash man.
No.
No.
No, never thought about that. Really.
No.
Email here from Gary Dean, silentcricket@gmail.com. He's our Surrey friend from Lee in South East 12. Who emailed earlier in the game. He says, good morning. He says, tuning in for the first hour of play, hoping that Surrey can turn this around. Here's Atkinson. He's cut away by Brown, finds backward of points, no run. Before going off to Hayes in Kent to play my first game of the season for the Oak Hill Taverners against the Old Pilotians, I think that is, Pilotians. Keep up the good work, and yes, I can concur that the barking pooch is annoying. Good, I'm glad somebody agrees with me on that one. Here's Atkinson, just spears in a fraction. He's called through for a leg by. Throw comes in at bowler's end. Oh, that might have been close. Cameron Steele had hit. I think Ben Brown may just have been struggling there a little bit. Stuart Thompson also emails silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, is Dawson sledging Abbott? The umpire seems to have had a word. Loving the commentary as a bagged back prevents him from being on the ground. I haven't noticed.
No,
we'll keep an eye.
Yeah.
5-1-6 for 4 is the Hampshire total. Lead by 389. Try to hammer that away. Dawson gets wrapped on the pad as he tries. Practicing for next week's T20s by the looks of that shot.
Yeah. Both sides were having a beer quite amicably with each other last night.
Sure.
I was also introduced to a chap whose surname is Payne and goes by the nickname of Thelston, who was the deputy wicket-keeper for West Indies here on the '84 tour.
Okay, Atkinson bowls, it's full, it's driven by Dawson out onto the offside, may pick up 2 here. Fielder on the boundary will throw it back, but it's a comfortable 2 for Liam Dawson, who moves on to 81.
Yeah, Thelston Payne deputised for Geoffrey Dujon, never played in either Test series, but sorry, they seem to like their nicknames relating to West Indian players, because Dan Worrell is known as Frankie. So after the great Sir Frank Worrell.
Of course, Atkinson to Dawson once more. Dawson drives, doesn't time, it goes to mid-wicket. Yep, that's nice. Michael Lee has emailed. He's on the ground today. He signs it off, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hearing about the Peter May boys reminds me of when we stayed with my aunt in the 50s in Filey. Is it Filey? F-I-L-E-Y.
Yeah, Filey, North Yorkshire.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. For the Scarborough Festival, that's full outside off stump. Couldn't quite reach that one, Dawson. Not called a wide. 5-18 for 4, 391 is the lead.
I'll leave you to it, and Gemma Green's going to come on for me.
So this is Filey for the Scarborough Festival, says Michael Lee. Imagine my excitement at 10 years old when I met a young Peter May, who was staying with a relative in the flat below. Oh, happy days, says Michael. Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, is with us. Been with us for a couple of games. How are you?
Morning, Kev. I'm very well, thank you. What a treat this is.
Isn't it just? For any Hampshire fan, savour this game.
I didn't honestly think, with the Surrey's recent form in the last couple of years and also this season, that I would be here with Hampshire having a 388 run lead.
I think many people have lost a bet. If that's for anybody to say they start day 3 in this situation, quite incredible. Sean Abbott to continue from the pavilion end. He's into his 20th over here, 1 for 50 currently. The Surrey overseas player, and that's gone through the bat of Ben Brown and just missed the leg stump as well. Dawson's just having a word with Ben Brown. Not quite sure why, but they've got a move on this morning, Hampshire. 4.95 before they resume, so they've added 23, just over a run a minute.
Were you ever on 99 overnight, Kev?
I was very rarely on 99, let alone overnight. It's a long time to think about it. I saw Ben Brown actually last night, very quickly, in the hotel actually. Here's Abbott, bowls, Brown off the back foot, works that away behind square on the offside. It will be fielded, brilliant field by the sub-fielder. Did really well there, even gets applause there from Abbott himself. Keeps it down to 2. Brown moves on to 116. Are you? Have you ever been on 99? Because it wouldn't be overnight, because obviously you play one-day games.
I've got 1 century to my name, but no, yeah, I've never played a multi-day game, so I've never had to sleep on it.
Do you fear you might miss out playing a multi-day game? Would you want to play a multi-day game?
I would love to.
Would you?
It would suit my batting strike rate, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But not to be.
Suit your strike rate. Ha. I think we can work that out. Here's Abbott, bowls, and it's worked away square on the leg side by Brown, who moves on to 117, 521 for 4. The lead now is 394.
That's the thing, isn't it? We all, well, a lot of us love this format of the game, and following it, whether it's first-class cricket or test match cricket, and it grabs you, but so few of us get to play it.
Yeah.
It's not a format that obviously the club cricketer gets to play.
We're keeping an eye on 1 or 2 other games, most notably the Hampshire women's, Hampshire women, the England women's game, of course. Hampshire women. They are playing today, actually, the Hampshire women's side. But England women are playing Pakistan today in the first, I think it's the first one-day international, isn't it?
Yes, they played T20s.
Yeah, they always try to hammer that away, doesn't get hold of it, does Dawson. That's a couple of times he's tried to play that hoik over on the leg side. Pakistan are batting first. They are 18 without loss in the 6th over. And in the England side, the Southern Vipers players selected Amaya Bouchier, Danny Wyatt, Charlie Dean. Just those. Actually, I'm trying to work out some Southeast Stars players, which of course would balance it out. As Capsey is playing. I think that's about the only Southeast Stars playing, I think. Let's have a look. He's trying to hoik that over the keeper's head as Liam Dawson, and he's been caught behind. He's walking. Just walked across his stumps there, and he tried to hoik it over Jamie Smith's head. He obviously got a little thin edge, and Jamie Smith has taken a catch just above the ground. Just watching that now, if you're watching on the live picture feed, he just feathered an edge there. And it looks like Abbott actually just gave him a little pat, actually, because I think he walked off. So I think whatever the email they were saying earlier about the chat, I think it was probably a nice chat, it wasn't anything else. Yeah, Abbott's just gave him a little pat on the back. So Dawson goes for 81. Hampshire have lost their first wicket this morning. They are 521 for 5.
Hampshire women are also in play today. They're actually off for rain at the minute. They've got a double-headed T20 up at Oxford, playing Oxford and Somerset. They've got Oxford at 38 for 4 off 5.2, but the rain's come in, much to Oxford's delight. So Hampshire women doing well as well.
That's Abbott's second wicket of the innings. So that lead is 394. We think at least it needs another 100 and a bit, don't we? Need to get 500. If they're going to bat Surrey out of the game, it needs to be 500, really.
Yeah, we've had mixed weather opinions, haven't we? Different apps saying different things.
What does yours say?
It said all over at 4 o'clock.
Oh right, so yours and Dan's marry.
Okay.
Yeah, mine's the odd one out.
So yeah, basically we don't know. We don't know what the weather's going to do. It looks glorious at the minute. And Felix Organ I've had a change. Came up Felix Organ, and now it's Michael Neser.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, Michael Neser can bat. Now, of course, we haven't seen him in a Hampshire outfit until this game. He's been signed for the T20s, but he was always available for Championship cricket if Hampshire wanted him to play. They rested Mo Abbas, so Neser came in, looked looks to bowl at a reasonable pace actually as well, but he's got a decent batting record as well. Average is 28 in first-class cricket, so very much an all-rounder.
There's a lot of signs up at the minute in the countryside saying no Mo May.
Oh yes.
So is that why they're resting him?
Ah, yes. Perhaps Hampshire took it quite literally. Abbott bowls to Neser, who's off the back foot, and first runs in Hampshire colours for him, and that's again fielded on the boundary by the substitute fielder. Well fielded again. Lively around there. And 2 runs to Neser. End of the over for Abbott. Abbott has 2 for 55. 20 overs completed for him, and 5:23 for 5 Hampshire. Lead by 396.
Yep, Ben Brown on 117. It looks like we're going to have Gus Atkinson to continue from the hotel end. Rory Burns just having a chat with his bowler. And he's at the top of his mark. And Gus Atkinson to Ben Brown. Comes in, bowls. That's a full toss, and Ben Brown tried to whip that away onto the leg side, but he didn't get hold of that. Dot ball.
So the sun has been out this morning. There's been overnight rain, quite a bit of overnight rain here, but no danger of not starting on time, and slowly but surely the morning has improved with the sunshine out a little more.
Atkinson in again. Bowls another full toss, and this time it's squirted onto the offside. 3 point for a single. Bring Michael Neser on strike for the first time to Gus Atkinson. Score is 524 for 5.
We have an artist joining us here. Actually, I didn't catch his name because I was already on air. What's your name, sir? Andy Brown. Right, thank you very much. Always got his... Dan's whipped in there with the old business card. Look at that. Thank you very much. And he is up here right next to us, keeping us company.
Atkinson in, this time short ball, and that's cut away behind square. Third man out, so there is just one there.
And he is here because he is painting the ground.
I'm glad you said that and not a portrait of yourself.
Well, I'm glad he's not doing that. But he's in the early stages. And already I can tell it's this ground. This is the small version. Yes, was it on A4 size? Ah, right. Right.
In and bowls, and that's wide outside off stump. And Ben Brown reached for that and fell over in the process and guided it down to third man, but it's well stopped on the boundary, and they come back for 2.
So he's doing a small version on an A4 sheet. And then he's got some other canvases which are a little bigger, which apparently he's practicing on this small one, he's just told me. And then we'll go to the bigger size. So looking forward to that. You'll get all these done in one day? Wow. Looking forward to this.
In again, and this time it's a good length ball, and there's a hoik there from Ben Brown, but he gets a little inside edge on, and that goes down to fine leg. They'll come back for another 2, taking the score up to 5-9.
There's a few hoiks across the line that aren't actually quite working, are they?
No.
This morning. I mean, generally everybody's been playing straight, which, with the wicket being a little slow now, it's difficult to score anyway, but it seems maybe hoiking across the line isn't maybe necessarily the go-to shot.
Well, we've had a couple of full tosses in this over as well, and they've not been put away. You can't blame the pitch on those. And again, bowls, and this time it's pitched up on leg stump, and it's flicked away to square leg, and they get another run, keeping this scoreboard ticking over. 530 for 5 at the end of the over. Ben Brown on 121, Neser on 3.
Jamal Makhlouf has emailed summitcricket@gmail.com. Now, if you were listening yesterday or watching on the live picture feed, you may remember that Jamal emailed at a time when he was getting ready to bat for Eastleigh's second team in their game yesterday. We thought he might have been padded up at 2:10. He said he was batting at number 10, and we thought, God, there must have been a few wickets fall early. But he did say he was just waiting to bat. Well, he's emailed again, summitcricket@gmail.com. And he said, we didn't finish the game until gone 7 p.m. Yesterday, so he didn't get a chance to reply because we finished well before that, fortunately, with plenty of spin going on in this game. We lost 1 wicket for 131 versus 132 for 9 in a low-scoring game, so it sounds like they won, which is good news. Here's Abbott from the pavilion end once more. Bowls. Brown sort of pulls that away rather ungainly off the bottom of the bat. I think that's come off towards mid-wicket. He only scored 4. Oh no, hang on. So they got 132 for 9. Oh, that's right, they lost, sorry. So the other team chased and got the runs, by the sounds like it, for 1 wicket. He only scored 4, which turned out to be our team's 3rd highest score. The pitch was horrible to bat on, and the game descended into chaos. Oh dear. Here comes Abbott. Bowls, and Brown hooks that away on the leg side. That's a good shot. 2 fielders on the boundary. He's split them both, and he's gone for 6. Well, I have to say, I lost the path of that ball. I don't know about you, Gemma, but just flicked away.
I couldn't see the ball, but I could see the fielders looking up in the sky, so yeah, it was a bit of a giveaway. But yeah, there was no follow through in that at all. Just all timing.
Well, that is only the 2nd 6, would you believe, of the Hampshire innings. 1 from Liam Dawson and now 1 from Ben Brown in a total of 536. That's quite incredible. It descended into chaos, this Eastleigh second 11 game, says Jamal. He says, as their umpire refused a plumb LBW. As that's a short delivery, he's trying to pull that away. Misses it, it's gone quite high. It's called 1 for the over? Not a no board, I think. Their umpire refused a plumb LBW for the final wicket. Got to love divisional cricket. Yeah, that is unfortunately an occupational hazard, isn't it, Gemma?
Yeah. Refused a plumb LBW.
Yeah.
Like
Obviously not
there.
in the umpire's eyes. But I do know, of course, when you have opposition umpires in games, that does open the
It's really
door to
smooth.
accusations,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Yeah. I'm sure everybody has a tale to tell about that. That's smacked away on the leg side by Ben Brown. Well, he's putting in a late bid to be in the T20 side here with some of these shots. 131 now he moves on to. That's off just 146 balls. And Hampshire move on to a 540 for 5 lead by 413. I think we can safely say, the way Ben Brown is playing here, that Hampshire don't probably have any ambition to certainly not bat until after lunch, and maybe even just give Surrey some a little uncomfortable overs beforehand. The field is scattered now. There are 4 men on the leg side boundary. Deep mid on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, deep fine leg. Here's Abbott to Brown. Brown just works it away on the leg side, keeps a little low. Abbott didn't look particularly pleased with that delivery. 541 for 5.
We're just looking over at the artist. The practice run seems to have finished. We're going on to the big canvas. Oh, see, I think the practice one is really good. Yeah, that's art for me.
It bodes well, doesn't it? Good stuff. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We've got entertainment going on everywhere. We've got the game in front of us. We've got Andy Brown here, the artist, outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Michael Neser. And then over on the nursery ground, and we must mention this because there is other game going on, and I'm just finding the details as I speak, but it's the Super 9s over there, isn't it? Hampshire Super 9s.
Okay.
I probably should have just looked this up before I mentioned it, actually, but I will. Right, so the Super 9s are in action on the nursery ground to our left, and it's against Kent. So that's going on. So anybody on the ground here during the lunchtime break here can just have a little wander over and have a look, which many people do when there's some action. The Hampshire Academy were playing Bashley here yesterday and won that game fairly easily.
We've got Gus Atkinson to continue, yet to pick up a wicket in this innings. He's 0 for 95 as he's coming in to bowl to Ben Brown, who's on a mission, and that's pitched up and flicked onto the leg side. They'll just settle for a single there to bring Neser on strike.
So that's the Hampshire Super 9s disability team playing Kent on the nursery ground. I think that match is already underway, just looking across. There's some trees there now, which makes the viewing a little more difficult when you're trying to work out what's going on the wicket, but it does look as though they're out there and playing. I think that was due to get underway at 11 o'clock.
Is that 20 overs? they play. Atkinson in, that's wide of off stump, and I thought that might have been called a wide, but
Whoa.
no, well taken by Smith. He had to dive to his right.
That's a T20 wide, if nothing else.
Definitely a T20 wide. I thought it was going to be a wide today.
That's borderline, isn't it?
But, so had a bit of a mixed bag this morning from Atkinson. We've had full toss, short balls wide, pitched up on leg, and he's coming in again now, and that's another short ball outside off. And Neser's had a sweep at that, and that's caught by the sub fielder, Nathan. Is it Barnwell? Is that right? So yeah, Neser's stay is short. He goes for 3 off 5 balls. So he's playing in the same way. There's been a lot of hoiking today, and that was the way that he's gone this morning. Hampshire 542 for 6 now. So the experiment to bring Neser in hasn't worked today. And that's Atkinson's first wicket of this innings.
Yeah, I think certainly. I think the way Hampshire are playing now, I don't think they're worrying about the wickets too much.
No.
I think they've got a time and a sort of certainly a target in mind. It's only I say it's only a 415 lead. That is massive. But if you're looking to bat a side out of the game, just 415 on this wicket in these conditions, is that actually batting a side out of the game? I mean, it's a long way, that's for sure. But I would say 450, 500 would be certainly batting a side out of the game.
And then you add into that it's Surrey and what they can do. We're not going to see them, fail again, are we? It's unlikely to see them collapse in the way they did in the first innings.
So a very strong batting side,
yeah.
That is for sure. When you look at their career averages, numbers 1 to 5, 6, they are very strong indeed. James Fuller gets a nice round of applause walking to the crease because he played an absolutely super duper innings to get Hampshire over the line, along with Fletcher Middleton last week in a nervy last day at Trent Bridge. It really could have gone either way, but Fuller with 77 not out eased the nerves, and neither of them were parted. I think Hampshire needed something like 85 on the last day, with 5 down.
Got them pretty
Effectively
quickly.
6 because of Preston. They did very well. Maureen Burt has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com just while we wait for play to resume. Raining here in Fordingbridge. That's away to our right, sort of in the distance of the New Forest Way. Nice to see the shadows there. Enjoyed your interview with Toby Albert. What a nice guy he is. Hopefully Dawson will get a ton. Well, unfortunately that's not going to happen because he's out. How often have 4 batters for Hampshire scored tons in the same innings? Well, there is a stat. Dave Allen was going to tell me, but I don't think that's going to happen now.
Atkinson into Fuller, and that's a length ball just worked onto the leg side. They might scamper back for 2, but they settle for a single.
Sorry, it's from Colin Burt, although it's under Maureen Burt's email signature. So that's Colin. And up the Saints today. Good luck to them, says Colin. Yep, they've got a big playoff final at Lord's. At Wembley today.
I don't think Lords would be very happy with that if football was played on there today in the middle of the season. As Atkinson's coming in and pitched up and driven beautifully through the covers, and that will go all the way for 4. Another 4 for Ben Brown. He moves on to 137.
Sun's disappeared for the moment. Yeah, Fordingbridge is quite a long way, isn't it, in the distance away to our right. That's well into the New Forest. But it does look a little darker over there as I look across.
It just feels like the Atkinson in and bowls, and that's full and driven again. There is cover out there now, but it beats him. It's timed beautifully. It was just a punch, and there was a fielder about 5 yards from that and on the boundary and couldn't get to it, as Gus Atkinson kicks his cap in frustration because he had the fielder set out there. So Hampshire, that's 550 runs up for Hampshire. End of the over. Ben Brown is on 141, Fuller on 1. Kev James makes way, and we welcome back Dan Whiting. Hi Dan.
Morning Gemma, how are you?
Good, thank you.
It's been a very good morning, hasn't it, for the hosts yet again. They've rocketed on. They've A couple of wickets have fallen, but they've gone from 495, and that shot there brings up the 550. Lead now 424. So, yeah, we've got an artist in here working with us, which is great. Andy Brown. He's painted over 150 stadiums live across the world. And his artwork's been collected by Jimmy Anderson, amongst a number of others, the ECB, the BCCI, and it's been recognised worldwide by ESPN, the BBC, Buckingham Palace, and yeah, very talented man, isn't he? Very talented
Privileged
guy.
to have him up here.
Yes, indeed. Here is Sean Abbott from the pavilion end, as that's just worked into the offside, out to Nathan Barnwell, substitute fielder, just took a catch. Crystal Palace fan as well, Barnwell, according to my sources. So
It just feels like, Dan, I mean, you've obviously been here, but I've been following the game. The weather gods are just with Hampshire. And just as sort of talking about the Hampshire innings coming to a close, the clouds are covering again, once again.
yes,
and they're just sort of, they're sort of tracing the flow of the Hampshire game, the weather gods.
They are.
That's how it feels.
It's not often the weather gods are kind to me, Gemma. Trust me, trust me. Here's Sean Abbott, as that's a slower ball bouncer, as that's just, again, smashed tennis style out to Barnwell, out in the deep. Yeah, it's not often the weather gods are kind to us, but you know, let's take it whilst we can. It's looking a bit murky over to the west there, where we just had the email which said it was raining over there. So it's looking a little bit murky over there, but I think we'll, you know, here in West End area of Southampton, it's, you know, nice and bright and a little bit parky, not as warm as it has been on previous days. Abbott in as Fuller plays an interesting shot, sort of gives him the dance. It was a bit like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever there, wasn't it? Welcome to listeners of BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well. Here, Hampshire 553 for 6, having started off the morning 494 for 4. So a couple of wickets have fallen as Fuller crunches that. Don't think the field has picked that up. In fact, I haven't picked that up. It's gone out to long off. I was looking on the leg side for that somewhere. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and I've got Gemma Green with me. Gemma, it's when do you think the declaration might come?
Well, I think that niggly giving Surrey a few overs before lunch, like you say, doing what the opposition don't want to do.
Yeah.
Put them on the back foot straight away a little bit before lunch, see if you can pick up one, and then really dig in after lunch.
Yeah, I agree. Here's Abbott as an EasyJet flight takes off to our right from Southampton Airport. Slower ball bouncer as Fuller sort of taps that back in a curious fashion there. Gets through for a single. So Hampshire here in the pursuit of runs. Wickets don't matter. They've already lost Liam Dawson this morning. He's gone caught by Jamie Smith off the bowling of Sean Abbott, and then Michael Neser hold out to the substitute fielder Nathan Barnwell. He's on for Ben Folkes. Ben Folkes, interestingly for 5 Sports Extra listeners who haven't been with us in the last couple of days, he ricked his batting on the 4th ball of his innings. Abbott comes in, and again slower ball bouncer as Brown just works that one, paddles it around the corner, and they pick up a single. It goes out to Gus Atkinson. So Ben Folkes ricked his back on the 4th or the 5th ball when he was batting, and he hasn't been seen on the field at all during this Hampshire innings. And England don't play until the 10th of July, and you do hope that that doesn't rule Folkes out. You know, you hope it's not a serious injury for him, and you know, it sort of rules him out for you know, a number of weeks really.
6 weeks till first test match?
6 weeks, right? I'd say 10th of July. What are we now? The 25th of May, 26th of May, something like that. So yeah, 6 weeks roughly. So
If it is just a spasm or something.
Yeah, let's hope he's all right. Let's hope he's okay.
Right, we've got a change of bowling at the hotel end. The leg spinner Cam Steele is replacing Gus Atkinson. Steele had a bit of a tough time of it yesterday. He was 0 for 141 off 27, but it looked on. I was watching a little bit on the stream, Dan. As I say, you were here, so you can fill me in better. But it looked like he bowled a little bit too short.
Yeah, he did. He's bowled better this season. He's been really good this season, Cameron Steele. He was the leading wicket taker in the country up until about 3 weeks ago, until Somerset prepared a green top.
And he comes in. That's a good first ball. It's up in the block hole, and it's just tickled away backward a point. Wicketkeeper picks it up for a single to bring Fuller on strike.
Yep, and Mr. Cook and Mr. Porter took full advantage for Essex in that game, and Cameron Steele, then he was left out last week. Surrey have got the sort of rotation policy, and he was left out last week in the game against Worcestershire. So he's come back here, but at the moment he's wicketless. He's none for 142 as he's approaching his 30th over.
And he's in to Fuller and bowls, and again that's just slightly back of a length. Fuller rocks back and punches that to a wide mid-off for a single. So the field spread here as you'd expect, so Fuller taking advantage of the single and getting Ben Brown back on strike. He's in again. This time there's a reverse sweep, play and miss on the offside. Dot ball.
Yeah, we're waiting for the inevitable here, aren't we? We're waiting for the declaration. It's like that time, sort of the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th of December, where you're just waiting for the new year. You don't know what to do with yourself.
Yeah. That's a great analogy. As he's in, and that's pitched up and pushing. There's a little outside edge down to third man, so they'll pick up another single.
Well bowled there by Steele. A little bit of turn.
Yeah, it must feel like exactly how you've described it for the fielders, because they're not in control. They don't know when it's coming. They're just waiting. There's nothing much they can do. The damage has been done for this innings. As Steele's in, and that's back of a length and driven off the back foot down to that wide mid-off. And they'll pick up another single, move on to 561.
Yeah, every Surrey fielder here is on the boundary. Every Surrey fielder. They've even got fine leg to a spinner on the boundary. Got a deep backward square, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on.
Ben Brown will strike reverse sweep again, and this time he gets hold of it, but not completely, and that goes down to third man for a single.
Yep, so thirds on the boundary, deep backward point. Then you've got Dominic Sibley at deep extra cover, and Rory Burns was out at long off. So every Surrey fielder on the boundary.
And that completes the 154th over. Hampshire 562 for 6, Ben Brown 146, and James Fuller 7.
Yeah, going around the country as well. Surrey fans will have one eye on how Essex are doing, and Kent are still trailing there by 453 runs. They're 138 for 4 in response to Essex's 591 for 7. Jordan Cox against his old county got double 100. As Sean Abbott comes in from the Royal Ransgrove Pavilion end, as that's played out to long on. They run the first one quickly. They look for a second. Fuller was interested, but Brown didn't fancy him. Somerset finished yesterday at the top. Somerset was second behind Surrey. So, you know, quite a big game in the context of this one as well. And Somerset got thrashed. They were bowled out for just 88 in their second innings to leave Durham winning by an innings and 6 runs. Abbott comes in, bowls. Fuller again just works him to long on, and they amble through this time for a single. Up at Old Trafford, Lancashire are 81 for 4, trailing Warwickshire by 203 runs. Lancashire have had a bit of a miserable start to the season under new coach Dale Benkenstein, and Will Porterfield as well has followed him up from Gloucestershire as batting coach, so they'll be looking to get some victories on. Nottinghamshire extending their lead over Worcestershire, bowled the hosts out their first game back at New Road yesterday, bowled them out for 80, and Notts are 234 for 3, but the game's been delayed. There's no play there before lunch, so I hope the floods haven't returned to New Road. there's just a little field change here as we've got a man not on the boundary. We've got a short extra cover and a deep mid-wicket as Brown tickles that one off his hip down to fine leg. Dominic Sibley fields. Ball comes in and they just settle on a single. At Bristol, Gloucestershire are making a good fist, chasing down Derbyshire's 526. James Bracey, he's got 100. And skipper Graham Van Buren, he's been in the runs this season. He's got 100 too, so making a very good fist of it there. Gloucestershire on their home ground at Bristol. At Leicester, no play before lunch. Actually, they're having an inspection there, so we'll see. Short pulled venomously there by Fuller. That goes through mid-wicket and races across the turf, going away for 4 runs. At Lords at headquarters, Middlesex 91 for 1, Sussex 554 for 9. Jordan Cox got a big one on his return to his old county. So did John Simpson, the Sussex skipper. He got 167 in that game as he returned to Lords. And Yorkshire are 25 for 2 up at the good shoemaking capital of England, up at Northampton. Sean Abbott coming in from the pavilion end, and that's a rather strange shot. It's a slower ball bouncer, and again smash. We've seen a few tennis shots this morning, Gemma. I know Wimbledon doesn't start for a while. I know they have Queens as the precursor to it, but we've seen some tennis shots here. What's going on?
The way they've timed them, I don't think we'll be seeing any of these at Wimbledon.
No. it's more of my style rather than Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, the slower ball bounce is sort of being the most effective ball at the minute because just not timing it.
Yeah. Sean Abbott's bowled pretty well though in the context of this game. He's gone for 2 for 80 off. It's just 1 ball shy of his 23rd over. But he's not been taking any tap, which many of the others have, as Brown pushes that one out into the offside. They're going to think about a second, but Burns is sharp off that long off boundary and keeps them down. So 571 for 6. The lead is now 444, and we're just waiting for a declaration.
We are, and we've had an email in from Vincent McKee, who's about as far away as you can get. He's in New Zealand. Obviously a big fan of local sport here in Hampshire. He said he sends his love. He's doing his computer engineering assignment on the web, obviously listening to this game here, Hampshire Surrey, and he says great commentary, and he's also waiting for the EFL Championship playoffs at 1 a.m. his time. Ooh. So that's commitment. Great commentary, keep it up, come on you Saints.
Yeah, put your assignment down. You tune into us, Vincent, alright? You tune into us. That's well bowled there by Steele. So Gemma, you're a local cricketer from this neck of the woods as well. You play where's your cricket club?
My cricket club's Hursley Park.
Hursley Park, yeah.
Yeah, we've got just south of Winchester.
So what, about 15 minutes up the road?
Yeah, not far. Steele into Ben Brown. That's a reverse sweep. He tickles that down to fine leg, and that will bring up the 150. They'll come back for 2. That's Ben Brown's 151 off 161 balls.
Yeah, just shy of 3 hours with 15 fours and 1 6 in there. And it's been a really good innings this by Ben Brown, giving it some impetus, giving the innings that little, he put his foot on the accelerator pedal when it's just been needed.
Yeah, he's come in and done a brilliant job, and it's been needed for Ben Brown. He's needed runs for Hampshire for a while. So in comes Steele again, another reverse sweep, same shot, played a little bit better this time, but we'll just get 1 for it because it was timed a bit better.
So Winchester's a very nice part of the world as well, just up the road. It's a lovely little. Is it a city? It is a city.
Winchester's a city.
Yeah, it's got a cathedral. Yeah.
Yeah, Winchester's a city, and we're just south of the city at Hursley Park. Steele in again, pitches that up, and this time driven into the covers by Fuller for a single. Yeah, we've got 3 ladies 11s. 2 are playing today, the 1s and 3s, and then the 2s are in action tomorrow, Bank Holiday Monday.
Okay.
So lots going on.
Yeah, sounds a busy time.
Steele in again, another reverse sweep, and Back down to fine leg for another single to Ben Brown.
Yep, 576 for 6 now.
Steele, Fuller on strike, pitched up and worked onto the leg side, come through for another single. As we said, every fielder is sitting on the rope, so there's a single anywhere you like it on this pitch, as Hampshire just keep going, and they are on 577 for 6.
There's a Surrey connection as well with Winchester, because Douglas Robert Jardine, the famous skipper of the Bodyline Tour, was an alumni from Winchester School, and famous Surrey cricketer.
Is that Winchester College?
Winchester College, sorry, yeah, Winchester College. We're going to have a change of bowling at the pavilion end as well, as Dan Lawrence is going to come into the action. So, yeah, Winchester's a very nice part of the world. Very pleasant.
It's very beautiful.
Yeah. Here's Lawrence, arms whirring. As Fuller just nurdles that one out into the offside. Ben Brown is 4 runs away from equalling his highest score for Hampshire, which was 157. So it'll be interesting to see whether he can go through that barrier. Just needs 5 to surpass that score. It's on 153. Here he is facing Dan Lawrence and pulls with vigour, but can only pick out Dominic Sibley out in the deep there. Sibley's going to have to bat for a long time. Speaking to Alex Stewart last night, interviewed him at the close of play. As Lawrence comes in, bowls, Fuller punches that one back. Lawrence tries to dive but can't cut off the ball from going out to long off, where Dan Worrell does the fielding. Yeah, and Stewart said that they've got to do exactly what Hampshire have done. They've got to bat for 5 sessions. They need to bat and bat some more. Here's Lawrence. Just turned around the corner, goes out to mid-wicket, where Dominic Sibley is patrolling the boundary. Every Surrey fielder is on the boundary. No one is there on the one at all.
I'm just watching Andy, the artist. He's just colouring in the grass. That probably sounds a little bit basic for what he's doing, but you know what I mean. He's doing the green bit, and I'm just wondering when he comes to put the fielders in, where they'll be at the time.
Fuller just nurdles that one. They run the first one quickly. They're looking for a second, but Sibley's in quickly off the boundary and keeps them down to a single. 582 for 6. Yeah, we've got an artist in with us, for those who didn't hear it, on Radio 5 Sports Extra. We have an artist working away next to us. Cricket Ground's a tracked artist, Jack Russell. He's a painter as well. Yeah. As that's just nurdled again into the onside, this time by Brown. Moves on to 156. That completes the over from Dan Lawrence. 6 ones off it, and we're just waiting to hear. Gemma's gonna just go and have a little chill out for 20 minutes, and we welcome back to the commentary box the wonderful, the man who's made this place his home, the man loved by all of down in the south of England, Kevin James. And it's been a pleasure working with Kevin. Obviously did 4 days with him at the Oval, and then the last couple of days here, so I've done 6 days. I think he's a little bit bored of me. Here's Cameron Steele in as that's defended.
That's not half the story.
Yeah. No, it's we're just sort of going through the motions here, Kevin, aren't we?
Well, in a way, I mean, it's making it difficult. Everyone on the boundary.
Yeah, that's just reverse swept out to third.
It's not easy. I mean, this is not a small ground.
No.
With everybody back on the boundary, are you going to chance your arm just yet? I don't know. Hampshire still want a few more runs yet. I think
Fuller might. I think Fuller might go for it now. Here he is about to phase Cameron Steele, and he's still patient, still just works that one out to Sean Abbott out at deep mid-wicket, well, sort of cow corner area.
it's damage limitation here for Surrey. They want to try and slow Hampshire's progress down, try and take some time out of the game by having everybody on the rope.
Yeah, every fielder is on the rope. That is an appeal for LBW there. We have not had one LBW in the game. I had breakfast this morning next to the umpires David Milnes and James Middlebrook this morning. I said, there's been no LBWs in this game. And they said, yet. Which sounds ominous for Surrey fans, doesn't it? Steele in. That's got to be a close LBW there. Steele appeals. That's an attempted reverse sweep, and it's been given as a run, so he must have got maybe a glove or a bottom edge on it, possibly. So, otherwise, I think it was quite a close. It was quite a close call there. It was a decent appeal. Here's Steele over the wicket. Fuller rocks onto the back foot and punches that one through point. That completes the over. 588 for 6. Brown on 158. He's now got his highest score for Hampshire. And James Fuller on 20.
Yeah, terrific stuff from Ben Brown. 3 centurions now in this Hampshire innings, and as Dave Allen pointed out earlier, who will be with us after lunch, Hampshire's honorary archivist. Only 14 times that has been achieved by Hampshire over the years of the championship competition, and 3 of those 14 now have come against Surrey. So 460 is the lead, having started 368 runs in the lead this morning. Just Liam Dawson for 81 and Michael Neser for 3, the 2 wickets that have been taken. A few more emails. Oliver Wheatley has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, hope this email finds you all well. Do you know if play after tea is free? Yes, I think Hampshire have actually officially posted it on their website that any play after tea is free. In the air, down the ground, and it's hit hard through mid-off. 1 bounce for 4 from James Fuller. He moves on to 24.
He gives it a whack, doesn't he, Fuller? He can hit the ball very hard.
Yeah, we'll see that in T20s, hopefully. So yes, after tea, the sessions are free here. So I think Oliver plans to come down later on. Surrey will be batting then, that's for sure. Cuts that away, does Fuller, down to 3rd. That'll only be a single. 592 for 6.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful initiative from the clubs that do that, and you know, credit to Hampshire. That's the 50 partnership up of just 41 balls. Yeah, there's some really good initiatives from the counties to actually get people. Surrey are doing one actually on Sunday the 30th of June against Essex. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Here's Lawrence from the pavilion end bowls. Brown on the back foot, and he wears a single now. That's gone square on the leg side. Brown moves on to 159.
Yep, they've got a festival of red ball cricket going on, so members, I mean, Surrey have got decent crowds anyway, but they're still, you know, trying to build on what's there. So they're offering members an additional 4 guest vouchers. And there's a beer festival going on, and come on down, Sunday the 30th of June, Surrey v Essex. Top of the table clash, probably.
Down the wicket comes Fuller, almost takes down Lawrence out as he hits that ball hard to the far end of the ground for 4. Don't think Dan Lawrence wanted to get right behind that one.
Careful, you put that down as a drop catch or self-preservation.
Only a hard person would say that was a chance. Falling backwards there, Dan Lawrence. It's almost as if he wanted to get out the way of it. 593 for 6. Fuller moves on to 25 from just 19 deliveries. 466 is the lead. Here's Lawrence again. Fuller quietly works that out on the onside. Another single takes it to 594 for 6.
I'd have got my way itself out the way of it. In fact, if I was fielding, some of the weather this season's been so cold, if I was fielding in the gully and Robin Smith creamed one of his famous cuts at me, yeah, I'd let it go for 4. I'd just pull my hand out of it.
You'd want to. Talking of weather, as Brown works that quietly on the leg side. 598 for 6. The England women against Pakistan women first one-day international, where Pakistan reached 29 without loss in the 7th. There is horrendous weather down there. I've seen a couple of tweets. Gemma's just shown me one. There is loads and loads of rain down in Taunton, so they are currently off for a rain delay. And looking at some of those pictures on social media, don't look great. Hopefully that's a passing long shower. If that's set in, they won't be playing any more there today.
Yeah, they've had a lot of rain down in the West Country this week. And Worcester haven't got on before lunch either, so that's just reverse swept there by Brown. Moves on to 161. That brings up the 600 for Hampshire. And the lead now, that's in the 160th over. I think Surrey will take the new ball. It's due at the end of the over. It'll be the 3rd new ball of the innings.
Don't often see that, do you?
No. Steele in and just tickled around the corner. Fuller using a little bit of panache as well as the hard-hitting shots that we saw in the last over, where he absolutely screamed one past Dan Lawrence and then screamed another past Rory Burns at long off. That's just again reversed. Has he found the gap there? No, he can't quite get the gap, and that's good fielding out there in the deep. That's by Dan Lawrence out there. He's a good fielder, Dan Lawrence. And got to the ball and got it out of his hands quickly, which then stops the batter from running that second. The trick is to get it out of your hands quickly. Steele tosses one up and stroked elegantly out to long on, where Jordan Clark picks up the ball, and they just amble through for an easy single. 603 for 6. Steele approaching the umpire again, reversed by Brown. Brown is almost solely playing the reverse sweep at the moment, as that just goes for one. Every Surrey fielder on the boundary. Rory Burns just saying, you have the single. This is damage limitation time for us. 10 past 12. Oh, that's fired in a little bit quicker. That's well bowled there by Cameron Steele. That completes the over. 5 singles off it. 604 for 6. Fuller's on 32. Brown is on 163. He's a 3rd centurion to go alongside Nick Gubbins and Toby Albert. This is what the story of this game is. Toby Albert wasn't even in the side on Thursday evening. Ali Orr's done his back, and Toby Albert's come in and scored a rather very patient 114, where he was tested out by the Surrey bowlers, but I thought he left really well, and it was an old-fashioned opener's knock. I thought it was a really mature knock from the young man.
Certainly was. Here's Dan Lawrence with his off-spin, and Brown waits and guides that on the onside. Always a single. 164 he moves on to. 605 for 6. There's an applause for something. Can somebody enlighten me?
I don't know what that's about.
I have no idea. Anyway, 605 for 6 maybe. It's not often Hampshire get to 600. I'm sure somebody... Well, good job Dave Allen's here. A bit later he can fill us in with a few more stats, I'm sure. As that's pushed away on the leg side by James Fuller, he moves on to 33, 606 for 6. Bill Seeger has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. Earlier I said the Ben Brown hoik across the leg side. He says he has that amazing shot. It's not a hoik, it's the short arm jab, which he plays quite a lot, to hit a 6, he says. He's employing the Hampshire fill your boots shot for this innings. He certainly has cashed in, as there's no single that time. Try to open the face of the bat, but he can't find the ankle.
Hampshire have gone a long way past their record score against Surrey on this ground, which was 436 back in 2019.
Dan Lawrence bowls. Brown pulls that away on the onside, but only to one of the 4-5 fielders on the leg side. 607 for 6. Sorry, that was
back in 2019, 436.
Hampshire's high score against.
Yeah, but on this ground.
Yeah.
But the record was at the Oval back in 2017, where they got 648 for 7 declared.
I remember that game.
And I don't think they're far away from this now.
I can remember that game. Sean Irvine got 100. McLaren got 100 as well. That's no run again on the leg side, as I think it's wrapped fuller on the pad. There was a couple of hundreds in that. I might have to look that game up actually, because there were several Hampshire hundreds in that one. That's one of the ones that Dave Allen was referring to. 300s in an innings. Fuller comes down the wicket, works her way down towards fine leg. Again, there's just one run. Fuller moves on to 34, 608 for 6.
And Hampshire moved here in 2001.
First class game, 2001. Yeah.
They have scored as many centuries against Surrey in this match as they've scored in the preceding 23 years on this ground, because they'd only scored 3 previously. So they've now scored, and there's the declaration. So 608 for 6. The lead is 481, and this is going to give Surrey an awkward 40 minutes before lunch. Dominic Sibley and Rory Burns, can they negotiate what's going on here? So they've got a long way to go. There's 78 overs remaining in the day. There's 96 tomorrow. Surrey have got to bat really well. Otherwise, they're going to go back up the M3 with just 1 bonus point, and that's going to blow the county championship table wide open. We're going to take a short break. The umpires are just wandering off the field. It's 12:15, so yeah, they'll be back on at sort of 22, 23 minutes past 12. We're going to take a short break. We're going to put the kettle on. We suggest you do the same and come back and join us in about 7 or 8 minutes. We'll see you soon.
Joined us this morning after resuming on 495 for 4. Ben Brown 99 overnight. Hampshire have taken it to 608 for 8 and declared with just over half an hour left for Surrey to bat. In that innings, Dawson got 81 and Ben Brown was left 165 not out, which is his highest first-class score and highest score for Hampshire. And yep, they've given Surrey 40 minutes, well, just short of 40 minutes to bat before lunch, and a healthy lead of 481 runs Hampshire have. With me is Kevin James, and the fielders are just coming out. We've just experienced a period of the waiting game where every Surrey fielder was on the boundary just waiting for that declaration to come, and now here we are starting the third innings of this match. Keith Barker looks like he's going to open the bowling from this hotel end.
Yeah, Dan Worrell and Sean Abbott finished with 2 wickets apiece in the Surrey innings. It was hard going for the Surrey bowlers. This pitch does look easy going though, has to be said. Despite Surrey being bowled out cheaply in the first innings, there was a little bit of cloud cover on day one, certainly after lunch, where Hampshire will be able to take advantage of that, especially Carl Abbott. He finished with 5 wickets. Surrey bowled out for 127 in their first innings, and they have 5 and a bit sessions here to save this game.
So we've got 3 slips. Keith Barker's got ball in hand. He's going to be coming left arm over the wicket to Rory Burns. Dom Sibley at the other end. And we're off. First ball of the third innings. Barker's in. Bowls and just back of a length ball and pushed into a vacant mid-off area. It's just pushed gently, but there's no one there, so Fuller's on the chase and they come back for 2. Start for Surrey. Just having a minor helmet adjustment already for Rory Burns as Barker's to the top of his mark. We haven't had any ball changes, have we, in this game?
They tried a bit last night, I think, didn't they? Sorry, I'm not sure whether they actually did or not.
I don't think it was successful. Barker in again to Burns, this time on the leg side, and whipped off his hips down to backward of square. They'll come back for another 2. So a good start from Surrey, 4 off the first 2 balls.
Just done some quick calculations here. Hampshire this morning added 113 runs to their overnight total, and they batted for what, an hour and 10, hour and 11 minutes for the loss of Dawson and Neser.
We said there was a lot of hoiking,
Yes.
but a lot of slow ball bounces. And Barker in again to Burns, and this time he drives it through backward point, and it's well sort of half stopped. I'm assuming that's Fletcher Middleton. I can't see quite from here, but half stopped and they come through for a single.
Ball looks already like it's keeping lowish, doesn't it? Not much bounce there for Barker, these first 3 balls of the first over. This could be made, this situation, for Dominic Sibley, couldn't it really? No pressure on him to score quickly. He can just bat the ball back as much as he likes, and Surrey won't mind.
Enjoy every minute of it.
Yeah, this could be one of Dominic Sibley's slow burners if he gets in.
So Barker still over the wicket to the right-handed Sibley. In, and that's left alone outside off stump. So yeah, it begins. Rory Byrne playing 3 different shots or 3 balls. First chance Sibley gets, left alone.
Left alone. Actually, I must admit, Rory Burns has looks like he's already started fairly positively. Don Sibley caught and bowled by Liam Dawson for 11. Rory Burns caught by Fletcher Middleton off Dawson for 33. Dawson claiming the first 3 wickets in the first innings. Barker
in. Bowls and just back of a length, worked onto the leg side for no run. Of course, in the first innings, so I was following it on the scorecard then, but Dawson came in quite early, didn't he, to the attack?
Well, I think everybody thought this wicket would turn a bit straight away, and it looked like it was holding a bit in the turf, maybe just to come a fraction off the straight, but nothing alarming. It's just good bowling from Dawson. I'm just trying to work out where Rory Burns was caught by Fletcher Middleton. I think it was in short, close in.
Barker in, bowls pitched up and driven, but there's no timing there. So that's a dot ball to finish the first over of this third innings. Surrey 5 without loss. We did have an email in a little while ago from Simon from Fareham asking about the Hampshire women's cricket. They are in action today. They're up at Oxford, playing Oxford in a T20. They've bowled Oxford out for 101. But his question is about where they usually play down here at King Edward School. He said he's put it into Google and it's coming up with Godalming. The King Edward School here in Southampton that Hampshire often play at is on Hill Lane in Southampton. So I hope that clears that up for you, Simon.
They're playing Gloucestershire there, aren't they, later on this summer?
They are, yeah.
Halfway down Hill Lane, to be exact, opposite the Common. Now it looks like Michael Neser will open the bowling from the pavilion end. Picked up a couple of wickets in that Surrey first innings. Hampshire have picked him up for the T20s, first 9 T20s, but he was also available for the Championship should they wish to use his services, and they've used his services in this game. Mo Abbas resting. Apparently he's gone back to Pakistan, I understand already, as Burns is forward. He'll pick up a single. It's played into the gap on the offside. Burns, I think, has just about scored off every ball he's faced so far. He's on 6, and it's 6 without loss, Surrey. Few alarms already. I know there's only been 7 balls, but there's, you can just tell in this pitch there hasn't been a lot of pace, hasn't been a lot of bounce. And I would say Surrey will be reasonably confident. They've got a lot of batting to do, but there'd be worse surfaces to bat on, trying to do that.
Like we mentioned earlier with the Hashim Amla day.
Oh, yes.
You don't want a repeat of that, do you?
No, I don't think I could go through that again. I really don't. I don't think I could take it. Here comes Neser, right arm over, bowls. Forward is Sibley. But then Sibley has the ability to play a Hanamla type knock, doesn't he? He's got it in him.
Absolutely. And that was one of those things where I was here that day and it just got more and more exciting. The more and more the run rate just dried up.
Did you love it?
I loved it.
Did you?
Yeah.
And when Dave Allen's here this afternoon, I'm sure when you two are on together, it will be...
Speak of the devil, he's just walked in.
Oh, there he is. He's getting ready for his stint this afternoon. Hampshire's honorary archivist. Here's Neser then from the pavilion end, bowls, and Sibley is forward, not quite out of the middle of the bat. Welcome back to our new listeners. Here at the Utilita Bowl, where we are half an hour before lunch on day 3, and Surrey are batting for a second time. They are 6 without loss. They are 475 runs behind Hampshire in this game. Hampshire, if needed, of course, can bat again. Michael Neser, the Australian bowler, in action from the pavilion end, playing his first game for Hampshire. He's signed for the T20s mainly. Forward is Sibley. That goes up towards mid-on. As I was mentioning a little earlier, he is available to Hampshire should they require him. And they required him in this game, with Mo Abbas, Hampshire's other overseas player, being rested. Neser picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. So the story of this morning's play, Hampshire resuming on 495 for 4. Added 113 to that total in just over an hour and 10 minutes of batting as Neser comes into Sibley. Sibley works that to square leg and there's no runs. So 113 they added. They declared on 608 for 6. Liam Dawson fell this morning for 81. He was 74 overnight, and Michael Neser was pushed up the order to get things moving along even quicker. He couldn't quite do that. Only made 3. A wicket for Sean Abbott and Gus Atkinson for Surrey this morning. Worrell and Sean Abbott finishing with 2 apiece. And Ben Brown ended on 165 not out, his highest first-class score in either for Sussex or for Hampshire. That's wrapped Sibley on the pad. End of the over. Surrey 6 without loss in their second innings. And James Fuller came in, adding a quick 34. They put on 66. Unbroken for the 7th wicket. So that's where we're at. Surrey needing another 475 to make Hampshire bat again. I'm Kevin James. Next to me, former Hampshire women's player Gemma Green.
Yeah, we've got an email in from Julian Dean titled Deja Vu. And he says, seeing Hampshire so far ahead in this game has brought a cold chill back to me of the lost day 3 years ago, watching Hashim Amla masterclass when he scored 37 not out of 278 balls. We were just talking about that. And Julian summed it up really. He says it was both the most boring and mesmerising piece of batting he's ever seen, and I think that's what we were saying. Thankfully, he's not in the Surrey ranks today, and he can't see Ollie Pope or Will Jacks managing anything similar as Barker comes in and pitches that up, and that's just defended into the onside. But we did say earlier that the man out there at the moment, Dom Sibley, has that in his armour.
Yeah, he has Hashim Amla tendencies. I'm not sure even he could emulate that, but they still talk about that innings in these parts. Some more than others.
See, that's the thing. If people are saying it's the most boring thing, it's talked about.
Yes. And this situation is made for an innings like that from a Surrey player. But there's a lot of them that like to play some shots.
And one of them's on strike now as Barker into Burns, pitched up and just defended onto the onside for no run.
But I think it has to be said, this wicket has got lower, it has got slower as the game has moved through the days. Hampshire definitely had some good bowling conditions after lunch on day one. Interesting when Rory Burns won the toss and elected to bat first. In hindsight, of course, that's probably not a great decision. But Hampshire would have also batted first.
It's a hard one to call because the weather's changed so much, hasn't it? And you can't emulate the flow of the game with the weather changes. As Barker's in, pitched up and left alone by Rory Burns. If it's a sort of clear cut that it's going to be cloudy for the whole day or beautiful for the whole day or whatever, you can blame the sort of toss decision. But with the change in weather and how it's just fallen beautifully for Hampshire so far, I don't think you can hold too much blame on the toss yesterday on day one morning. So Barker into Burns, the fourth ball of this over. And that's pitched to middle stump, just back of a length, and pushed to mid-off for no run.
So there's been some wonderful milestones in this game, as you would expect, and a game dominated by the home side. All those really have been achieved by Hampshire. Toby Albert in just his fourth championship match for Hampshire, achieving his first championship 100. Yesterday he made 114.
Barker in, bowls, and that's straight and hit high up on the bat as Burns just looked to defend that for no run.
As I mentioned earlier, Ben Brown with his highest first class score of 165 not out. There was a partnership for the second wicket between Toby Albert and Nick Gubbins, who scored his second first class 100 of the season. Second wicket partnership of 201 is the third highest second wicket partnership on this ground, highest for Hampshire against Surrey.
And that's down the leg side and will complete a maiden over for Barker. Surrey 6 for 0 off 3.
And Andrew Millard has emailed here, silentcricket@gmail.com, on one of those bizarre stats, which is so bizarre that you feel you have to read it out. So here we go. If Ben Brown had picked up just 2 more runs, he would have scored 167. Well, that much is true. Which would have been the lowest score never achieved by any Hampshire batter in a first-class match. I mean, that is just unbelievable. Andrew, I don't know what it took to actually work that out, but actually that's an amazing stat for somebody to sit there and actually work out what is the lowest score ever from a Hampshire batter.
It is, and
that's never actually been recorded.
Ben Brown will be kicking himself.
Oh, he will be. He'll be gutted.
Comes in, and there's a big appeal there for LBW. Neser's down on his knees, but the umpire is unmoved. Let's look at that on the replay. Neser in over the wicket, pitched outside line, a little bit high, maybe, but
Nip back, didn't it?
Hampshire were a big fan of that appeal.
The other stat actually is there's not been an LBW in this game so far. Which is amazing. It's not like the wicket has been a bouncy one or anything like that.
Sounds like we've got that umpire from Eastleigh Seconds that turns down anything plumb.
I mean, the umpires have been very consistent here, I must say. It is me, isn't it? I forgot, sorry, I was not concentrating earlier. Forward is Sibley to Neser. It's out of the bat this time. Pushed back to the bowler. So chilly conditions here. We've had very warm conditions on day 2. Warm conditions sort of latter part of day 1. Just a little bit of cloud cover after lunch on day 1, which allowed Abbott to maximise the little bit of help that he got out of the wicket. 5 for 16 his spell after lunch, which blew away the Surrey middle and lower order. As Neser comes in, left alone outside the off stump. That's a nice carry through to Ben Brown. Abbott actually had 3 for 0 at one stage. 5 for 25 he ended up. And in the process, of course, another stat which I've forgotten to mention was that he went past Dimi Mascarenhas, who until day 1 had the most wickets on this ground of 186. Abbott currently stands on 188. So all sorts of records, some obscure, some not so, as Neser comes in and bowls down the leg side. Good diving stop there from Ben Brown. Score remains on 6 without loss.
Yeah, Andy Millard, who sent in that obscure stat, is from Connecticut.
Yes.
So, yeah, another listener from afar.
They can pick us up there as well. Very quickly around the country, still raining in Taunton. England women playing Pakistan women. They've played just under 7 overs there. And looking at some of the pictures, looks like they might be off the field there for a little while. Here comes Neser. Forward is Sibley, plays out square on the offside. Other matches in Division 1. Kent are 173 for 4, replying to the Essex total of 591 for 7 declared. So Kent trail by 418. Lancashire 103 for 4, trailing Warwickshire by 181 on the first innings. Lancashire have only lost 1 wicket there this morning. And Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire, they didn't have any play on day 1 there. That's delayed again. Worcestershire 80 all out, Nottinghamshire 234 for 3. So they've not played at all yet today. That's pushed up to mid-on. All those scores you can follow on the BBC Sport website and app. That's end of the over, a maiden over there for Michael Neser. He's warming up nicely for the T20 competition, which for Hampshire starts on Thursday.
We'll have Keith Barker to continue from the hotel end. I'm quite absorbed by watching our resident artist today, Andy Brown. Picture come to fruition. It's impressing me how I can't draw anything.
Yeah. He's right next to us, painting the Utilita Bowl, and he's making it look very easy, I have to say.
And he's been round the world painting stadiums. He's done all the Major League Baseball grounds.
Wow.
He's been to, we just listed off the countries he's been to, and it's a pretty incredible list as Barker's in. Bowls pitched up, inside edge, squirted down to fine leg for a single.
All of the baseball grounds. Comerica Park. You've done Comerica Park. He knows what I'm talking about as well, don't you? Detroit, that's right. I've been there a couple of times. I've watched a baseball game there. Yeah. Stadium, yeah, great stadium with the Tigers outside the entrance. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
I was at Fenway Park a month ago, Boston Red Sox.
Oh, wow.
Just doing a tour of it. I didn't see a game there, but yeah, he's ticked that one off. But yeah, he's here today, all around the world, and here today at the Utilita Bowl, painting that iconic view as Barker comes in, pitched up and pushed forward for dot ball. So he's painting it from the stand where we are in the commentary, which is in the hotel, so looking out over that sort of iconic Utilita Bowl tent-shaped pavilion as the centre of his piece.
It's a good job he's not here, Andy, in about 2 or 3 months' time, because you might have to include all the solar panels that are going to be placed on the roofs, and that might just spoil that painting a little bit. At the moment, he doesn't have to worry about that.
Barker in, and a good length ball. Forward, defence, dot ball.
All those lovely green trees behind the stadium, which are being greatly enhanced on that painting next to us. Then you'd have to stick in a few solar panels amongst that. But not today. Not yet, anyway.
Can you paint, Kev? Can you draw?
No. You?
No, not at all.
That's why I just admire.
We'd make a great Pictionary team, wouldn't we?
I can play Pictionary, but not very well. No. Have you got the app version of Pictionary?
No. Barker in, pitched up, flicked onto the leg side. That probably will go for 4 because it's well timed. Yep, it will at first 4 for Dom Sibley. First scoring shot for Dom Sibley, 4 off 17.
Nicely timed. Yes, there's an app version, yes.
Oh, I know.
You're
down with it, aren't you?
Well, my daughter showed me, one of my daughters showed me it. I think I've still got it on my phone. Other sort of picture-based games available, of course. Not necessarily all with apps alongside.
We'll play Andy at it at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Barker in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Dom Sibley.
A modicum of movement, swinging into the right-hander, but it's very small indeed. Dom Sibley, 22 tests to his name, averaged 28 when he played for England. One of those that's, after that many tests, it's
telling a little bit.
Not quite enough, is it?
Yeah.
A bit like Rory Burns when he played.
Yep.
Although we averaged 30, and he's 32 tests.
Barker going round the wicket to the right hand of Sibley and left alone outside off stump. That concludes the over. Surrey are 11 without loss after 5 overs. Kev James is leaving me for a while, and Dan Whiting is going to come in alongside me. Hi Dan.
Afternoon, Gemma. And I've got to be said, Andy is making this look rather easy. If I tried that, or Kevin James, it would be like one of those pictures that your 5-year-old brings home from school.
Yeah.
But he's making it look absolutely wonderful.
But it's effortless as well. It just looks like he's just, I don't know, chucking paint on there.
I met Andy at the Oval last week. He was down at the Oval last Friday, and my sources tell me that he was at Bristol on Friday as well. So he's doing the rounds. He's been around the country. My spies tell me you can't get anywhere without me knowing, Andy. I know where you are at all times, mate. Michael Neser coming in from the pavilion and bustling into the crease as Burns clips him to mid-wicket where Nick Gubbins does the fielding. So we have got James Vince at first slip alongside the wicketkeeper Ben Brown. Second is Liam Dawson. At third slip is Toby Albert, maiden centurion in this game.
There's a lot of runs in that wicketkeeper slip cordon today.
There is a lot of runs in that.
As I say, that Toby Albert jogs off.
Oh, he's ruined it, Gemma.
Yeah.
He's ruined it, hasn't he? James Vince has ruined it for you. James Fuller's at backward point. Got mid-off in there. As Burns defends. Yeah, mid-off is, looks like Kyle Abbott, Barker at mid-on. There's mid-wicket in there, and then down at fine leg is Fletcher Middleton patrolling the boundary down there. So Surrey 11 for none, no real alarms. There's a big LBW shout against Dominic Sibley, looked a little high to me. But Hampshire are going to come out all guns blazing here. Surrey need to blunt the attack. Burns probably didn't need to play at that, just defends it into the offside, back quite a long way from the body. I want to know about this umpire at Eastleigh, just doesn't give any LBWs.
It was just an email that Kev read out early on in the day. We had an email that a game sort of went into absolute chaos.
Oh, that's
apparently.
Jamal,
Jamal,
isn't it?
yes.
Yeah, he was there yesterday.
Yeah, and we were just saying there's been no LBWs in this game, so
No, there hasn't.
maybe the umpire's come across because he didn't sound like he liked to give them.
Defended there by Burns, just clipped towards mid-wicket again. Nick Gubbins. No, sorry, it's Toby Albert doing the fielding there. Felix Organ alongside him in that region. They're cutting off Burns' scoring shot there. You've got Barker at mid-on, Albert in a standard mid-wicket, and then sort of between mid-wicket and square leg you've got Felix Organ. Neser bowls, full ball, Burns digs it out. Good delivery there.
Yeah, club cricket's always interesting when you get down to the sort of division levels where it can be self-umpired, where
Yes.
panel umpires aren't required.
Yes.
It can always get a bit tasty.
It can. It can. Yeah. Yeah, I wrote a chapter once in one of my books about the bent club umpire. And these individuals probably are in every league around the country as the jet just takes off from Southampton Airport and burns edges past second slip. They've just taken the third slip out, and how crucial is that in the context of the game, because I think it would have carried as well. What do you think, Gemma?
Definitely carried. Yeah, Vince has got his hands on his head on the replay there, because he's thinking exactly the same. We moved Toby Albert out of third slip at the start of this this over, and let's look at it again. Oh, I don't know actually. On the replay, it may not have carried.
Albert was quite a long way forward though, because of the lack of carry in this wicket. So he had taken a couple of steps forward. He was, you know, like a staggered Corden.
Yeah.
So as opposed to James Corden, of course. But no. So the bent club umpire, going back to Jamal's email, and this individual is no doubt the length and breadth of the country. In fact, probably the world. I'll come on to it after this ball from Barker.
Barker around the wicket to Sibley, comes in, back of a length, left alone.
And he's got a number of tricks up his sleeve. Okay, so what he can do for his side, he'll fire out 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so give 3 LBWs. In return, 1, 3 and 4 of your own side will go. And then he gives for both sides. You know, so, you know, that's one of his tricks.
So it's got Barker in again, to Sibley, back of a length, carbon copy, left alone, shoulders, arms outside the off stump.
I'm sure Jamal will agree with me. He knows his club cricket, Jamal. He knows that the bent club umpire exists around the world.
But for every one of those, you get the people that sort of don't want to umpire and get roped into it, and go the other way because they don't want to be seen.
I agree with that.
So you don't get a good decision either way, really, because you've got people trying not to be biased. You go the other way.
Yeah. And as a batter, you can just play French cricket and just walk across in front of your stumps and cover them.
Barker up to the stumps, bowls, good length, forward defence by Sibley, no run.
Yeah, but the bent club umpire, he's an individual that permeates the land, and
cricket wouldn't be the same without him.
He's made more people walk than certain Eastern European car manufacturers over the years when your car breaks down.
Barker again, into Sibley, bowls, forward defence, no run.
The umpires that I hate are the ones who are twitchy. You know, when there's a big appeal and their arm comes out and actually, you know, makes a movement, and you feel like their hand is permanently in the holster. You know, like a cowboy ready to draw his gun.
Yeah, I actually played a few years ago. There was a club umpire, and he kept his counter. I don't know why, you know, the clicker that a lot of them use. He kept it in his top pocket. So every ball he had to reach to his top pocket to click, and you never knew what was happening. As Barker's in, and straight, good length, and just defended a little outside edge into the offside for no run.
You always think the dreaded finger of doom is going to go up.
Because the hand rises every time, and you don't know if he's reaching to his pocket to click.
I'd hate that. Yeah.
Especially when, you know, I know I've hit it or haven't hit it, whether it's an LB or a caught behind. You know, I'm always feeling guilty because I've probably done wrong.
Well, I'm one of those. I'm not the worst, Gemma. I'm a selective walker. I'm the worst kind of person.
Barker in and just pushed onto the offside for no run. That completes a maiden over. Surrey 15 without loss.
If it's an obvious one, and you know, you walk, and you know what you do, then you get a reputation going. If he nicks it, he's a walker. And then you can get away with one like 2-3 years down the line, no problem at all. I'm the worst, the lowest form of cricketing life. Pond life I am. Pond life.
Do you still play?
No, I stopped about 8 years ago. Yeah, I got banned. No, I didn't get banned. I didn't get banned. I stopped. I was just, you know, got to my early 40s, and it was time to call it a day. But I am now a level 2 qualified umpire.
So you can spot these selective walkers.
I'm poacher turned gamekeeper. But no, we need umpires in club cricket without a doubt. as Michael Neser is about to start his 4th over, and Burns just a little late on that. Ball dribbles out to James Vince at 2nd slip. Yeah, we need umpires in club cricket. The umpires declining. There's been a number of them who are either getting too old or, you know, passing away or whatever. So you need a younger breed, and I did my ECB ACO level 1 course, and I found it fascinating. I played club cricket for 30 years. I'd skip at my first team, so you know, played a reasonable standard as Neser comes in, and that's again defended to the oohs and ahs of the Hampshire fielding side. And I learned things on that level 1 course that I thought I knew virtually every law in cricket, and I actually learned things there, and it was good for me because I managed to get a recommendation, or I can't even remember what the word was, in the ECB broadcast of the year last year, and it was my umpiring course that helped me there. I'll come on to it after this ball from Michael Neser to Burns, who leaves that one alone. There was a game I was commentating on between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire, and Louis Kimber, the Leicestershire batter, handled the ball. And I actually came out with the fact that handle the ball was an obsolete dismissal. It went in 2017. It's now part of, yeah, you're dead right. It's part of obstructing the field now. Why it got changed, I don't know, but you know, it's all part of that law. So I came out with that, and yeah, I got a little bit. Yeah, so it was worthwhile doing the course. Burns just tickles that one into the leg side. Gubbins there doing the fielding. No, it's not Gubbins, it's Organ.
I always find it quite amazing, well not amazing I guess, but players that haven't, you know, like you say, done an umpiring course or considered that, they don't know all the laws. I'm talking professional players now. How many times you watch sort of international cricket on TV and something slightly quirky happens and people don't know, well the umpires know, but the players don't know, the commentators who are ex-players don't know.
I'll give you a scenario, again, which I learned, okay, where you're batting, Kevin James is bowling to you, as Neser bowls to Burns, who just defends this one. So Kevin James is bowling to you batting. You put the ball up in the air. Kevin James is about to catch it for a caught and bowled, and I whack him. He's about to catch it, and he drops the ball. I've deliberately obstructed him. Who would be out in that scenario?
Who would be out?
Yeah. Who would be out obstructing the field? If I whacked Kevin James...
Are you my partner?
I'm the non-striker.
Okay.
You're batting. Kevin James is bowling. You put one up in the air. He's about to catch it.
Yeah.
Who's out?
Well, my
instinct
says you're out obstructing the field, but you're going to give me out obstructing the field,
Yeah, it's
aren't
always
you?
the striker. It's always the striker. That's weaved and ducked there simultaneously by Rory Burns. That completes Neser's over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. Barker's 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. Burns on 11. Sibley's on 4. And Surrey are motoring along nicely.
So I'm trying to work out though if that would result in you stitching me up or not, because I was going to be out. It's a dolly, okay.
Yes, it's a dolly.
J-Mo's not going to drop that.
Well, he shouldn't do. I mean, I've seen him drop worse over the years,
Yeah.
but you know, he shouldn't drop it.
So I'm about to be out caught and bowled, but you've changed that to me being out obstructing the field.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's better or worse.
Well, I mean, there's a chance he could drop it, but I've, deliberately barged him just as he's about to catch it, say, for instance. Not that I do this sort of thing.
No, this is all hypothetical.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hypothetical. I mean, I wouldn't whack Kevin James. He's a very nice man.
Right, we've got a change of bowling at the hotel end. Liam Dawson coming into the attack early, as he did in the first innings of this game. Just manipulating the field a little bit, changing it for his slow left arm.
Bowled very well in the first innings, Dawson. He bowled slower than I've seen him bowled in recent years. He wasn't firing in as much. I like this captaincy from James Vince as well. He's got a silly mid-off in there. Not so much a silly point, it's more a silly mid-off, and he's got a short leg as well, putting the pressure on Dominic Sibley.
And one slip as Dawson's round the wicket, and that's worked onto the leg side. Sibley will pick up 1 run.
I thought Vince's captaincy in the first innings was very good when the Surrey youngsters, when Pope came in, when Jamie Smith came in. He put the man in their eye line straight away from first ball to stop them going hard at the ball. And I thought it was really good captaincy from James Vince.
Excellent. Just adjusting now for the left-handed Burns. Dawson opting to go over the wicket as usual to the left-hander. Still got the same field. The slips moved over. Got one slip, one short extra cover, and one short leg as Dawson's in. Back of a length and whipped straight into the short leg's hands, but on the bounce.
That's kept a little low. I wonder if Dawson, that sort of lower trajectory than the Surrey spinners, perhaps might get a couple to snake along the ground here.
Might just bringing the field in a little bit closer, a little bit more pressure on the Surrey skipper, Rory Burns. As Dawson's in and bowls floats that one up a little bit more, and that's just dribbles into the hands of short cover.
Yeah. We should get one more after this before lunch.
Dawson in again, fielders crouch in. There's a half shout there as that's worked off his pads into the hands of short leg. It's looking good. It is keeping low, isn't it?
It's keeping low,
really
and I
low.
wonder if there's a little bat pad there. It went on the bounce to short leg, but
I think
wonder
it was
if
just an inside edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough time for Burns now as that's in, and that's driven onto the offside. They'll pick up one and come back for a second. That's good running. Burns moves on to 15.
Talking of umpires, you know, things come up on time hop on your phone, and it's 15 years to the day since an umpire at Winchmore Hill gave me out LBW on 99.
You still haven't got over it?
No, I haven't done.
No,
I haven't done.
don't.
No, I haven't.
In straighter ball and just defended. That's the end of the over. Surrey are 18 for naught.
It hit me in the thigh pad, Jim. I mean, I'm just, you know,
I can see the look on your face. You're not over it at all.
I wake up in cold sweats in the night still. You know?
99.
99, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't happy. And got no sympathy of my teammates who bought me a 99 flake in club cricket style, which was half a frothy lager with a Kit Kat finger stuck in the tip. There we go.
Oh,
Right, who are we going to have here at the pavilion end? We're going to have Felix Organ come into the attack. First bowl of the game for Felix. Sydney born, but educated at Camford School, just over the border in Dorset. He actually took a interesting fifer in this fixture back in 2019, as he is about to come in last over before lunch, bowling to Sibley. Sibley plays that out to mid-on. He's got a silly mid-off in, he's got a short leg in, he's got James Vince at slip. Backward points Liam Dawson, mid-off Keith Barker. Just round the corner, he's got a man on the 45. He's got James Fuller at deep backward square. Sibley gets on the front foot and plays that out to Gubbins at mid-wicket, and he's got a mid-on. But Organ took an interesting fifer in this fixture back in 2019 when the umpires said the light was too bad for quick bowling. So they brought Organ on. He picked up a Michelle Pfeiffer. So Sibley just defends that one. He made his debut for Hampshire all the way back in 2017. So he's been around a long time now.
yeah, he's sort of very much in and out and always around. He's batted up the order. He's batted middle order. Comes on to bowl his off spin. He's quite a versatile player.
He's opened in the past.
He has, he has.
That's a little bit short, and Sibley almost punches that into the hands of the man at short leg, who looks like Fletcher Middleton to me. Good to see Hampshire throwing the youngsters in, fielding him close. There you go, get on with it. Morgan in, Sibley lets that one go. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Gemma Green on BBC Radio Solent, BBC London, live on the Hampshire stream and on the earpieces around the ground. As Surrey 18 without loss, no collateral damage yet, just before lunch as Sibley defends that one, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will be lunch. So it's been an interesting morning. 495 for 4 Hampshire resumed on. They motored on to 608 for 6. Ben Brown finished up on 165 not out. Liam Dawson was out for 81. Michael Neser was caught by the substitute Nathan Barnwell for the bowling of Gus Atkinson for just 3. And James Fuller came in and gave it some long handle. So Surrey have then resumed and they're 18 without loss. Rory Burns is on 13, Dominic Sibley's on 5. So Gemma and I are going to go and get a nice little spot of lunch, and we suggest you do 2 back at home, and we'll see you in about 35 minutes or so. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we're coming towards the end of the lunch break on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and the champions and current table toppers at Surrey. And if you were just taking this game in isolation, you would probably wondering, well, who actually is the team who are top of the table and who's the one that only just got out of the relegation zone last week? Because Hampshire have dominated this game from start to finish and continue to do so. The situation at lunch then is that Surrey will resume their second innings on 18 without loss, but they are still 463 runs behind in this game. Rory Burns is 13 not out. Dom Sibley is 5 not out. This morning, Hampshire resumed their first innings on 495 for 4. They led at that stage by 368. The 2 wickets that fell were Liam Dawson for 81 and Michael Neser for 3. Ben Brown was left 165 not out, which is the highest first-class score for him. James Fuller was 34 not out. Those two put on 66 unbroken for the 7th wicket. That left Hampshire with a lead of 481, and Surrey, as I say, have knocked 18 of those off. There are still 5 sessions left in this game, and Surrey will need to bat well. Your commentary team this afternoon, we've increased by 1. Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, is around. So too is Dan Whiting from BBC London, but it's myself, Kevin James, and Hampshire's honorary archivist. Are you still Hampshire's honorary archivist,
No,
Dave
I'm
Allen?
officially, I'm the historian, but I never bothered to... Yeah,
You must have corrected me. I keep saying that.
It's all right.
Right, is Hampshire's honorary historian or historian?
No, just historian, yeah. Well, I don't get paid, but I am...
Honorary.
Yeah, so you could say that. But
Volunteer historian.
Yeah, volunteer
It's Keith
historian.
Barker then to get us underway this afternoon, bowling to Rory Burns, who pushes that out on the onside, and we are underway.
I'm like an old-fashioned amateur in the days before 1963, Kev. That's the thing. You're the pro and I'm the amateur.
And I always feel, Dave, that that's the kind of cricket you've always liked and would like to carry on.
Probably true, mate.
In the days of
probably true.
Professionals and
Yeah.
amateurs.
Well, the first team I ever saw, apart from Hampshire were playing. It was Surrey in their days of their 1 or 2 of their amateurs. PBH May, for instance.
Here's Barker. Oh, he's playing a missing. Pushing forward there, Burns. Just a hint of a bit of seam movement there for Barker. So now, Dave, this game has been, well, notable for what I've just said. The fact that Hampshire have dominated this game. I don't think anybody saw that coming, least of all Surrey. But also, there's been a lot of milestones and a lot of new records set, haven't there, in this game? And we'll try and repeat some of those.
Yeah.
Because there's been a few. Here's Barker. Bowls. Burns is forward up towards mid-off. So should we try and, I'm not sure maybe necessarily chronological order, but the ones that we can think of off the top of our head.
Yeah.
So what have we got to start off with? We can have
2 record partnerships.
There we are.
For a start, yeah. Second wicket. I've got a story about that second one, second wicket one at some point if I get the chance. Right. Second wicket and 5th wicket record partnerships broken for Hampshire against Surrey.
Right. Okay.
So far, yeah.
Sunshine comes out as Barker runs in. Burns plays it up towards mid wicket.
3 centurions in an innings, that only equals Hampshire's record. It's the 14th occasion. I was a bit disappointed when Dawes got out for 80 odd this morning, because if he'd gone on, that would have been the first time ever that we had 4 centurions in an innings, but 3 equals it. And we had something noisy. It's a thing falling over. We had 5 50s, which isn't quite a record. We once had 6 against Derbyshire down here, which I'm grateful to Alex Smith telling me.
Barker and pushes that up to mid-on this time, Lisa Fields.
But there are 1 or 2 others. I'll tell you one that I reckon we're poised for. I hope we are, at least. I've just discovered, through these excellent first-class records between the 2 sides that Surrey produce. I have a thing called the Surrey Research Group, and it's terrific. The best bowling ever on this ground in a match for Hampshire. I'll just break off. Barker bowled.
Yeah, and Burns pushes forward. He goes out on the offside this time. That's the first over after lunch concluded. It was a maiden, 18 without loss, Surrey.
Quite a surprising one, this. 6 for 192 in the match. Best bowling for Hampshire in a match by J.K.E. Schofield in 2002. And The
James
thing
Schofield.
the thing I remember about Schofield is he had a really good game in when we beat the Aussies, which was the year before, I think, and he didn't stay long, but 6 for 192. Well, Kyle Abbott's got, coming into this innings, has got already got a 5 for. Liam's got 3, so one of those might well.
It's not very much, is it?
It's not, is it? No, I mean that's only on this ground. It's not. That's not.
So we're talking what, 23, 24
Yeah,
years? Yeah.
but it's not that remarkable. What else can I don't know. There have been extraordinary. It's probably. Oh, I know what I have been trying to find out, which I think in some ways is more instructive because it's not yet a record as such. I've been checking out. Given that our lead was almost 500, I've been.
Kyle Abbott coming in from the pavilion end, bowling to Dominic Sibley. Sibley leaves alone outside the off stump. Bit of bounce there from Abbott.
It's easy enough to find highest 4th innings totals, teams chasing winning totals and so on and so on. But this is not a 4th innings, of course, it's a 3rd innings. So I've been looking up examples of teams' highest scores against Hampshire in their 2nd innings. And I can only find 3 that are in excess of 500. So if Surrey can't get to 500, we're probably going to win this game.
Abbott then again, right arm over, Sibley's forward.
There is one huge score. Somerset in 2008 at Taunton in their 2nd innings got 654 for 6 declared, which is massive. Otherwise, there's just a couple in just above 500. So Kent got 533 in 2007. Well, again, if Surrey get 533 by tea tomorrow, I suppose it might take longer than that. But assuming they get bowled out for 533, that would leave us only 45 to win or something, and you'd think we'd get there. And then Middlesex 532 for 3 in 1928.
Ooh. Abbott bowls, and again Sibley's well forward.
So I suppose I'm being an optimistic Hampshire commentator, and forgive me if you're listening in London or as a Surrey fan. I'm being an optimistic Hampshire supporter by saying it's very rare in a 2nd innings for a side to reach 500 against Hampshire, and Surrey need either to bat out until the end. I was joking with you one night saying what they need is Hashim Amla at this point.
Yes.
They either need to bat all day tomorrow or they need to get well in excess of 500.
Sunshine back out as Abbott comes into Sibley. Textbook forward defensive out on the offside.
Story about the 2nd wicket partnership, the record 180 by Roy Marshall and Henry Horton in 1961, which is those are names that I can conjure with because 61 was the year that Hampshire first won the county championship. They won 19 matches that year, and it's reasonable, I think, to suggest that of those 19 victories, the only one that they were very lucky to win was that game at the Oval. And I'll explain that in a moment because there was a quirk in the regulations.
Here's Abbott, and again to Sibley, wide of off stump. Sibley leaves alone.
So Surrey batted first, and they got hundreds by Edrich and Barrington. Not a bad pair of batters, that thing. Surrey 356 for 4 declared, and prior to that, Hampshire were bowled out for 190. Loader and Gibson took the wickets. So Hampshire were 166 behind, but Surrey could not enforce the follow-on because there was no follow-on in 1961. It was an experimental regulation that everybody decided very quickly wasn't a very good one.
So it lasted just that season?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Sibley gets a thickish outside edge. It goes to ground though, fielded up backward a point. End of the over from Abbott. We've had 2 maidens to start the afternoon session off with. Surrey will remain on 18 without loss.
So Surrey had this lead of 166, 3-day game of course, and they batted again and made 141 for 2 declared. So in the match they only lost 6 wickets. But they declared, and in those days you would declare and set challenges, but it was fairly early season. They were both hoping to do quite well. They've both been strong sides in the recent past. So they set Hampshire well over, a bit over 300 to win, at which point Roy Marshall made 153, Henry Horton made 84. They had this record 2nd wicket partnership, and Hampshire won the game. So Surrey won't have been best pleased. They won it with 5 down. So Hampshire lost 15 wickets and Surrey lost 6 wickets, but Hampshire won it. As I say, it was the only game in that season where they were really a bit lucky to win.
Barker, left arm over to Burns. Burns gets wrapped on the pad. Goes out behind square on the leg side. So that was until then, a record second wicket partnership for Hampshire against Surrey.
And it was broken yesterday.
With a 201 between Albert and Gubbins yesterday afternoon.
And then Bailey and Sean Irvine set a record in 2017 at the Oval, which again was broken this morning by Dawson and Brown. So 2 record partnerships for Hampshire against Surrey in the same innings.
Actually, I didn't write down that partnership between Dawson and Brown. I'll have a look at that.
I think it was 180 odd. Can't remember.
Yeah, I'll calculate it now, actually. For the benefit of our new listeners, we are into the afternoon session, third over of the afternoon session. Surrey haven't added a run to their lunchtime score. They're 18 without loss in their second innings. They are still 463 runs behind Hampshire. A mammoth task here for Surrey to bat out just over 5 sessions, probably, to save this game, as Barker comes in and bowls, and it's down the leg side, trying to flick that away, stopped by Ben Brown behind the stumps. So it's been a game that has been totally dominated by Hampshire, literally from start to finish, and who would have thought that before the start of play? Surrey looking for their 3rd title in a row and current table toppers, unbeaten this season with 2 draws and 4 wins in a row coming into this game. Hampshire with only their first win last week to get out of the bottom 2, and it's really been it's really been Hampshire that have made all the running. Here's Barker, bowls, and that's cut away by Rory Burns. Lovely shot, through point for 4 runs. First runs of the afternoon, 22 without loss now. Surrey in their second innings trail by 459. Hampshire resumed this morning on 495 for 4, leading by 368. They were out for quick runs. They added 113 for the loss of 2 wickets in just over an hour and 10 minutes. Liam Dawson out for 81 this morning. And Michael Neser sent up the order for quick runs. Didn't last too long, made 3. But James Fuller with a quickfire 34 not out. But the main innings from last night and this morning, as Burns is forward, was wicketkeeper Ben Brown's innings of 165 not out, his highest first class score for either Sussex or Hampshire, and he's playing in his 33rd match for Hampshire and his 190th overall. So he's had a long career as Ben Brown, and he'll be celebrating with his highest ever first class score. Dave Allen.
Mum and Dad were here to see it. I saw them this morning in the exec, so I'm sure they were absolutely delighted.
I saw him very briefly last night, actually, as Barker comes in. There's a little bit of shape to that as he goes through to Ben Brown, left alone by Rory Burns. Burns has 17, Sibley has 5, 22 without loss. I saw him as he was getting in the lift last night, and he was on 99 not out, wasn't he, overnight. And I just said to him, look, good luck for tomorrow, like you would do. But it was interesting last night, wasn't it, because Dawson was facing the last over, and there was a lot of the crowd that were making their way out, but actually were just hanging around, thinking, oh, we'll just wait around for a few minutes and just see Brown get his 100, then we'll go out the gate. But actually Dawson
he couldn't get a single,
literally blocked it. He virtually blocked the last over, and the crowd were going woo woo like that. And Ben Brown said to me, he said, well, it's probably the first time that anybody's got on Liam Dawson's back on this grill, because they love him. It's quite funny.
It was funny.
Here's Keith Barker bowling to Sibley. It's close to the off stump. That's good leave. Come back a fraction as well.
I noticed that they had a conversation after the 4th ball, and I don't know what that conversation, what that would have said, whether Ben would have said, look, don't worry mate, it's all right, just make sure we're both in tomorrow morning, you know, whether he would have said that or whether he'd have said try and push one just square a mid-wicket or something. I don't know. But
it could have been a number of things, but yeah, I must admit my interpretation was, because Dawson played a missed a couple of times in that last over, and I think he might have said, look, don't give it away just because you might want to get me on strike. I don't know. Here comes Abbott again. He said wide of off stump, or wide-ish anyway.
And Abbott, then he hit the first ball this morning for 4. I
know. We didn't have to wait long, did we? We weren't on tender hooks for too long.
No.
One of the other many stats that we've just been running through was that 300s in the Hampshire innings has only been achieved, and this is through Dave, 14 times ever, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And funnily enough, I thought never against Surrey, and then I was wrong about that, because but it's the 3rd time against Surrey, and they're all in quite in the recent past.
Yeah. 2 or 3 years pre-COVID, weren't they? Sibley leaves that line. That's very close. I think that's almost gone over the top of off stump, and that was a very late decision from Dominic Sibley.
But we were also saying, because over in the pavilion and chatting with people generally, that a lot of people keep saying, we always do so badly against Surrey, and I said, well, I think it was only 8 months ago that we beat them here, wasn't it? You know, and I think they forget that because we tend to get stuffed at the Oval every time, that there's this assumption that we're always losing. But actually, I think in 2018 we last lost at home to them.
That's exactly right, June 2018, when Surrey won by an innings.
Yeah.
Here's Abbott in the sunshine, or thick outside edge. Did that carry to James Vince? I don't think it did. Great diving stop. It went very quickly. Now, if you're watching on the live picture feed, we'll get a replay of that. I think we need a replay as well, because that went very fast indeed. So Abbott bowls. Sibley's forward, edged, and yeah, I think it's gone to ground. It's difficult to tell.
It is difficult to tell,
because this is not really bouncing, this pitch. This pitch is being slowing up, slowly but surely, throughout the 2.5 days that we've had. And little bounce now for the bowlers. Sibley's forward, as you'd have to on this wicket right now. I think Hampshire have been fairly lucky really in terms of the conditions. They've exploited the conditions, no doubt about it. When Rory Burns won the toss and elected to bat first.
And they got to 30 odd, didn't they? They were doing all right actually, I think. And Dawes came on very early, came on about 11:30, which I thought was intriguing. He was first change, but I think they got to 30 odd, and
36.
Then, yeah, that's right. And then suddenly,
and then 89 for 4 at lunch.
Neser took that one just before
Bowled
the
James
interval,
Smith right on the stroke of lunch. Dawson got the first 3. Sibley, Pope, and Burns.
Yeah,
but there wasn't a lot of turn really. Abbott bowls. Sibley is pushing forward. This situation is made for Sibley. This might not be vintage Sibley in terms of entertainment-wise, but it might be just what Surrey need. End of the over, another maiden over there for Abbott. He started with 2 overs, 2 maidens after lunch. But this is a used pitch, just to repeat. Not one that's obvious, but it has been used.
Was it a Vipers game?
It was a Vipers game on it at the very least. A T20 game, so not massively used, unless it was used a little bit before that. But I saw the pitch before the game, and I think Hampshire were hoping for a little bit of turn, but there hasn't been much turn really.
It's the usual
held
story
up a fraction, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's the usual story. Things don't happen in the 3rd and 4th days.
I agree.
In the way that you expect pitches to shift.
It never deteriorates, really, does it? As Barker comes in and left alone by Rory Burns. But when Dawson picked up those first 3 wickets on the first morning, everybody thought, oh, here we go. This is going to be, a bit of a turn as spinner's paradise a bit later on. But it never really went like that. We mentioned Neser's wicket on the stroke of lunch first day, and then Kyle Abbott with 5 for 16 straight after lunch. That was when there was the most cloud cover. And I think that's where Hampshire sort of really cashed in, and Abbott certainly did. He had a spell of 3 for 0 at one stage, 5 for 16, 5 for 25, his figures overall, which absolutely ripped the middle order and lower order out of the Surrey innings. I'm not sure they played some of the best shots, as that's played back to Barker. I think they'll admit themselves that 1 or 2 of the shots are a little bit iffy, but I think Surrey are like that, aren't they? I mean, they have an amazing top order. They all have very high career averages. In terms of the numbers. I mean, if you just take Rory Burns here, average is 40. Dom Sibley, average is 39. You go down the 49 or 48, Ollie Pope, he averages 114 against Hampshire alone. They're big numbers, but they certainly didn't play like that.
No.
That's pushed out on the offside, and you would think that the second time around they will knuckle down a little bit.
Hampshire, the advantage for Hampshire in some respects is that they have a fairly varied and pretty full attack here, don't they? I mean, they've got 4 pacemen. Fuller hasn't had a bowl yet, I don't think, in this game.
He hasn't, no.
Organ's only bowled a couple. Well, no, he bowled 1 before lunch, a couple in the first innings. So they've got off-spin, slow left arm. They've got left arm pace, right arm pace, quicker, some sort of medium fast and some quicker than that. So there is a lot of variety.
Here's Barker bowls. That's driven up to mid-on, fairly straight. Good diving stop from Neser. Burns is quite a way down the wicket, but Neser throwing the ball from flat out on the deck. So can't really get directional pace, allowing Burns to turn and get home quite easy.
Good effort.
Dave Vokes, the Hampshire's photographer has just sent me a picture talking about Ben Brown getting 100 straight away this morning. He said he wasn't here yesterday, so he said he was the only on the ground, not hoping that Brown wouldn't have got his 100 last night, 'cause he wouldn't have got it.
Yeah.
But he's got it now.
Got it. Good.
Parker's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. And no run. Sun just disappears in the clouds once more.
I was talking to Dave Vokes the other day about trying to get a photograph of Charlie Knott, the Vipers overseas player, with a piece of memorabilia which actually appears in this year's Wisden, belonging to Charlie Knott, the former Hampshire off spinner, who I noticed in those splendid statistics from Surrey actually has the best bowling figures for Hampshire against Surrey. The old Charlie Knott.
Yes, Mr. Charlie Knott.
Yeah, Mr.
Forward
Charlie,
is Brown,
yes.
former chairman of Spinner, as you say, Dave Allen. Dave is going to take a bit of a break, and alongside him will be Dan Whiting from BBC Radio London. Well, he changes over quickly. Other games going on. There's still rain at Taunton. England women against Pakistan women. There was just under 7 overs played there before the heavens opened, and they've been off for quite a while now. That's the first of the one-day series between those two teams. Other Division 1 scores: Kent are now 217 for 4, replying to Essex's 591 for 7. So Kent trail by 374. Lancashire are 124 for 7, still trailing Warwickshire by 160 on the first innings. And a delayed start today. There was no play on day one between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. Here's Carl Abbott bowling to Sibley, who's forward, back to the bowler, and there's no run. Dan Whiting.
Ah, Kevin, very pleasant lunch again here. Very nice lunch.
You've done well out of the lunches, haven't you? And you've certainly made the most of them.
I certainly have. You don't get to my size without making the least out of your lunches, I tell you. So I'm expecting Dominic Sibley. Over the next day and a half, there'll be more blocks than a game of Jenga, Kevin, I tell you.
Hey, have you been rehearsing that one over lunch, or was that last night, or have you been waiting for that one?
Just came to me in a flash just then.
Absolutely brilliant. Here comes Abbott. All those scores, of course, you can follow on the BBC Sport website and app, including Division 2. Edge, that's gone along the ground into the gap between second slip and gully, and it'll go for 4 runs.
That rain at Taunton, I believe, is of biblical proportions as well, according to my sources. Down in the west, and at Bristol they've just gone off for rain as well. So I think it's coming in from the west, and we could possibly get a little about 5 o'clock. But you know, you told me it was a microclimate here, Kev. So I have faith in you that we're going to be on till 6 o'clock.
Well, I'm hoping there's no rain.
Yeah.
I mean, I could tell in your voice that you got more and more excited. The talk of rain helping Surrey save this game.
Well, maybe, you know, but you know, I'm hoping that.
Here's Abbott to Sibley. Sibley well forward, back to Abbott.
I'm hoping they've got it right, and there's not, you know, like Michael Fish back in 1987 with the hurricane again. You know, so
anything but a hurricane.
Oh,
I don't
we don't
think
want
a
a hurricane.
hurricane would help us up
No,
here.
we don't want a hurricane. No.
And certainly our man Andy Brown, who's painting the Utilita Bowl as we speak, right next to us, I don't think he needs a hurricane either, because that painting looks very delicate.
Yeah.
It's on a lovely easel there, but they're not the most sturdy.
No.
But a hurricane in there now, that painting would be all over the place.
It's fantastic. I mean, if you or I tried that, it would come back, you know, like when the first 11 skipper leaves a scorebook in the rain.
Simply pushes that up to mid-off. Yes.
Scorers don't like that, do they? You know, when you know, they do the scoring in colour, and then the first 11 skipper leaves the scorebook out in the rain, and it comes back looking like an abstract finger painting that your 5-year-old brings back from school.
Yeah, but hey, there's a lot of artists made money out of paintings like that.
Or even better, scorers don't like it when the first 11 skipper loses the scorebook or leaves it in another clubhouse. So
don't do that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's people at home listening in nodding.
Sun comes out a little brighter here as Abbott comes in. I don't think he wants the sun out, Abbott. His best spell in this game in the first innings was when there was full cloud cover. The painting is really coming on nicely, and it is a green. You know, there is a lot of green around here. When you look past the pavilion, the Shane Wall stand and the Colin Ingleby stand at the far end of the ground, there's a lot of trees, a lot of bushes, a lot of grass behind and to the right and the left, and Andy has captured that absolutely perfectly.
Yeah,
it's a very green outfield, and the green paint that he's using is almost identical. Well, in fact, it is identical. It almost could have been taken Picked it up as that's pushed out on the offside. So that painting is coming along nicely. And very, very nice. I love the vibrant colours. Is that what they say in Paintland?
I think so.
Vibrant?
I think so. Yeah. It's got a lovely light to it. I think that's what they say.
It brightens the mood.
It does. It does. Yeah, without a shadow of doubt. Yes.
It's a summer painting.
Yes.
I think that's what they call it, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand sort of artist speak, but it reminds me of people who are wine experts. They say, "Oh, it's got a great nose."
Yeah. You say, what's that?
Yeah. What is that?
But when you go around stately homes, and a lot of those paintings, and I know they're probably hundreds of years old, but they're very dark.
Yeah.
They're very down.
Oh, yeah.
This is completely the opposite.
Yeah.
Completely.
Oh, yeah. It's an uplifting.
Yes.
It's a mood uplifter. Here's Keith Barker coming in from the northern end of the ground, left arm over the wicket to Rory Burns, who defends that, prods it out into the onside. As Fletcher Middleton there does the fielding.
Oh, Barker's getting a warning, is he? I think he is. I think the umpire has just looked at Mr. Vince at second slip and just pointed his finger at him. I don't think it's any accusations other than to say, just to let you know, this is an official warning.
Well, is it? Is he signalling to the other umpire?
Well, maybe he's just saying this is the last one before I give him
final warning.
There was certainly a lot going on, though.
Barker in, Burns clips that one back with a square.
Just let me explain why maybe the umpires are looking at Barker's follow-through more than most.
Go on.
Is because off-spinner Felix Organ will benefit.
Yeah.
And the umpires will know that. They're not silly. We're not silly.
No.
Because we know that.
Yeah.
So this is where they'll know Keith Barker's been around a long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're just saying, look, just make sure you keep out of that danger area.
Yeah, definitely. Bouncer, ducked. One of the umpires here, David Milnes, I interviewed Jack Shantry, the old Worcestershire left armour, a few years ago, and I said to him, is part of the job as a left armour to rough up the wicket? And he said, well, yeah, it is.
Really?
Well, yeah, he was quite honest.
Did he say that?
He was quite honest. He said not to rough it up, but he said is to, in Australia use it with Lyon and Mitchell Stark, don't
But that's
they?
cheating.
Well, yeah, but he also said, I'll come on to it after this ball. Oh, that's a cracking delivery. That's angled in and moves away from Burns, and you have to be a really good player to even get some sort of edge on that. And then he told me that David Milnes, what you do there is you point out an attractive lady in the crowd and he'll go looking away, and then you can scratch away at the pitch till your heart's content.
But that's cheating.
Well, it is cheating, yeah. But
and he admitted to cheating.
Well, I think it's a legitimate tactic. I mean, you were a left armour.
I never went in the danger area.
That's out. Burns has gone, caught by Liam Dawson at first slip. And do you know what? I think the ball before there might have done for Rory Burns. It was an absolute peach, and maybe he's just tentatively prodded at that and hasn't gone right forward, and it's taken the edge, and Liam Dawson takes a good sharp catch, and Hampshire are now making inroads into this Surrey batting lineup.
First wicket of the game for Keith Barker. You're right, he's just found a little bit of shape, hasn't he, in the last few balls, just coming over the wicket to the left-hander and just getting it to straighten. A few balls ago there was a bit of straightness and bounce, and that one has just caught the outside edge. And I'll tell you who will be the most ecstatic about that catch will be Hampshire's first team coach, A.T. Birrell.
Yeah,
because they have done an awful lot of work on their catching behind the stumps over the last couple of years, because they've dropped more than their fair share.
Have they? Yeah.
Last week, in the game against Nottinghamshire, a low-scoring game, a tight game, first morning, caught everything. Brilliant. Behind the stumps, everything. First, by come in the afternoon, dropped 3 or 4. Yeah. And a couple were sitters, one especially.
Yeah.
And it should have cost them the game, because Lyndon James, who went on to get 100 not out, was dropped twice before he got to 35. And that looked like an innings that was going to win them the game on a wicket that was always doing a bit, especially with the new ball.
Yeah.
But Hampshire managed to drag it back. But Aidy Burrell, when he sees catches going down behind the stumps, hates it, absolutely hates it. And I tell you what, there, as that ball was travelling to Dawson, he would have got out of his seat.
Yeah.
And I tell you, he'd be jumping around that's been taken.
And you know who the second most ecstatic was? Dave Allen sitting next to me. I thought he was going to topple over the balcony with excitement there. I thought he was going to go over the side.
We'll put a harness on him.
Yeah,
to make sure.
he needs some reins. You know, like you do on a 2-year-old, putting reins on.
Well, there's the,
Tell you what, if
has been mentioned.
If Pope's out early doors, I'm going to hold him back, Kev. I'm going to hold him back.
Well, Ollie Pope in the first innings made just 15. He tried to hit Dawson over the top, didn't he, in the first morning of the game? Miscued and was caught at deepish mid-on by Barker. And you were saying that he's having one of those seasons at the moment where he's getting starts, but he's not going on.
Yeah, he's been running down the wicket. Now, I don't know whether that's a tactic to try and negate the swing or seam, but so I think Simon Hughes described him as being a little bit frenetic. Anyway, here he is about to face Barker, and that's an inside edge. Hampshire's tails are up here.
Yeah,
Pope's off the mark first ball, but Hampshire's tails are up. The volume has increased considerably, and the crowd here are getting behind the home team.
Yeah, less than 200 runs this season for Ollie Pope, averaging 24 with a top score of 63. You would think normally for him there's 100 in there by now.
Yeah, but you know, maybe this is his moment. You never know. You never know.
Playing his 6th game, so he's played a fair few.
Yeah.
Into this round, we're halfway through the championship season, 7 rounds.
But I mean, that innings in India in the first test, I thought was a really mature innings. I mean, it won the test match, didn't it? It was a match-winning innings, and he was absolutely superb.
Dave Allen's on the prowl, and when he's on the prowl, he usually hands me something which is an amazing stat, and it's on pink paper.
Oh.
Which usually means it's #1 stat. Here comes Abbott as forward is Pope, pushes that up to mid-off. So he says, or he's written, Liam Dawson on 198 catches for Hampshire. That's better than 1 per match.
Oh,
that's very, very interesting. Well, he used to be in the slips an awful lot, didn't he? And then he had a spell out of the slips for a while. But he has taken an amazing amount of catches in the slips. But I can tell you, almost as many as I can remember him taking. He's dropped his shoulder for you, I tell you. He has shoulder for you, but he's very good in there, as we've just seen. Here comes Abbott. Pope, he's got a thick leading edge there. He's trying to work that up the ground. He's spewed out into the covers, all along the ground. Just replaying that shot. Ollie Pope.
I think the key to this match could well be Dominic Sibley. I think Sibley has potential to be the glue that holds this Surrey innings together.
Yeah.
And if Hampshire can get Sibley early doors, I think they'll be cock-a-hoop.
I think you're right. I think you're right. A couple of emails. I've neglected the emails over the last 10-15 minutes. Apologies. Steve, who's in Luton, emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. I'll say this, so Dave Allen's an earshot because he loves this. Anything you can ask, Dave Allen will look it up, and if he can't look it up today, he'll stay up until the early hours of the morning. He does, because he can't sleep. Because he goes over and over in his mind. Short delivery, Sibley's on his toes, pushes out on the offside. Steve says, don't know if this has already been asked today, but is the first innings lead of 481 when batting second the highest Hampshire have had? Oh, Dave's turned away.
Dave doesn't look happy about that one.
No, he doesn't.
No.
I didn't even finish that sentence off, and Dave looked down to the ground and turned away.
He's walked away.
I don't think he could find that. I don't think he could find that out.
No.
Steve, I think you've broken Dave. He says it's a good question.
Steve, you've not only ruined Dave's day, you've ruined his week.
Dave is beaten. Don't often say that, as that's pushed out on the offside. He hasn't even tried, which probably gives an indication as to how difficult that would be.
He's opened the laptop, though. He's opened the laptop.
I told you.
We'll know soon.
He won't let it lie.
No, he won't.
No, he won't. He'll be. I can see it now. He's already phoned home and asked his wife to get the candles out because it's going to be a late one.
I thought they were sort of, setting the tone, setting the ambience for the evening there by getting the candles out,
Yes.
Kevin.
Well, it might start off like that, but it will get very serious afterwards. Outside of the off stump.
Who said romance was dead?
Oh, not in the Dave Allen household, it isn't. 28 for 1, Surrey are here. It's Sibley facing Kyle Abbott. Sibley's on 53 balls he's faced now. Surrey still 453 runs behind. And at the run rate currently of just over 1.5, well, we know the Surrey batters will. They can't resist a few shots here and there, but
No, Pope will
they
play
won't
his
get
shots.
they'll never get in front if they bat until tomorrow.
Pope will play his shots. Smith will play his shots.
They will once they get in.
Yeah.
They won't be able to resist. Abbott in again to Sibley. Sibley works it away down to fine leg. But you're right, Dan. Dominic Sibley, the Hashim Amla of 3 years ago,
Yeah.
could play I'm not sure he could play a similar. I don't think there's anybody on this earth that could have played a similar knock. But all he's got to do is just play deadpan. End of the over, 29 for 1.
Yep, he will. He'll be the ballast here. He'll try and hold it all together. And he's already set his stall out to bat for 5 sessions, which is what he needs to do. 10 off 54 balls, and he's blunting the attack. Already 18 overs have gone. So his job is to take the shine off the new ball. And just once the ball gets a little older on this wicket, it gets a hell of a lot easier to bat on.
Don't look too hard now. Not really. It's
No.
just the situation that doesn't
Yeah.
help. And they will have been told. These guys will have been told after their first innings where they were a little bit. They weren't great.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
I like this tactic from Ben Brown. He's standing up to the wicket, so he's right up to the stumps to Keith Barker to stop Ollie Pope trying to get forward and negating the swing. And okay, yeah, he brings stumpings into it, obviously, as Barker comes in to Pope, who defends. But I think what you also do is you bring LBW into the equation, because the batter is trapped back in his crease. It's not. He doesn't want to get right forward. He doesn't want to walk down the wicket and stop, the ball from swinging. So you do also bring LBW, and I like this as a tactic from Ben Brown.
We're still waiting for our first LBW in this game, aren't we?
We are, yeah.
The umpires seem reluctant.
That's just clipped round the corner, no run. Yeah, it's like Jamal's umpires yesterday, as he said on the email, who gave nothing, I believe.
Eastleigh's second team.
Much to his chagrin.
Yes. He obviously didn't have a problem with it because he emailed us in about it.
Well, I think he probably did have a problem. That's why he emailed us in. Barker from the hotel end ambles in. Pope defends. Yeah, Pope needs to bat and bat and bat, and then bat some more.
Well, he's used to that against Hampshire. I'll mention it again. He
Yeah.
had, until the start of this game, an average of 114 against Hampshire.
I know what you're doing here, Kev. You're trying to put the commentator's curse on it.
Well,
You're putting the mockers on him.
Be nice.
The other thing we don't know, I'll come on to it after this ball from Barker, which is just turned around the corner. He's got that fine, and that's a substitute fielder there. I thought it was a fielder, not really moving towards the ball, and it's a substitute who's just taken it over the rope, and it's gone away for 4 runs. Sorry, surely they should have a bib on or something like that.
Or is it somebody up there waiting to come on, I think?
Yeah, it's a 12th man, I think. And he's just lurking on the other side of the boundary rope. And I thought, why's that fielder not moving towards the ball? Leg slip in now for Pope. Good move again from Vince. Pope leaves that one alone. Sibley leaves that one alone. So, yeah, the other thing to sort of bring into the equation is, how fit is Ben Foakes going to be to bat? We didn't see him on the field at all. Alex Stewart said last night in my interview with him, he will bat if needed. But, it depends how much freedom he's got with his back. Open face there from Sibley. That completes the over. 33 for 1. Rory Burns, the man who's gone. Sibley's on 14. Ollie Pope on 2. But what we could see there, you see, if Folkes doesn't bat, is Cameron Steele up at 6. I mean, they can all bat. Surrey players can all bat.
Dave's got one answer about from Jeff Andrews. Was it Jeff Andrews who was asking? Sorry. No, it was Steve. Sorry. You were saying?
Yeah, so, you know, everyone could shift up one in the batting order. If Folkes can only bat at 7 anyway because he hasn't been on the field. So he can bat no higher than 7 anyway. So you're going to find Cameron Steele up at 6. And yes, Cameron Steele is a good batter. In most county sides he would be a 6. Yeah. But, you know, it's just something else going in the host's favour, isn't it?
You've got a few guys that can interchange, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And you probably wouldn't know. Most sides wouldn't. Well, Surrey wouldn't notice, but
no.
A few other sides it might affect them a bit more, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dan Worrell even at 11, he came in at 11 in the first innings. I mean, I think he could be an 8 in some county sides.
Change of bowling. Abbott's having a break, and it's going to be Felix Organ with his off spin. Funny enough, bowling towards where Keith Barker has been bowling, but here he is from the pavilion end. So he's driving there, Pope, not quite where he was aiming as it goes back to the bowler.
I feel very spiritual here. There's an organ and Pope going on the Sunday. You know, well, it's. I feel like Kevin James is the man to deliver the sermon.
33 for 1. I'm off at the end of the over. I'll just mention this very quickly. As Pope drives, he's looking for that. Again, he's gone back to the bowler. I think he's trying to find the gap on the offside. It was Stephen Luton that was asking the first innings lead of 481 when batting second. Was it the highest Hampshire have ever had? Dave is checking. And the list, and this note he's passed to me says, I am still checking, underlined. He says, but in 1994, he's kept a little low as Pope's on the back foot. At Southampton, Hampshire batted second and led by 453. So not quite big enough, but apparently I played in that one.
Dave's
2 for 18 from 14.
Dave's away there. He's like a dog with a bone.
He's loving it. He's loving it, honestly. He's still on the computer. He hasn't taken his head out of his computer. Pope works that towards mid-wicket and there is no run.
Again, good captaincy from James Vince. He has left the extra cover region open. He's got a short leg and a silly mid-on. And he's left that extra cover region open. So if Pope tries to drive through there, maybe Organ can turn one back through his gate. Really good captaincy.
Comes in Organ. Pope, oh, was a bad bat there, but it bounces short of the short mid-wicket. There's a mid-wicket, short leg. What's Pope going to do? He won't want a field like that for too long. Chris Bruce has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com and says it was definitely a warning from the umpire to Barker. Thank you very much. Organ bowls. Pope's on the back foot, finds the gap on the offside. Should be at least 2. Dawson's after it. 2 it will be, and Pope moves on to 4. End of the over. Dan Whiting will stay on, and then alongside him will be Gemma Green.
Yep, Richard Mantell's been in touch. Somebody who I was just having the odd libation with last night before I was tucked up in bed with a Horlicks and a good book at 9 o'clock last night. You know me, Gemma. You know I like to keep it quite tidy when away from home.
Not quite the story you told me at lunchtime. but
fair enough.
Horlicks wasn't mentioned.
Don't tell anyone. We've only got 30-odd thousand listeners. Don't tell anyone. It can be our secret. So 35 for 1 this morning. Pope's on 4, Sibley on 14. Keith Barker, the man with the wicket, and he's going to continue from this northern end. And good start this for Hampshire.
Yeah, got the breakthrough. Say Dom Sibley's still there, which is the one that can hold an innings together.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1 down. We don't know, like you say, about Folkes whether it's 1 down or 2 down. In theory.
Yeah. Now I think Folkes will bat, but where he comes in the order is a moot point. Here's Barker coming in from the hotel end, and Sibley just nurdles that one into the onside, and they walk a single. 36 for 1. Listening to Dan Whiting, BBC Radio London, Gemma Green, BBC Solent Sport. We're live on the Hampshire stream. We're live in the ground. There's people listening on the earpieces. People are in the western side of the ground listening in. Do give us a wave. You're listening into the commentary. Ah, there's a person there giving us a wave. Hello, 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 hello. Barker coming in around the wicket to Pope, who plays that out to mid-on. Person with a rather fetching pink peaked cap there, by the look of it. Oh, and the family are giving us a wave. Oh, good afternoon to you.
Someone's listening to us.
Someone's listening to us. We've got 3 listeners at least. Good to hear.
If you are sat facing the hotel at the end at the minute, make sure you smile, because the resident painter is filling in the details.
Yeah. Barker over the wicket. Pope just defends that into the offside. Yeah. Been a good crowd down here. I thought the first day was a very good crowd. I think quite a few had come down the M3 from Surrey. The flags are flying there. There's flags from, all over the county. Aldershot Surrey fans. He's right on the border. They should be Hampshire, really, technically, shouldn't they? But hey, Barker in. Pope leaves that one alone. And yeah, the Peter May boys over on the western side there with the flags, the Surrey flags, the champions flags.
You said they go everywhere, didn't you?
They do?
Yep.
Yeah, they do.
Excellent.
Yeah, they're good cricket fans. Proper county cricket fans, and you've got to have a lot of respect for those sorts of people. Spend a lot of time, spend a lot of money following Surrey, and they love it. They absolutely love it. Pope defends. Go away with Hampshire at all? Been around to a few grounds?
I've been around as a spectator to a few.
Yeah.
I've not been too far north. I've not been to Old Trafford.
No.
I've been to Headingley, but not to see Hampshire. But the grounds sort of in the south I've been. Been to.
So your job, you're a cricket analyst, aren't you? Is that your role?
That's my full-time job.
Yeah,
yes.
That's the real job. Yeah. Barker. Rhythmical approach into the crease, and Pope has a little dabble at that and misses it, and a good take there from Ben Brown. So tell me about cricket analysts. I mean, teams use analysts more and more these days, don't they?
Yeah, there's so much data available these days, with obviously all the video footage we have as well, and all the technology that there is available to monitor line length, ball movement, things like that. So much data rich available to teams and commentators and such like. So I work as a broadcast analyst. So we work providing the broadcasters with information to enhance their coverage.
So how does that differ from, say, a team analyst? Because a team analyst would say, right, Ollie Pope's blocked a forward defensive there, wouldn't he? Or they'd look at Fitbits, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, so we have team analysts as well. So it's a different approach, because obviously you're looking from the angle of one team and what's best for them in terms of who they're playing. Felix Organ from the pavilion end comes in and bowls, and that's pushed on the offside, and a cheeky little single taken there. So it's a different perspective, whereas I'll be looking at things that are of interest to a broadcaster and a listener or a viewer. Whereas the team analyst is obviously looking more in depth at matchups and things that are going to enhance that team's.
Okay, so what would you take out of this game with your broadcasting analyst hat on?
Felix in again and pushes forward.
Do you have broadcasting analyst hats? Do you have a?
We don't get given a hat.
Do you not?
No, we should do.
Right. So if you're listening in and you're Gemma's boss, I want you to give her a company hat.
Organ in again to Pope, and that's driven through the gap on the offside, and it's not timed brilliantly, but it's enough to flick over the rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Ollie Pope. Textbook Vintage Ollie Pope. Yeah, so what would you take out of this game? What would you say? I mean, what sort of, I don't exactly know what you do, but
So yeah, we do a lot of stuff, obviously pre the match, a lot of prep work for games coming up and matchups coming up and things like that. As Organ's in again, and there's a little shout there for possible inside edge and flick to leg slip, but dot ball. So we do a lot of prep work, and then on the day of a match, when a commentator, they've obviously got all the knowledge of the crickets, if they'll think of something that might be of interest, and we'll find the data to back that theory up as Pope pushes forward. No
okay,
run.
So when things come up on the screen, for instance, or whatever, when with certain broadcasters, they'll say, oh yeah, this partnership of what's X back in 1992 or whatever. Is that sort of stuff that you're doing?
It can be that sort of stuff as he's in and full, and that's hit Pope on the pads, just dribbles to Vince in the slips for no run. It can be that kind of thing, sort of stats based, or it can be more to do with sort of video analysis. So they might say, oh, this batter looks like he's struggling against a way swing.
Right.
Is that something that he struggled with in the last 12 months, for example? Yeah. And then we'll look that up and see how he's fared against balls swinging away from him or balls turning into him, whatever it is.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you never watched me play, Gemma, because I struggled against the way swing, I struggled against in swing, and I struggled against the straight runs.
I'll tell you what, though, I bet you wish we were there for that when you were on that 99 and you got wrapped on the thigh pad. You wish we had all the technology there.
Oh, I wish DRS was there. It would have saved me. I'd probably nicked off next ball anyway, but it might have saved me. But there you go. There you go. Liam Dawson is going to come in from the hotel end. Bowled beautifully in the first innings. 3 for 21 off 14 with 5 maidens in there. And what he did, he nicked off, he nicked out the Burns, the Sibley, the Pope, the Trinity at the top of the Surrey order. And then that allowed the door to be barged open as that's just turned around the corner for no run. Dawson opened it ajar, and then Kyle Abbott barged through and blitzed the Surrey batting lineup. And they were 127 all out, but it was Dawson who actually put the key in the lock. Here he comes in, just angling in to the legs of Sibley, who will work you all day long.
He's one of those players, isn't he? I mean, he's a huge. There's a huge fan base for Liam Dawson, as there is for any sort of longevity of a player in county cricket. But he just delivers with bat or ball when you need it. Yeah,
and with his hands as well. You saw that catch and slip. It was a sharp chance. Here he comes around the wicket to Pope, who brings his bottom hand into play and whips him through mid-wicket. But there's a fielder out there that looks like. Yeah, it's not James Fuller. James Fuller is extra cover. Who's got the floppy hat on out there? I can't see. Dawson in. Well, what I need is a broadcast analyst to tell me who
looks
would
like
wear.
Organ from side on. But
who would wear a floppy hat on mid-wicket? Is now Felix Organ. There you go. That's the beauty of working with a broadcast analyst. Dawson. Minimalistic approach to the wicket, it has to be said. Liam Dawson just tosses that one up and it's defended into the offside. Vince tinkering with his field regularly. He's now moved Fletcher Middleton into a silly mid-off as Pope just nurdles that one to where Middleton was the ball before, and they'll amble through for the most gentlest of gentle singles. 44 for 1, Pope's on 9, Sibley on 18.
We've got an email in from David Grist. He says, afternoon all, great commentary as always. I'm opposite you in the Shane Warne stand and I haven't moved for the last 39 minutes so that Andy Brown can paint my good side.
Give us a wave, David. Tell us where you are. Give us a wave. Let's see where you are. I can't quite see you. Oh, there he is at the back. There they are at the back. Andy, you've got to get them in now. No pressure, Andy.
Yeah, he's captured your good side. He's given a thumbs up.
Yeah. Yep.
Felix Organ to continue from the pavilion end as he's in. Bowls, and that's driven. Not quite timed, and Keith Barker picks that up for no run.
Message from Sam Dalling, who's a commentator around the circuit. His game finished rather quickly yesterday because he was doing Durham versus Somerset. And he's a man I do a podcast with. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Organ to Sibley, and plays back at that, and it just drops to his feet. You get a bit of excitement from the Hampshire fielders round the bat. No run.
Sam Dalling said, I've listened to 2 minutes of you, and I've heard you talk about blocks and Jenga in the first 2 minutes.
Organ in, and that's defended off the back foot for no run. Got two fielders in close on the leg side to Sibley. One a short leg, one forward of leg, both with the helmets on. And one orthodox first slip as Organ's in and bowls. And that's worked onto the leg side through the two close fielders, but picked up, and there's no run.
And Harry Everett, another man who's a Somerset connection, their game was off, so maybe a few Somerset fans enjoying your 5 lives. I'll go up and down the M5 for cricket matches.
That's punched down the ground, no run.
He went for a Village Cup game at Wemden. Match started at 1:15. He opened the batting, was bowled for naught in the 3rd over, and the game was rained off in the 4th over. Oh, Harry, how's your luck, pal?
Organ in, pitched up, and hits Sibley on the pad, no run. Oh.
Yeah, I've done that as well. I've played in a game that was rained off, I think, in the 3rd over, and opening the batting, I'd already made my way back to the pavilion and taken my pads off. It happens.
That was a maiden over for Felix Organ. Surrey are 44 for 1. Just the loss of captain Rory Burns.
Yeah, big wicket that. Big wicket. Surrey will want to be probably no more than 3 or 4 down by the close of play today, I'd say. Just turned into the onside there by Ollie Pope.
I'm inclined to think that, because my weather app matched yours earlier, saying 4 o'clock was done and dusted. Kev said a little bit different. I'm inclined to think his was right now. What are we, 2:30? It's still looking pretty bright.
I wouldn't trust Kev. I wouldn't trust him with anything, let alone the weather. I wouldn't trust Kevin James with anything, let alone the weather. That's just defended there. No, his that might be right. You don't know. Mine says quite heavy rain, possibly around 5 o'clock. But you know, I bow to Kevin James' local knowledge. Dawson around the wicket, just straying, not bowling the right line here. I think he's sort of looking for the big turn. He's bowling it into leg stump and looking for that rough there, but it's probably the wrong place to be bowling to Dominic Sibley, as no doubt your broadcasting analyst hat would say. Pope drives, only to find extra cover.
It didn't work. What was that test series in the subcontinent? Was it Sri Lanka? Where Sibley just batted and batted, and they were just doing that, and he was just padding away outside the rough. Yeah. Dawson,
Pope, solid in defence there, gets right forward, head over the ball. Fighting here, Ollie Pope. He knows that if he goes and gets a big one, Surrey could go back up the M3 with 8 points for a draw. That's just run off the face there and goes down for a single. Ball fielded there by Toby Albert. Lovely 100 from him in the game. I thought he left the ball particularly well and he had a good attack at him. You know, it's one thing getting your maiden 100 against, you know, maybe some of the attacks in Division 2, but this is a Surrey attack.
Top
You
draw
know,
attack.
of Dan Worrell, Jordan Clark.
And not a lot of notice given for your call-up with Ali Orr injury in the week.
No.
Felix Organ to continue. Ollie Pope on strike, he's on 11. As Organ's in, that's pitched up and there's an inside edge. I don't know how that missed the stumps, but it did, and it's dribbled down to fine leg, where Abbott picks that up and there's a single taken.
And that, ladies and gents, is why it's called the Surrey cut. Yeah. Vince again tinkering with his field. He's got the silly mid on in, he's got the short leg in.
Dom Sibley on strike, he's on 19 off 75. As Organ comes in, bowls, and again pitched up and just worked onto the leg side. There's no run there. Got the two fielders with the lids on there, and Gubbins just behind them.
Yeah. Yeah. Surrey just too short of their 50 here at the moment.
In he comes again, pitched up, and there's a little shout for LBW there, but only really Vince and Ben Brown of any interest.
Yeah,
Soon
Organ.
stifled appeal.
Organ asking questions here.
It's pitching up, isn't it? Nice and full. As he's in again to Sibley. Again pitched up, and this time driven but not timed, leading edged back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah.
So yeah, Felix Organ, like you say, asking more the questions of the two spinners at the minute.
Yeah. There's a big gap at extra cover, which Sibley's aiming for, and James Vince wants him to aim for that, so Organ can spin one through his gate.
And again, nice and straight and full, and that's whipped away onto the leg side. Down to fine leg. Kyle Abbott keeps that down to a single. Brings Ollie Pope back on strike for the final delivery of this over.
Yeah, Organ probing away. Dominic Sibley still playing the tune.
And he's in, and Pope pushes that onto the leg side straight into the body of Fletcher Middleton, who's at short leg. That's the end of the over. Surrey are 49 for 1.
I'm going to make way for Dave Allen, who's going to give us some tabular stats.
Yep, Dave Allen's going to join me. He's been working away since that question came in about the biggest lead, having batted second in Championship cricket. So as soon as he's set up, we'll find out if he's got anything more to add on that subject.
I have. Well, I'm pretty confident I've worked it out. I've looked at all the scores that Hampshire have made over 500, and then all the occasions when they batted second doing so, on the assumption that anything less than 500, we couldn't possibly have had a smaller lead. And the answer is yes. That this is the biggest lead batting second that we've ever had in a county championship match.
Dawson in round the wicket, pitches that up to Sibley, who just pushes that for a dot ball. So it was a great question then.
Yeah, it was a fantastic question. Yeah, and initially I thought, oh goodness, and then I thought, oh no, it's easy. I don't have all the clever software that people on TMS have, but so I have to work my way through scorecards, but that's okay.
Dawson in again, pitches it up, and it's just forward defended for no run.
I found 3 examples that are close enough. The lead today 488. The 3 I found 453. 448 and 423, all since 1990, and therefore, and I think this is quite significant, they were all 4-day games. There was no example from 3-day cricket. You wouldn't go on that long in a 3-day game.
Dawson in again, straight and full, and just pushed onto the offside. That's the fundamental difference between Dave Allen and the rest of us. When he's not on air, he's working away. As soon as I go off air, I go and get a coffee. That's the main difference.
You're right, Jonah, actually, it's true. Yeah. And then I get home and do it again.
Dawson in again, full and straight. Bowling a lot fuller now. He was bowling a little bit back of a length just a minute ago, into trying to find that rough, but he's getting Sibley to play on the front foot. Two slips now. Well, a slip and a very sort of close gully in for Dawson. As they pitched that, there's pushed into the offside. There's no run there.
I was getting a bit worried last night. I will often sit at home, particularly my wife's been watching Chelsea gardening all week because she's very fond of gardening. So I just sit there and read the cricket books and sort of take some interest in it. But
Dawson in again, foot and straight, and just worked onto the offside. You just say the oohs and ahs at the right time.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I've just got a new book. Well, it's an old book actually, but I just got hold of it. It took some while. It's 50 years old, 52 years old, strictly speaking. It's about very, very early cricket, club and village cricket in the 18th century.
Oh.
Quite a classic, really. It lists all sorts of extraordinary games. And I found her this morning reading bits of it and then quizzing me about Hambledon cricket in the 17th, and I thought, goodness me, you're not going to get into it as well. I think we could become a really boring couple if that happened, and we usually have quite a lot of fun. So
Felix Organ to continue. He's in and pitches that up, and that's driven straight to a short extra cover for no run.
You guys were talking about the weather, weren't you? But I would say, just looking at it and with the wind blowing, it doesn't look like rain, even though at the minute it's quite cloudy. It doesn't look like rain to me.
Organ in, and it works inside edge, squirted onto the leg side. Yeah, there's a lot of cloud, but it just looks bright as well. It doesn't have that gloomy, overcast feel.
No, I'd be surprised, but there we are.
So Ollie Pope's on strike. He's on 12. Sibley at the other end on 20. Surrey 49 for 1 as Organ comes in again. Bowls out, that's whipped away onto the leg side. No run. Gubbins there at mid-wicket.
They're having to work harder than in that first innings, which is not the least bit surprising, is it? But thought it was probably going to be the case. But the lead is still huge.
Organ in, pitched up again, and just worked onto the leg side for no run. So both spinners here really pitching the ball up, getting the batters to play off the front foot, and they're just pushing it for dot balls at the minute. Surrey won't mind that. Their main task at the moment is to not lose another wicket anytime soon, as Organ's in again, and that's flicked away onto the leg side, just backward of square, and that will be a single. Brings up Surrey's 50.
I always wonder in these situations, because I mean, my experiences of playing Hampshire League cricket, 45 overs are probably a maximum I've ever played. What the psychology is, the extent to which players relish this kind of battle.
Organ in, and there's not.
Oh, he's out.
He's given.
Yes.
Sibley's pushed forward at that, and it popped up to short leg, who took the catch, and there was little hesitation, as we didn't know if it come off the pad or the bat, but it's given by the umpire. We're just looking at the replay now. Little inside edge,
and he went straight away, didn't he?
He did.
He just looked at the pitch and walked. So there was no shaking of the head from Sibley. What an important wicket
that's
that
a
is.
huge wicket.
Really is important, because he was going to be the guy, if anybody was, just to dig in, which is not to say some of the others are not going to play good innings.
Yeah, he was caught by Fletcher Middleton, 20 off 86, so he's put in a really good stint there, but not been able to continue the job as Hampshire get the second breakthrough of this third innings.
I tend to, it's almost like Groundhog Day for me now, but I tend to go on and on and on about the fact that Felix Organ has a strike rate in all first-class cricket. If you're looking at everybody's statistics, in all first-class cricket, he has a better strike rate than any Hampshire spinner since Charlie Llewellyn 110 years ago. He has a better first-class strike rate than Shane Warne. It's just extraordinary. And you don't look at him and think, this is a guy that nobody can... He's not bowling wrist spin, there's no mystery to it, but he just keeps taking wickets. He just knocks people over. I mean, today, he's taken, what's he bowled there? 6 overs. So he's taken a wicket in 36 balls. His strike rate is I think, late 40s. Can't quite remember. About 50 maybe. So again, he's improved it today.
Yep.
It's extraordinary. Really remarkable record. It's quite significantly better than Liam, who's in the form of his life now, but they just get him on. And the other funny thing, Gemma, about it is that I was just talking to Kevin Jones about it and saying, I do keep praising his strike rate, but I wonder, like at Trent Bridge last week, whether actually a lot of it is to do with him coming on late and knocking over the tail. But he's not done that here. He's got rid of Sibley, who's a very important wicket. So. Yeah,
And that wicket of Sibley brings, I think it's Smith to the crease. Just have that confirmed on the scoreboard in a moment.
Yeah, I don't. Is that Smith? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is shown.
It's come up on the board now.
Yeah.
It is Jamie Smith. So that was the end of the over as well. So Surrey 50 for 2. We said Felix Organ 1 wicket for 10 off his 6 overs so far as Dawson's round the wicket. And there's immediately play and miss there. There's a little bit of split and turn there. Straight into Brown's gloves and he whips the bails off. Batter wasn't moved, but that's going to keep Liam interested.
There's just enough happening suddenly, isn't there, that you just think, okay.
It was keeping so low earlier, but that did spit.
Yeah.
And he comes in again, and this time he's flicked it to onto leg side. Keith Barker picks that up at square leg for a single. Yeah, the Surrey batters won't be wanting to see that as they've just lost the big wicket of Sibley. They don't want the ball to start doing things like that. 2 slips in, well, that's again that slip in that close gully. As Dawson's in, pitches up and push back to him for no run.
Nobody out either. It's interesting. It's a field. It's a one-saving field apart from those 2 close men, but they're not tempted at the minute to go over the top. Not tempted to take the attack to the Hampshire spinners.
Dawson in, and that's driven off the back foot for no run. That's what you always talk about, don't you, in red ball cricket, the ebbs and flows and everything. It was only an hour and a half ago, whenever it was that Hampshire declared that Surrey had every fielder on the boundary. You look out there and there's no one around the umpire, everyone's out, and now we've got almost the opposite. Everyone in the what would be the ring in white ball cricket. As Dawson bowls that full and straight, and it's just pushed onto the offside for no run. Dawson coming in again, getting through these overs quickly, these spinners. As he's in, bowls, that's on leg stump and just defended away for no run.
I mentioned earlier about Liam Dawson approaching 200 catches for Hampshire. He's got more than that in all first class, but and at better than won a match. I don't know how much of an impression that makes on people, but they're probably only about a dozen significant Hampshire players who've played a reasonable amount of cricket. There's only about a dozen at most who have taken 1 catch a match. Gordon Greenwich and Barry Richards, always praised as a great opening partnership, but they did it. They were also wonderful slippers.
I guess you're not talking about, you excluded wicket keepers.
Yes, I am, yes, sure.
Organ in, and that's driven onto the offside, no run.
It gets confusing occasionally because you get somebody like the great all-rounder George Brown from the 1920s, and before that, who kept wicket sometimes and fielded sometimes, and as a wicket keeper, he kept wicket for England in an Ashes series.
Organ in, and that's cut away just in front of square. That will go all the way. It will be 4 runs to Ollie Pope, who will move on to 18.
Gave it a bit of width there, Organ, didn't he? Probably not deliberately, I suspect.
So I guess going back in the data, you can't always differentiate. I mean, if they kept wicket necessarily, it's not always documented.
It's difficult because the odd thing was he kept wicket for England in a series when he wasn't the main Hampshire wicketkeeper. And in fact, not only that, but he actually took... let's see this ball.
Organ into Pope again. It's a little bit straighter, just outside off stump and forward defence. No
George Brown actually, Walter Livesey was the main wicketkeeper in the 1920s for Hampshire, but George Brown kept wicket for England, but he took 600 plus wickets for Hampshire as a fast bowler, as well as being a wicketkeeper. So.
Organ in, that's dropped a little bit shorter, and that's flicked and well timed, but stopped unbeknowingly by Fletcher Middleton as it hit his midriff at short leg.
Fletcher Middleton is a good close fielder in those suicide positions. He seems to me to do very well there.
Does, as Organ's in again, and that's turned just onto the leg side, fielded off his own bowling.
He certainly looks as if he's trying to give it a serious tweak. Whether it is turning much, I can't see, to be honest.
Yeah, we can't really tell him. He's bowling quite full, so it's hard to tell from this angle, but definitely bowling wisely as that's driven to the offside for no run. That ends the over. Surrey 55 for 2. Pope is on 18, and Jamie Smith new at the crease after the wicket of Sibley, and he's on yet to score. I just saw an update there on the catcher. We said it was Middleton, which came on the scoreboard initially. It's been corrected now to Albert.
Oh, okay.
There are two men there under the lid,
Right.
and it was the other one. It was Albert. So
Well,
give him the credit for the catch.
Well done, Toby. I wonder who's man of the match in this game. There've been a few. I'll tell you what, it's not a Surrey player at the minute, but there've been a few terrific performances.
Dawson in, just back with defence to the offside for no run.
Did you get to see Toby Albert yesterday?
I was watching
innings?
on the stream. Yeah.
I'm really impressed. I mean, I was up having a bit of a party yesterday with Chris Wood, but really impressed by Toby Albert's innings.
Dawson around the wicket. That's on the pads. It's on leg stump. There's an appeal there, but it's half-hearted at best, really, as it looked like it was going down leg.
Ben Brown and nobody else, and in fact he hadn't even given a leg by, so
No.
I think that was probably not out. Yeah, I was at the Members' Day yesterday over at the other side of the ground, up on top of the Shane Warne stand, and we had
It's
Chris
his
Wood.
benefit year, isn't it? Is it his benefit year?
Yes, that's right. Although strictly speaking, it's called a testimonial this year.
Oh, okay.
And
Dawson in full and driven into the hands of Gubbins.
I did inquire about that, and it's for tax purposes.
Okay.
I remember when there was a time when benefits were tax-free, and the government caught up with them. And
Dawson in for defend, no run.
I know nothing about economics, but somebody clearly got hold of them and said, right, call them testimonials and you make more from it. I don't know how, but that was the deal.
I
Apparently.
apologise. It's a testimonial, definitely not a benefit year.
But it was a lovely day.
Dawson to Pope, full and driven
Ooh.
and plain miss, outside off stump. With Ben Brown obviously up to the stumps for the spinners.
I was saying to you earlier that I don't do ball-by-ball commentary anymore because my eyes from this distance and height are not that reliable. So I could see there that he kind of played and missed. I thought I could, but I didn't see. But Brown took the bails off, didn't he?
He did. There's Dawson's in again, and this time he does drive it full, but not timed and driven just to cover for a dot ball. End of the over. Surrey 56 for 2. Pope on 18. Smith on 1. Spinners operating at the minute. Dawson is 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 11. And as I was about to read out organs, the scoreboard flicked.
Yeah.
So I just feel some time.
And that was really funny, Gemma, because I was about to look at the are we okay with the over rate? And again, the same thing happened. Whoosh, off it went. And now we've got the partnerships up. And now, here you are.
Here we go. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14, and he's got ball in hand about to bowl his 8th. How much we rely on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
As Organ comes in, bowls, and Smith just defends that off the back foot.
Well, they are funny things, modern scoreboards, because they do switch about like that, and they don't always tell you what you want. They have lots of information. Sometimes the thing I love is that you know which ball of the over you're on, which you didn't used to with the old-fashioned ones.
Organ in again. This is driven. That's driven well into that big gap we've had through extra cover. Most of Organ's spell tempting the batters to drive there, and Smith's done just that to bring up his first boundary.
That was a little like that ball in the previous over that was wide of off stump, and whether he's putting it there, is he putting it there partly because Keith Barker has bowled that, so he's trying to hit some footmarks there? Is he just straying somewhat in line? They've certainly cashed in on those balls, so I think it's not the best thing to be doing.
They have, as he comes in again. That is a little bit straighter, and Smith played backward to that. Organ had a little hopeful appeal to the umpire, but not confirmed by any of his teammates. I don't know if they're putting it out there. Obviously, they're tempting. There's a huge gap there to drive through that extra cover region. As he comes in again, that is straighter. So I don't know if they're trying to get him to tempt him to drive through. They're thinking it's going to turn a little bit more.
Yeah.
But we say we can't quite see that from this end.
Barker's been warned about running on the pitch, so there certainly are footmarks for Organ to bowl into.
Organ again pitched up and pushed onto that offside for no run.
And, well, actually, I was about to say he's also got an old-fashioned silly mid on and a short leg, so which suggests that the ball is turning, but actually he's now changed and he's got a silly point and a short leg.
He's in and bowls and just defended into the hands of that silly point for no run. End of the over. Surrey are 60 for 2.
Whether that's because they know something about Jamie Smith and the way he plays, I don't know. I haven't seen enough of him to comment, but Vince just had an idea there. Pulled that guy across, and now he marches off to first slip.
Dawson to continue from this hotel end. Same field that we've had for Pope, who's on 18. Dawson in round the wicket, pitched up and driven off middle stump through mid wicket. There's a chase on, and Michael Neser gets there to cut that off for 2 runs.
He's I've seen very little of, well, I haven't seen anything of Michael Neser before this game, to be honest with you, but he's looked quite lively in the field, bowled a useful pace, and didn't really get a chance at the bat, did he? Did what he was sent in to do at that point, which get on with it, but he got out as a consequence.
Dawson in full and straight and defended back to him for no run.
As I understand it, though, we will see him for the first half of the T20, is that right?
I think that was what he was saying,
and then the new man from South Africa, whose name I've forgotten, I'm sorry to say, will arrive.
Dawson in again, full and straight, and just blocked by Pope.
Deep shadow goes across the ground. I think I might have finished my spell in a moment, have I think we both have, is that right? Is it a double change?
As he's full and straight and just pushed onto the offside. Gubbins picks up and there's no run there.
I'll depart now and let you work out the.
So Pope on 20 or 47 as Dawson's at the top of his mark, ready to bowl again. In past the stumps, bowls full and driven into the offside, but again with no real venom, and that's another dot ball.
Yeah, 2 of the Surrey youngsters here, Pope and Smith, both pretty players, both pleasing. Hello, Gemma. Hello, Gemma.
I didn't know you were there, and I just heard your voice in the air. As he pitches that up, and that's driven an outside edge down to short third man, and they come through for a single. He sneaked in, it's so surreptitious.
I hope I didn't give you the creeps there. Anyway, Kevin James is going to come on for Gemma Green. The Surrey are 63 for 2. Ollie Pope's got 21 of those 63. Jamie Smith's got 5. Both very attractive players, as I just said, and it's the spin twins for Hampshire. Dawson twirling his left armers, and Felix Organ with his off spin. Welcome back, Kevin James.
Thank you, Dan Whiting.
Yes. Yeah.
We remembered our names, which is good.
We have. At our age, that's always a bonus. There's Felix Organ coming in over the wicket. Pope going back to that. And Kevin, we've worked with a number of third voices here, and I've been very impressed with the quality of the third voices. Gemma's been fantastic. Stanley, Marissa yesterday, Anthony Clapham on Friday. Oh, and that's just Pope down on one knee, got very low there, and you've got like a little stable going on here in horse racing terms. Yeah, in horse racing terms, you're building a little stable of commentators. That's bowled Pope through the gate. Organ gets a spin through his gate, and that's the classic off spinner's dismissal. Ollie Pope goes for 21.
I tell you what, there can't have been much of a gap there. If you're watching the live picture feed, look at this. Here comes Felix Organ.
Inside edge? No, just straight through the gate. That's big turn.
There was turn, and there was a gap.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope, there was a gap between bat and pad. He did get a big stride in. He tried to smother it, but almost tried to cover it too much. I mean, here we go again. Just watch that, and there's a gap.
Yeah.
It's out of the bowler's rough. Always difficult, but there's a gap.
Yeah, there is a gap. There's a gate. Not a big gate, but a gate big enough for a ball to get through, and that's all it needs. You know, we saw some in the first innings. I think we saw, I can't remember who it was, but we saw, I can't remember which Surrey batter it was who didn't leave so much of a gate, more of a portcullis, shall we say. And
was it when Abbott? Was it when Abbott was bowling?
Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but that was Pope not leaving a lot, but big enough. And into the crease comes Ben Folkes.
Wow.
So, yeah, he can bat at 6. So, actually, he's batting at 5. I didn't think he could bat at 5 if he'd been off.
I think I'm the worst one. I always say this before anything like this, but I think because it was an injury in the game.
Yeah, that comes into it.
Yeah,
that does come into it.
Rather than an external injury.
Yeah, I think it might be maybe more of a regulation than a law, perhaps, as well. So, but this is poised interestingly now, because I said Surrey won't want to be more than 3 or 4 down by the end of the day. There's 42 overs left in the day, and they're already 3 down. Surrey need to guts this one out, and Vince has the close fielders there, hovering like vultures, waiting to pick off. As Folkes defends that, waiting to pick off the ailing wildebeest at the back of the pack.
Oh, it's very difficult out there, you know, with the bowler's footmarks, as Ollie Pope has just found it. Very, very difficult indeed.
Yeah, that first morning might come back to haunt Surrey here, as that's played out to mid-on. But as we were saying before, you're building a commentary stable here, and I find it really interesting. You've got Melissa Story, who's been named ECB Broadcaster of the Year. She's as Folkes defends that and is hobbling around with that back. That completes the over. But Melissa's part of, you know, she was probably the first one, wasn't she, that you sort of have brought through? Or
Emily Windsor.
Emily Windsor was the first one. But, you know, I think what you're doing here is absolutely fantastic. And, you know, I think commentary needs more and more diversity. It needs more and more sort of different styles, different voices. And, you know, some of the guys have been around a long time, and there's a lot to be said for the familiarity as well, and people getting to know people. But I think it also needs some fresh impetus as well.
Yeah, well, that's very kind of you to say, Dan. It's it is sort of slightly unique here, you know, in terms of having the same different voices. Dawson bowls, forward is Smith. Plays that back to Dawson, and I'd like to think that, you know, you're right, the familiarity. Oh yeah, I've been around for too long, obviously, but balancing that out is obviously commentators like yourself coming in, you know, game by game, and that's different, which is nice. And you've been great, to be fair. That's pushed up to mid on, and there's no run. But you know, the Gemmers, you're right, and Anthony and Stanley for this game, and the others we mentioned. There's others as well, 1 or 2 others that you know, we haven't had recently. There'll be 1 or 2 more as well coming up over the next.
Not forgetting Dave Allen.
Dave Allen. Well, this is the thing. I mean, you know, Dave. No, this is no, and I've said this to Dave many times, so he's heard this before. This is pushed up to mid on, and he's perked his ears up now, and he's standing almost right next to us as I say this. So we choose my words very carefully.
Do you know, silly mid off is closer to Ben Folkes than Dave Allen is to me.
But you know, there is a balance as well, and you know, there are a lot of listeners and watchers and what have you that, you know, can't get to the grounds for whatever reason. And not just those, as that's driven up to mid on and mid off, but you know, for whatever reason. But you know, Dave has his own niche as well.
Yeah.
As much as everybody else we've talked about has their sort of areas,
Yeah.
Dave has as well, and I think that's really important because a lot of people relate to Dave in terms of his thinking of the game. And off the back foot is Smith, pushes it out into the covers. He has great knowledge in terms of stats, and he has a great memory. He might not think he has, but he does. And I hope my memory is half as good as that when I'm his age. In that he can recall lots of stuff. Doesn't matter what era, push back to the bowler, because if something happens now, he can sort of like contextualize that into what maybe happened in a bygone era, and that gives a greater meaning to what's happening currently for me, and I think for a lot of people as well. So you get that balance as well. And also I rely on Dave so much, because if there's big partnerships or if there's some sort of 300s in innings, I don't know how many times it's been done, and Dave can either instantly or within a very short space of time provide that. So he can do that when he's here. He sometimes does it when he's not here, and I think that for me that's invaluable. I think for all those people we've mentioned, and there are others as well, Charlotte Taylor that you won't have worked with yet, who's up and coming as well.
Organ to Folks, who just rides the bounce there.
Everybody has their own part to play here, and I think that's really important. They all bring something different to the table.
Yeah, that's crucial, I think, in commentary.
Yeah, and it's great.
I think it's crucial. Anyway, here's Organ. Folks just works that one through square leg, and they'll pick up an easy single.
And Dave comes out with stuff that I would never know. Like earlier when he was on, and he said there was a year in 1961 where the follow-on rule was abolished. For a year. Now, I would never have known that.
Yeah.
I think most people listening and watching would never have known that. It's a lovely little snippet to know that things like that were actually tried.
Yeah. I'm sure that's just played back to the bowler. I'm sure Dave will wax lyrical about, because we get players moving counties, Ben Brown being one of them, who's come over from Sussex, and, back in 1964, Tom Graveney went from Gloucestershire to Worcestershire, as again that's just defended, and was stopped from playing for a year.
That's what used to happen, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Can you
stopped
imagine
from
that?
playing for a year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
anybody that moved counties, which they hardly ever did.
Yeah.
People listening to this, some of them will say, "What?"
Yeah. Defended again.
It's restraint of trade, isn't it?
Now it would be, it goes against EU constitution and all that sort of stuff and whatever, but
Anything you'd like to quote from that?
not really, no. No, not really. One must leave one's field fallow for a year, that sort of stuff. Kevin James on his estate down the road has to leave 2. It's that big.
I wish.
Kevin James was actually late this morning because he had issues with his drawbridge over his moat. The motor wasn't working on the drawbridge over his moat in his country estate down here.
Mate, I wish. My house is frighteningly small, and my garden even smaller, so there's nothing like that, I can assure you.
That completes the over. Surrey, they're 64 for 3. The deficit is still over 400. And Surrey facing an uphill battle here to try and save this game, because at the moment they're going back up the M3 with just 1 point.
Yeah, it's been a tough game from start to finish, that's for sure. I loved the reaction from Felix Organ when he got Ollie Pope out. He loved that delivery. He loved getting Ollie Pope out. It was a wonderful moment to see him celebrate that. There's nothing better than when a cricketer's probably, at their most happiest, and he certainly was there. Here's Dawson, because believe me, they can be the other way as well, as that's pushed out on the offside, and that's what the game does to you.
But I remember seeing Imran Tahir once, I think it was a game in the 100 where at Edgbaston he's got a wicket and he's done about 3 laps of the pitch, went halfway to the ball ring and back, and he loved the
miles away,
celebration.
didn't he?
Yeah.
Samit Patel was another one. He's pushed into the ground, 3 men around the bat.
Yeah, Samit liked one. Dylan Pennington last year, there was a game, Gloucestershire versus Worcestershire. Pennington has thrown the ball at Jack Taylor. He's been docked 5 penalty runs.
Really? Here's Dawson again. It's a nice shot off the back foot by Folks, but finds the fielder.
There's 2 wickets left in the game, and there's about half an hour to go. Very next ball, he's bowled Taylor off an inside edge, and he's gone away doing big aeroplane celebrations all around Cheltenham.
Lovely.
Yeah, one of those moments.
Dawson again round the wicket to focuses on the back foot. Keeps a little low. He looks a little bit uncomfortable after
He
playing
does
that
look
shot,
a little
doesn't
bit. Yeah, he's not moving freely. It has to be said. He wears a corset when he keeps anyway. Apparently he's been plagued by back problems throughout his career.
It's not good. There's nothing worse. Bad back, shoulders, knees. They're a sports person's worst nightmare. You can see there pushing forward. He doesn't look particularly comfortable in the crease.
Both these two are wicket keepers. They're both quite tall for wicket keepers, and you wonder if that exacerbates their back issues.
Yeah. Well, you hope that he's not going to be plagued with it for too long. He's 31 years of age. I think he doesn't want to be thinking about, oh, that's it. No, he's pushed that into the ground.
He can hardly move that front foot forward, can he?
No. I think he's just out there just to bat out time.
Yeah.
Maiden over for Liam Dawson, 9 overs, none for 14.
But I tell you what, he's being brave. A lot of people will say, well, you know, I'm going to think about my England place here. But he's putting Surrey first. He's getting out there and he's doing a job. And he's putting himself through the pain barrier. Fair play, Ben Folkes.
Certainly is. I'm interested in the running between the wickets. I hope he's a little bit more mobile than he looks.
Just looking here, I hasten to add that game when Pennington bowled Jack Taylor, it was for 98 as well. There was a lot of needle going on out there, it had to be said. Oh, we love it. We love it.
That's what the game's all about. You need a little bit of that.
It was the worst sledger. I mean, are you allowed to kiss and tell, Kev? He used to give you verbals.
Oh, quite a few people. Ian Botham.
Did he?
Yeah,
Did he?
Once he did, yeah.
Yeah. Organ. It's Smith who defends that back to him.
Yeah, I mean, there would have been a few, but the thing is with county cricket that the umpires do step in.
Yeah.
And you don't want to get a reputation for doing it, because then the umpires get fed up with you and then shot.
That's a glorious shot from Jamie Smith. That's his trademark there, through the covers, all along the carpet, 4 runs.
I just found that if the umpires would tend to step in, I don't know what happens now. I think they're probably very similar now, but in those days, yeah, they would very quickly try and stamp it out. So it was very difficult to be a constant sledger. I wasn't, for sure.
Adrian Jones, he was a...
Yeah, there's a difference between...
a chunterer,
yeah.
more. Defended there by Smith.
Sussex and Somerset bowler, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a few that would, say the odd thing on that, but I think as long as it didn't get out of hand, yeah.
Yeah, I think Jones' Sussex career went downhill somewhat. Oh, that's bowled him. Organ strikes again. Pegs back Jamie Smith's off stump, and that could well be the beginning of the end for Surrey.
Wow, another big wicket, and another big wicket for Felix Organ. He has that knack, does Felix Organ. I think there was a stat a little while ago, Dave produced it. Just watching this at the replay first before I just come to that, but that's pitching in the rough, isn't it? And he's very far back on the crease.
Yeah.
Now, he probably saw Ollie Pope.
Is that an
before
odd
him.
ball? Yeah.
Well, it's just more that he's not really giving himself much of a chance, because once that ball pitches in the bowler's rough at this stage of the game, you'd know this. But if it's pitching in the rough, it's a matter of either getting right forward and you go right forward, or you get right back to give yourself a chance. Now, Ollie Pope pushed forward and then sort of actually pushed a little bit further, probably did a little too much, left a gap, blah blah blah. Now, I don't know if Jamie Smith thought, well, hang on a minute, that's not good, maybe I'm going to try and play it off the pitch. But what's happened there is, if it pitches in the rough, it's a little bit unpredictable, isn't it, out the rough? Let's be honest. It's not a massive turner, it's not massively bouncing, but there is enough deviations out of the rough that you're never sure how that ball's coming at you once it's pitched. If that ball is pitched quite close to you, even though you are right back, you've got very little time to react.
Yeah. Good captaincy as well, though, by James Vince. He's got men around the bat, which stops people from getting right forward and smothering it, because you don't want the little inside edge onto the pad, and he's just planting the seed of doubt into the batters' minds. Good captaincy.
That's 2 wickets for 5 runs there.
Yeah, Organ. Dan Lawrence reverse sweeps first ball, and Liam Dawson ran the wrong way there. I'm not sure he picked that up because he ran. If he'd have stayed where he was, I think the ball would have gone straight to him, but he shot off to his left and the ball goes away for 4. And Dan Lawrence, I think, means business here. And I'll tell you what, these are 2 England players here. This game's not all over yet.
Well, there's 2 ways of playing this. I mean, we've seen batters try to tough it out and it's not worked.
No.
Now, maybe Dan Lawrence might be trying a different tactic.
Here he is, whack, swept. 1 reverse sweep, 1 conventional sweep. Both go for 4 runs. Dan Lawrence, 8 off 2 balls. Here we go.
Well, and it's probably the right way to play at the moment, because we've seen Ollie Pope, we've seen Jamie Smith trying to tough it out on Sibley, and it hasn't worked.
Yeah. And do you prod it out and with men round the bat, or is it, are you waiting for the inevitable there, or do you try and remove those men from around the bat and remove Felix Organ out the attack by blasting him away? We'll let Dave Allen come on and discuss that.
Thank you very much, Dan. So 3 for 31 from 11 overs, Felix Organ. I think Dave might explain that stat better than me, but there was a stat a little while ago that I think Felix Organ's strike rate was pretty high. Dave, in what context as Liam Dawson comes in outside the off stump, left alone by folks? Welcome back, by the way.
It's extremely, thank you, it's extremely high. If you compare it, I don't have strike rates specifically for Hampshire careers, and in some cases that is significant.
Dawson bowls to Folkes. Folkes is on the back foot, plays it into the ground.
If I tell you that Sean Udall, fellow off-spinner, previous off-spinner at Hampshire, Sean Udall strike rate is a wicket every 65 balls, 66 balls actually, to round it off.
There's Dawson again, runs away from us, Folkes is forward.
And before today, Felix Organ has a wicket every 46. So he gets wickets 20 balls more often than Sean Udall did through his first-class career. It's extraordinary,
It
really.
is, isn't it?
And actually his first-class record is better than Shane Warne's, who's about 56.
Incredible. Dawson flights that one up. Very full as Folkes stabs on that one.
Now, in fairness, Shane Warne's includes Test cricket, so it's going to be different. But there's almost nobody to compare with Felix Organ, bowling slow, bowling spin, in the last 100 years.
Absolutely incredible as Dawson bowls. Forward is Folkes. Still 3 men around the bat. Fletcher Middleton at silly mid-off. The gully is, I'm not quite sure who's at gully. Vince is at first slip. Dawson in again, bowls. Folkes again is forward. Great stuff this from Hampshire. There's just enough in that pitch for the spinners. Not too much maybe for Dawson bowling to the right-handers. He's having to bowl it fairly straight. There's not too much there for him at the moment, but Felix Organ with the right-handers is finding that rough outside off stump, turning it back into the bat. It's the line that he wants to bowl, and at the moment it's proving very very good for him. Joe, who's on the ground, has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Felix Organ not bothered by the umpires not giving LBWs in this game. That's right. 2 bowls and 1 called Fletcher Middleton. Short leg. He's Felix Organ again then. He wouldn't rule out another wicket in this over the way he's bowling. Down the wicket comes Lawrence, and he's hoisted him over mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 runs. So the first 3 balls that Dan Lawrence has faced off Felix Organ have been bang, bang, bang. Boundaries every time. He used his feet this time. So this might produce a response. There's still a big gap between these 2 sides. They're still 401 runs behind, so maybe at the moment Vince won't be too worried. But Dan Lawrence, I think, has signalled his intent. It may be, as some batters do, they play very positively early on, get the field out, and then sort of sort of tone it down a bit. We'll have to wait and see what Dan Lawrence decides to do, but at the moment we know exactly what he wants to do. Here's Organ, bowls to Lawrence, slog sweep outside the off stump, and there is a fielder down there at backward of square leg who makes a meal of that a little bit. James Fuller looked like it was going straight out, he somehow managed to lie on the ground fielding it. So 81 for 4. I don't think Folks can play that way, even if he wanted to, because I don't think his back's going to allow him.
I've got huge sympathy for him because I've had a dodgy back for some time, and
Have you?
it's not fun really. Yeah, but yeah, it's fascinating really. I mean, Felix Organ is going at twice the run rate that Liam Dawson's going at, but he's taking the wickets, so it's probably a good combination really.
81 for 4 then. There's 4 men around the bat. Folks gets wrapped on the pad. No doubt, says the umpire. I don't know, there was a little bit of bat on that one. He was on the back foot there. Again, just watching the replay of this one. Didn't feel as though there was a chance there. It may just have hit him outside the line. I don't know actually. Maybe high, maybe high. Here's Organ again. Folks is on the back foot. It keeps a little low. He really does look in pain, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. I mean, he struggled just to play that in a normal way, yeah. Yeah.
Felix Organ again. To Folks. Folks just prods that into the ground, fielded by Fletcher Middleton at short leg. I mean, if Folks is in this much pain, it does make you wonder why he came out when he did, because I'm not sure how much he can run. I'm not sure how much he's going to score runs here. Because just using up time, although he does use his feet there a little bit, works it up to mid-on. That'll be the end of the over. 5 runs off that Felix Organ over. He has 3 for 36 after 12. Dawson yet to take a wicket, 10 overs, none for 14. Surrey at 81 for 4. Lawrence has 13. Folks has 1, and Surrey are exactly 400 runs away from making Hampshire bat again. They are really struggling here at 81 for 4 on this pitch, giving the spinners a little bit of help. Organ more than Dawson.
Got a possible scenario, which is that, as you say, 400 the difference still. Well, Hampshire's biggest ever innings victory came last year against Northampton.
Sure. On this ground, I think, if I remember rightly, was it? I was pushed up to
I
mid-off.
was trying to remember. I think it was up there.
Oh, maybe it was there.
We beat them both times, but I think it was up there.
I think you're right, actually,
And
the more I think about it.
It was an innings and 270 runs, so Surrey would need another 130 if they were not to become the biggest ever innings defeat.
Lawrence faces Dawson, drives to short extra cover.
And they may well do that. They've got plenty of batting. They're a good side.
Yeah, there are still plenty of batting to come yet. Jordan Clark, for example. Maybe the stage is set for a Sean Abbott.
Yeah.
Blast of an innings that's pushed up to mid-on by Lawrence. It does look as though Lawrence is giving Liam Dawson a little bit more respect than Felix Organ. Probably feels that left-arm spinner coming round the wicket, maybe not quite as dangerous. No rough for him to bowl into. Dawson again bowls. Lawrence prods forward, back to Dawson. I think he's definitely decided that the off-spinner poses more threat to him on this pitch at the moment. As I say, no rough for Dawson to bowl into to the right-hander. Floats that one up again. That's pushed out on the onside. Organ, of course, because he's turning the ball into the back and able to bowl wider of off stump, which means he can find those bowlers' footmarks. That painting to our left is coming along very, very nicely. On the back foot there, Lawrence cracks that through the covers. That's half stopped at point. That's a really good stop. That was going for 4. That's ended up being just a single, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. 82 for 4.
Gives Lawrence the strike against Organ, which will be interesting to see. There is another scenario. If Hampshire don't manage the biggest ever innings victory, they could still get the biggest ever innings victory against Surrey. And Surrey would need 207 more from this position to avoid that. It's innings 193. That was in 1986. And Alex Stewart, who's on the ground today, well, I think he is. He was certainly here yesterday. played in that game. It was at Basingstoke.
Right.
And I thought to myself, oh, Kevin must have played in that because you were always taking wickets at Basingstoke,
Yeah.
but you didn't.
I didn't play in that.
No.
one.
Nobody took lots of wickets, oddly, even though we beat them by that margin. So
Oh, wasn't the game? I know why I didn't play in it.
they
I mean,
played a third day.
They persuaded Surrey.
Yeah.
Organ bowls to Lawrence and pushed that up to mid wicket.
That's
There's
right.
no run. So you tell the story then, Dave. Go on.
Yeah, well, it ended in 2 days, basically. And, of course, Basingstoke only got the one county game plus one Sunday game. It was their big festival.
Here's Organ again. Oh, a reverse sweep there from Lawrence. Misses that one. Gets wrapped on the pad.
And so everybody got together and persuaded, I think, one of the sponsors, wasn't it, to find some money to persuade the two sides to play a one-day game on the third day. Yeah. And were you involved in that bit?
No, I wasn't. No. I think I was in the second team game somewhere. As Organ comes in and bowls. Reverse sweep. And it's gone to first slip. Is that out? Not out, says the umpire. Vince Brown and Organ claiming it.
Interesting, though, that Lawrence has not had quite the success in this over, has he?
not,
Just those last 2 balls, both of them, LBW shout and okay, it wasn't a catch, but he tried to reverse and didn't get it. So maybe Organ's has he straightened his line slightly? Is that the thing? I'm not sure.
Comes in again, bowls and reverse sweep. And that's gone to first slip. Is that out? No, it's not, says the umpire. They're trying. They're trying, Hampshire. Yeah, that's right. The game was over in 2 days, and Basingstoke had a lot of corporate hospitality, didn't they? They were very good in those days, and all 3 days, I think, were virtually sold out.
Yeah.
So, of course, rather than the sponsors and all the corporates being disappointed, I think they paid Surrey to stay.
That's what I think they did.
Gave Surrey a few extra quid and passed it around the players, and I mean, heaven forbid. That's pushed up towards bid on, and that'll be no run there at all. You're not allowed to make ex gratia payments or whatever it is in there, or whatever. Anyway, that was all done, and they played a special game on the third day for the corporates. Amazing. Those were the days.
Those were the days.
That was 86. That was, wasn't it?
They're doing that at Chesterland Street today.
Down the wicket comes Lawrence, drives into the covers, and that will be 4 runs. Nice use of the feet there from Dan Lawrence. Takes him on to 18, 86 for 4 now. Surrey still 395 runs behind. Just a reminder, Burns out for 17, Sibley for 20, Pope 21 and Jamie Smith for 9. 3 wickets for Felix Organ. The first wicket of Burns was claimed by Keith Barker.
And actually, I've just realised we're closing in on tea. There's only 2 more overs to go, isn't there? So we're ahead of now. Do they stop after 32? Oh, do you know, we never get to this situation.
No, you get to 20 to 4.
You keep going to 20 to 4. Okay, so it's going to be an early finish tonight, one way or another.
Whoopee.
I knew you'd be disappointed.
All those years with Fiedler Edwards.
Yes.
He used to go home about 9 o'clock at night. 86 for 4. I love watching him bowl, but not that much. Oh, he's bowled, is he? No, he had the Wales off in double quick time there, Ben Brown. As folks pushed forward, it went past the outside edge. I thought for a moment it just clipped the top of off. But it was Ben Brown with lightning hands taking those bails off. So there's a bit of turn there for Dawson, just straight into fraction. Comes into Folkes once more. Folkes is on the back foot. Steers that out into the covers. Folkes is 1 off 24 balls, I think that is now. Certainly 23. Yeah, I think he's just going to drop anchor here, isn't he? And this is a rank bad ball. In fact, if anything, I would bowl him a rank bad ball and say, go and smash that and do your bag. As he tried to pummel it out the ground. Forward.
Yeah. You do feel that that's, to a large extent, all he can manage, isn't it? It's very brave of him, but interesting though that he kept this morning, didn't he? He was keeping this morning. Or did he keep this morning? Or was Jamie Smith? I'm suddenly wondering.
Yeah.
No, he did keep.
Yeah, he did for initially, I think. So pushed on the outside. Oh, did Jamie Smith start off behind the stumps? Ben Folkes didn't start off, did he? No, I don't think so. No, he didn't.
No, okay.
It seems so long ago, that first morning. These 4-day games, Dawson again runs away from us and bowls. Folkes plays that into his pad, but the ball goes straight to the ground.
And just stumbles as he tries to stand up, so just every now and then there's something just reveals how difficult it is for him.
Now, I've got a very bizarre email here from Jeff Leonard. It may not be bizarre, it does feel bizarre initially to me. That's pushed out on the offside by Folkes, end of the over. 32 overs left in the day, 33 overs left in the day, apologies.
One to go?
Yeah, but
Well,
we'll
not
play
one
till
to go.
24. Now, Jeff Leonard, silentcricket@gmail.com. He's talking about 1956 when the county championship hours of play were as follows. First day, 1:30 to 8:15. Is he winding me up here?
No.
Second day, 1:30 to 8:15.
No.
Third day, 11 o'clock to 5 or 5:30. Maybe an attempt to boost attendances with people turning up after work.
No.
No, that's
Not right.
No, I think, Jeff, wherever you've read that or seen that, that's pushed out on the onside. Start of a new over from Organ, bowling to Lawrence. I think wherever you've seen that, or maybe you're just writing that in, and Dave would know.
No.
Doesn't ring
Yeah,
a
it
bell,
wasn't
does it?
wasn't like that. It's,
Here's Organ again then. It's pushed out on the onside by Lawrence.
It was 11:30 starts back in those days rather than 11 o'clock. They'd play 11:30 to 1:30 and then 40 minutes and 2:10 to 4, usually 4:15, so it was actually 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Yeah. Reverse sweep Lawrence. He's got hold of this one, past a diving Vince.
Yeah,
He's
4.
actually got the bat on that one, and it's going for 4 down towards third. Lawrence moves on to 22, 90 for 4.
1919 was a strange year. They were having to adjust after 4 years of not playing county cricket during the war, and they, for various reasons, there were complications socially and in travel-wise and so on in the country still. They played 2-day matches. All the county championship matches were 2 days, and so they were elongated. They were much longer than the 3-day games. But no, I don't know about that
No,
idea
that does
of
seem a bit
56.
odd.
It's
Yeah,
not
that's a
right.
bit Lawrence works out on the onside, wants a single, but Folkes says no.
But he might come back to us and say where he's read that or found
Yeah.
that. But
Sounds like the Beano or something, really.
No, it's just no. I mean, there was the other odd year when they messed about with floodlit championship matches. But that was very recently.
Yeah, that was. Oh, he was going to reverse sweep that initially, and then had to readjust and
Yeah.
pushes that out on the onside. That's great improvisation there from Darren Lawrence. Picks up a
Yeah.
single. 91 for 4. As we get towards tea, I'll just read this one out because it mentions your name at the end here,
Okay.
Dave. It's a little while ago, Jeff Andrews. Apologies, I missed this one. sonandcricket@gmail.com. Enjoying the commentary, says Jeff. I was at one of the matches where 3 Hampshire batters scored 3 centuries in an innings, of course, because we were saying
Yeah.
today it's the 14th time that's
Yeah.
happened. 3 of those against Surrey. He was at one of those. It was at Bournemouth in the mid-70s.
Yep.
Now Dave knows.
Yep,
Now
I know
this
that.
is where you can help. As that's pushed
Yep.
into the ground by Folkes, end
Against
of the over.
Glamorgan, 76.
Barry Richards.
Barry Richards.
He doesn't say Glamorgan, so clearly you know that. It was at Bournemouth in mid-70s. Barry Richards hit a century before lunch, as he had a habit of doing in brackets. I can't remember who the other 2 Centurions were.
Well, there's a lovely story about that actually, which is quite quirky. The other 2 Centurions were the left-hander David Turner and the left-hander Richard Gilliatt. And it was
he
against
says
Glamorgan.
Richard Galliot, he thought.
And not only that, but it was the nearest to 4 Hampshire players scoring 100 in the same innings, because there were 4 Hampshire players who scored 100 that day. But the 4th one
Dawson starts, a new over. Lawrence drives back to the bowler.
was Gordon Greenwich, who scored 100 to the West Indies at Old Trafford against England on the same day. So that was the nearest we ever got to 4. Now that's a good memory. Yeah, well done. Yeah,
Yeah, so
you're
there we
absolutely
are.
right. Richards, Turner and Gilliatt against Glamorgan.
Dawson again. Follows the ball a little bit, or it follows the batter, but Lawrence has played that brilliantly off the back foot, and that's running away for 4 through the covers. Lovely piece of timing.
You've got to say, he's looking quite good
He
on the whole,
does.
isn't he?
He
Yeah.
does look very good out there at the moment.
27 off 23.
Yeah, 95 for 4, 386 runs behind. I'm just running through a few of these
Yeah.
because I've missed some. Mick Bicknell, if you're still listening, is asking my highest first class score, 162 I think it is, down in Cardiff. That's pushed away on the offside by Dan Lawrence. Stephen Eason a little earlier said parking at the Utilita is free from 4 o'clock onwards, depending on the time that tea's taken. We were also saying earlier, somebody else emailed earlier, that sessions after tea are now free here. for championship matches. And folks is blocking. Lawrence is blocking that one.
Well, they always were in the good old days.
Yeah.
I can remember going up after school. You used to have to hang around for about 10 minutes and then go up after school to the United Services ground.
It's pushed away on the onside. I'm just looking away at the nursery ground because to our left, and I think the Hampshire Super Nines over there, the Hampshire Disability team, have been playing Kent today.
Ah.
I think it looks like everything's all over.
Yeah.
Just looking over there, the action seems to have ceased. That's a nice drive through extra cover from Dan Lawrence. Another super shot from him.
It does look in good nick.
He looks the one Surrey batter that seems to have come to terms with the situation. It looks a little freer than the others that we've seen come and go.
I guess there will come a point after tea where they will, I mean, they're not remotely close to a new ball, but there will come a point where they'll have a look at Abbott or Neser or somebody and say, we need to change this around a bit, just for a while at least.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, Dawson has bowled 13 overs, none for 23, nothing to get too worried about.
No.
Organ, the wicket taker, amongst the spinners, 3 for 45 from 14, and he's going to be bowling to Ben Folkes in what will be the last over before tea. Folkes has 1 from 28. Literally just holding an end up here with a bad back. Oh, one's nipped back in off the bowler's rough, hits him high on the pad. Felix Organ, the spinner most likely to take a wicket, but as I've explained, really he's bowling into the bowler's rough. Dawson hasn't got that luxury with the line that he has to bowl. As Organ bowls again. Oh, it's come off the pad. Vince dives. Don't know whether there was an inside edge off the pad. I don't know.
I don't know if there are any Hampshire fans listening to us intently on some kind of remote thing while they're at Wembley, but if they are, cause to celebrate there.
Is there?
1-0.
Are they? Saints are 1 up, are they?
They are.
In the playoff final?
Yeah.
That's coming from a Portsmouth fan.
Yeah. Well, I wish them good luck.
Here's Organ again. Well forward is Folkes.
I don't want them coming down my road next year when we're in the championship.
So you're hoping they win for that reason?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You don't know anywhere near your house?
No, I don't.
Organ again from that pavilion end. Folkes drives. That's gone out through point, and there will be runs. I think Dawson will pick that up just inside the rope, and there will be 2 runs for Ben Folkes, who triples his score and moves on to 3. And it's the Surrey 100 up in the 46th over.
We got enough Pompey fans to cause mayhem in themselves in their own city. Don't want anybody else coming and doing it.
Yeah, they don't need any help. Still 4 men around the bat for Ben Folkes. Works that away to mid-wicket. 1 ball before tea then.
Yeah.
It's been a good session for Hampshire.
Yeah, it has, yeah.
They would have settled for 4 wickets between lunch and tea.
Absolutely.
Surrey going in at lunch at 18 without loss. Organ bowls. Folkes forward. Smothers that one. Every time he's on the front foot, he needs the bat to help him sort of get back up again. Thank you, Dave Allen. That's Dave's one and only session for today. He'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm sure we'll be back here tomorrow morning, so you'll be able to hear more of Dave then. There'll be more of myself, Kevin James and Dan Whiting and Gemma Green in the final session of today. But it's been another session that has belonged to Hampshire here, with Surrey 101 for 4 in their second innings. Dan Lawrence has looked bright and breezy out there for 31. That's come off just 27 balls. Folkes has 3 from 34. Surrey still 380 behind. Rory Burns, Dom Sibley, Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith, the wickets to fall, and 3 of those to the off-spinner Felix Organ, who has 3 for 47 from 15 overs. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes' time.
will resume their second innings on 101 for 4. Still 380 runs behind. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and I'm joined by Gemma Green. Afternoon, Gemma.
Afternoon, Dan.
You're listening to BBC Solent Sport, BBC Radio London. You're listening to the Hampshire stream, and you're listening around the ground as well. And there's a little bit of a rain possibly around 5 o'clock, and Surrey will be praying, no doubt, won't they?
Yeah, they will. It was a good middle session for Hampshire, taking those 4 wickets. So Surrey still need 380 runs to diminish that lead. As the Hampshire team coming out, but it looks like we're going to have there's definitely a change of bowling happening. We had the 2 spinners bowling the majority of that middle session. Dawson from the hotel end and Felix Organ with 3 for 47 from the pavilion end. But we're going to start this session with Michael Neser from the hotel end.
Yeah, you're wondering if there is going to be a little bit of cloud cover coming through, whether they can exploit those conditions, just as Kyle Abbott did just after lunch on the first day here, when he bowled that barnstorming spell, which finished up with 5 for 25 off 11 overs.
We've been pretty lucky here with the weather, really, because not too far up the road, up in Taunton, it's not a million miles away here in terms of the length and breadth of the country. The England ODI, England women playing Pakistan, was called off after 6.5 overs.
Yeah.
That's done for the day as Neser comes in and bowls down the leg side. Ben Brown dives to his left and takes that for no run. Dan Lawrence on 31 resuming, and Ben Folkes on 3.
Yeah, Lawrence has come out in a positive frame of mind here. He's played some gorgeous shots, actually. And he's I love watching.
He's played off script, hasn't he?
He has.
He came out first.
He's gone
ball.
rogue. He's gone rogue.
He has. First ball reverse swept for 4. Second ball swept for 4. Third ball clouted over leg for 4, I think.
Yeah.
So he's not sticking to the order of play as he comes in, and that's on his legs and tucked away onto the leg side. James Vince does the fielding at short mid wicket.
Yeah, no, I've got a lot of time for him. I've got a lot of time for him as a person. I've loved watching him play. He's exciting. He's unorthodox, and you never know what's going to come out with Dan Lawrence. And I think he's box office.
Yeah, and his bowling style as well is all something to watch, isn't it? With the windmill.
Idiosyncratic,
yes.
shall we say?
And Neser into Lawrence, who drives that down the ground for no run. Keith Barker at mid-on.
Yeah, Lawrence has got almost a third of this Surrey total so far. He's only been there 30 balls, but they're just working him around leg stump here. We've got 2 short mid wickets, we've got a deep square and a deep fine leg, and they're just going to work Dan Lawrence around middle and leg stump here. See if he'll chip one in the air.
Neser's in, bowls and just back of the length, whipped onto the leg side for no run. Got an email here from Mark Nanji. He says, afternoon team.
Afternoon, Mark.
Looking good for a famous Hampshire victory, but I accept it's not over until it's over. Never is in cricket.
No.
He says he's very much enjoying the commentary, the banter and the stats, and he's so pleased that the club have introduced the earpieces this season.
Yeah.
But then he moves on to say, say that after this ball as Neser comes in, bowls, and again just driven down the ground.
You're going to give it a butt, aren't you, Gemma?
No, it's not a butt. But he goes on to ask, how is the painting coming on? I had the pleasure to meet the artist Andy just prior to the start of play. What a lovely and interesting man he is. And I'm looking forward to seeing his final masterpiece of the stadium. Well, I can tell you it's coming along very nicely. Earlier on I said he was colouring in the grass, and I felt that was a little bit elementary for what he's actually doing.
Yeah,
I just didn't know
I could
right
do
words.
that bit, I reckon.
But it's as Neser comes in, it's pitched up and driven to Keith Barker again. It's it's looking. In fact, it's been amazing to stand here and watch this piece of artwork form. I don't know. We were talking earlier. neither Kev or I can paint. I've only ever painted one thing in my life, and that was a cat, but I have numbers to tell me what colour to put where. And I can confirm that Andy started with a complete blank canvas, and now we have something that looks like a fantastic painting of this beloved stadium. So it's coming on nicely, and yeah, I'm sure you can see that online after.
I've painted stuff in the past, yeah. I did my bedroom wall the other week, and
Yeah.
yeah. We're actually in this picture as well, aren't we? There's us lot down here. Andy's put himself in there, and then the commentary team.
Has
as
that just
well.
devalued it though?
I think so. I think it's knocked like, you know, probably
20%
knocked a
off.
zero off the end of
Yeah.
the price of the painting.
But no, it's coming along very nicely, and beautiful view from up here.
Felix Organ is going to continue from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end of this ground, bowling to Ben Folkes, who's limited in his movements somewhat with his back issues. Morgan's got 3 of the 4 wickets to fall so far, and he said 5 there. Folkes whips him into mid-wicket, no run. So he bowled Ollie Pope through the gate, and then he castled Jamie Smith with one that went straight on. Smith playing back. Folkes just defends solidly, and he had Dominic Sibley caught at short leg by Fletcher Middleton for 20. So Surrey, having lost 4, having lost Rory Burns, caught at slip off the bowling of Keith Barker as Folkes defends that one. Yet to score after tea. Here's Organ. Folkes leaves that one alone. That's wide outside the off stump.
I'm just looking down at all the there's eateries that are starting to park up ready for the T20. They're not open today, but they're getting ready, and there's one down to the right of us.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that in a minute.
Organ. Folkes defends.
I'm not sure what it will be selling, but it's if Del Trotter did catering, mobile catering.
Yeah.
It's the Trotter's Independent Traders Robin Reliant version of
Yeah.
a food van, if that makes sense.
I'm licking my lips
Yeah.
already. I'm licking my lips already, Gemma.
I just keep looking at it thinking the Only Fools and Horses theme tune keeps going round in my head.
Which one though? Because it's got 2. It's one of the few programmes to have a different tune at the beginning and one at the end, isn't
And
it?
also
Only
the
Fools
one
and
at the
Horses?
beginning was different in the first series.
Yes, it
It
was.
was very different.
Yeah, I've watched a few of those old ones with Grandad in.
Yeah,
and
best ones.
Yeah, no, they're
Love Grandad.
fantastic. Yeah, no, they're fantastic.
Neser in again. Ball was just back of a length. That's worked onto the leg for no run.
So what's your favourite Only Fool? You're obviously a Only Fools and Horses connoisseur. What's your favourite Only Fools and Horses ever?
Well, you've got the classics, haven't you? The chandelier, the falling
Yeah.
through the bar, the things like that.
Yeah.
But well, you just said Grandad. I just love some of his lines that won't be sort of things you think of, but just those little sort of sarky comments and the way he kills conversations.
Yeah. A bit like me, really.
It's just a great programme, isn't it? Well, it was. Neser in again, short, bounced him, and he's taken that on.
Ooh.
And I think he got a hand to that at mid-wicket. He is, because
Yeah.
he's clutching his finger.
That would have been a worldie if he'd have caught
It
that.
would have been an absolute worldie, but he took a bit of pace off it, but it still went for 4. As Dan Lawrence got a big piece of that.
He hits it hard, Dan Lawrence. Yeah, I think my favourite one is Arnie and the gold chains.
Yeah, with the ambulance.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
his sons, who are, yes, and Del and Boise in the restaurant.
Neser in, and this time just defended back to him. I quite like the one where they play poker.
Yeah,
Gets Boise round to his
yeah,
apartment.
I like that one. But the in the restaurant
Yeah.
I think it's called the Chain Gang,
Yes, it is.
and Boise pretends to be a doctor. It's an, I am a doctor. Let the dog see the rabbit.
Tell you what, that was a great impression. And at the end, Delboy and Rodney are in the ambulance
They are.
as the paramedics.
They are.
Neser in, bowls. That's pushed back to him for no run.
105 for 4 here at the Utilita Bowl. Surrey battling hard. Can they save this game? I think they'll need a miracle. I think they'll need some Peckham Spring.
There is an episode called The Peckham Miracle,
Yes,
where the tear comes down the...
yes, there is. It's a hole in the
statue.
roof of the
Yeah.
church.
The lead that Delby's nicked. Neser in, pitched up, worked onto the leg side for no run.
Yeah. Doesn't Dell sell little dolls of the Virgin Mary or little sort of statues, I
I
think?
know he's interviewed, isn't he, by the news, saying he gets a feeling, and he's actually just looking at the weather forecast for when it's going to rain. He says he's got a feeling when a miracle's coming.
Superbly ran by John Sullivan and, you know, sadly missed. Sadly missed.
Neser in again. Ball's line and length, and it's pushed into the offside for no run. So yeah, that all stemmed from this this mysterious yellow van that's
Yeah.
parked up with the other eateries. So I don't know what it's going to sell. Maybe jelly deals or something. That's South London, isn't it? South London delicacy.
Yeah, pie and mash.
Pie and
Bit of
mash.
liquor on there as well. Yeah. Good South London fare. There's a little cafe around the back of the Oval which I started to frequent. I'm not going to name them because we're on the BBC, but it's a wonderful cafe and it's run by these sort of proper sort of South London, I won't say the word battle axes, but you know, they're not women to be messed with, shall we say, but they're lovely as well. And it's somewhere where I've started to venture. Here's Organ in, and Folks plays that later than late and just runs it down to third for a single. Liam Dawson doing the fielding down there. So, are Hampshire going to wrap this up today or tomorrow, Gemma Green? Where's your pocket money on? Let's I'll come on to it after this ball from Felix Organ bowling to Dan Lawrence, who uses feet and hits that into mid wicket.
My gut feeling is that we're going to be back tomorrow morning,
Yeah.
but you never know. But yeah, I just feel like 6 wickets with the possibility of rain coming.
Yeah, Lawrence sweeps. That spins away and Fuller has to watch that one carefully. They just get a single.
That might just be too tall an order for what is a very long batting lineup for Surrey.
Yes, it is. I think Surrey is still capable of saving this game. I think there's a little bit of weather around, and Dan Lawrence is been around a long time. He's still a youngster, but he's an experienced cricketer. He, came into the Essex side when he was 17, so he's been around a while now. As Folks just gets on the front foot and defends that. You can see the discomfort that Folks is in because he plays a forward defence, has to use his bat as a crutch to actually get back up. Organ over the wicket, Folks whips him into the onside, bomb hand coming in, no run.
I haven't actually looked at the forecast for tomorrow.
No, nor have
We've
I.
been
I'm just
focusing on what's happening later today. To say there's definitely weather around, not too far.
Oh, that's an edge, but falls short of James Vince there at slip. And Folks stays at the crease. 107 for 4. Yeah, I don't trust these weather apps though, especially that one Kevin James has got on his phone.
End of the over, and Surrey are 107 for 4. So a quiet start to the final session of the day since tea. Lawrence on 36 off 41. Folks 4 off 44. 4 off 44. That's the kind of day it is for Surrey. What needs to be done.
Yeah.
As Neser's in, bowls pitched up, driven onto the offside. Gubbins picks that up for no run.
Yeah, I think they will. Surrey won't give this away though. They'll fight hard. They're not top of the table and double champions by accident. They'll battle hard, and if they can come out of this with the draw, they'll feel they've had a result.
Absolutely, as Neser's in again. And that one's squirted behind square on the offside. They'll come through for a single. And obviously the point system's changed again this year, hasn't it, with the draw?
Yeah.
So it's they would go away with 8 points for the draw plus any bonus points.
Are you a fan of 8 points for the draw or 5 points for the draw?
I quite liked it. I liked the thinking last year when they changed it to a 5 points to you know, give a little bit more impetus to trying to get a result. But I don't think it did that.
No.
So I don't think it. I think I like the theory, but I don't think it worked.
No. But I think also with 8 points for the draw, what you found back in 2022 in Division 1, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Neser in on the leg side, worked away off his hip down to fine leg for a single.
You had Northamptonshire, for instance, who stayed up by virtue of preparing very good flat batting surfaces at Wantage Road, and it was 550 played 500, and the game would be a draw. Now, it's not particularly exciting cricket, but you're going to get your maximum batting points, you're going to get some bowling points. So say you got 6 along with your 8, you pick up 14 points a game, you probably stay in Division 1, and Northamptonshire did that year. So it's swings and roundabouts.
It's always going to favour someone, as that's pitched up and driven straight back past the bowler. Keith Barker's in half a chase after it, but it will reach the boundary for 4 runs.
That's a gorgeous shot by Dan Lawrence there, showing Michael Neser, the maker's name on his bat. Dead straight.
But I think the 8 5 points, it only really comes into it. I mean, no one goes out playing for a draw, do they, at the start of a 4-day game? I don't
You'd
think.
hope not.
I don't think.
You'd hope not.
They might settle for a draw quite early on when they've had a disastrous first session. Neser in, Vince, who's very straight on the onside, and that's worked way behind square on the offside. They'll come through for another single.
Yeah, that's Dan Lawrence's get-out shot there. Just working one behind square on the offside, 1 run. That's him just rotating the strike, and that's his get-out shot. And he scores quickly, and this is why. It's 4-1, get off the mark, get down the non-strikers then. It's good cricket.
And it sort of goes unnoticed as well.
Yeah.
So Neser's just having a slight change in the field. He's pulling out slip and putting him across to the leg side. So a little bit more reinforcement there, giving, well, it's Folks on strike now. He's 5 or 45. And Vince has gone wider. He was almost on the cut strip for Lawrence, but he's gone wider to mid-wicket as Neser comes in to Folks, who's that short, and it's short arm jab right to that fielder that Neser's just moved.
Yeah, he's like a leg gully, isn't he?
So yeah, he's just moved him there, which obviously was worked out well for a dot ball. That's the end of the over, and Surrey are 114 for 4.
Yeah, there's been some funky field positions from James Vince, and really good to watch.
Fielder's just moving around now. We're going to continue at that end. Looks like it is going to be Felix Organ to continue.
Talking of Felix, we've been talking about cats, haven't we? Andy painted a one-eyed cat at Northampton, which sort of aroused a curiosity somewhat. And we've been talking about Brian the cat at Somerset, who's loved by all in the West Country, but he's a rather volatile individual,
He didn't
I believe.
like you, did he?
No, he didn't. Lawrence boots that one away. No, he's Steve Kirby said, oh, don't go near him, Dan. Don't go near him.
And you did.
I can't describe the word that Steve Kirby used. We're before the watershed. That's just defended there by Dan Lawrence. But yeah, he's Not the most trusting of individuals, shall we say, Brian the Cat. Maybe he's had a hard life. Lawrence reverses and misses. I've noticed Dan Lawrence was practicing the reverse sweep this morning. He had, I think Gareth Batty was throwing a few down at him, and he was solely practicing the reverse sweep. I mean, he went on and did other things, but he had like maybe 15, 20 that he was hitting of the reverse deliberately. There he goes again, and has that clipped the helmet there? I don't think it has. It wasn't a million miles away from the helmet. I think it's going to be 4 byes. Let's see how close this one is to the helmet there, behind Ben Brown. Not very far away at all. Let's have a look. No, it's gone through his legs. But that would have been one more to the Surrey, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two, of which Lawrence has got 42 and Folkes has 4. Lawrence has chopped on, tries to give himself room. Organ strikes again, his 4th wicket, and Lawrence has to depart. And Surrey now really half of their side back in the pavilion. It really is asking a lot for them to save this game. Kevin James.
Well, they're all big Surrey wickets, but that the way Dan Lawrence was playing there, that is a big wicket. Probably playing the most free of the Surrey batters so far. 42 or 50 deliveries. And a 4th wicket for Felix Organ. 4 for 49 in his 18th over, Gemma.
Yeah, when Dave Allen was here just after lunch, he was talking about Felix Organ's strike rate or dismissal rate, whichever you call it, how often he takes a wicket in first class, and it's surprisingly high. He said it's one of the highest of most spinners, and he sort of goes unnoticed almost. But yeah. I think it was somewhere in the 30s, but he's taken 4 wickets off 18 overs here, so he's improved that strike rate even further, and doing a fantastic job here for Hampshire. The Surrey spinners didn't fare quite so well yesterday. One of them coming out to the middle now, Cam Steele.
Well, 5 wickets. We think there's some rain coming, don't we, at some point, maybe in the next hour. It'd be nice to get a couple more before then.
It would, absolutely.
Terrific stuff from Hampshire. It really is. It's just session after session they've been winning in this game, and they've just not allowed Surrey a moment.
Absolutely, and Cam Steele's just taken his guard now. He's got Ben Folkes at the other end, who's 5 or 46. And he's just looking to face Felix Organ, who's, as I say, he's on 4 wickets. This is the last ball of his 18th over coming up. He's in and bowls, and Cam Steele's good footwork straight away down the wicket and pushes that into the onside. They'll come back for 2. 120 for 5.
Great stuff again from Felix Organ. Really comes into his own sort of later stages of the game. Really, he's probably not noted for being a spinner in the early stages. Liam Dawson can do that sort of job, but when there's a bit of rough around, just outside that off stump, Felix Organ really does take advantage. 120 for 5, 361 Surrey are still behind. 24 overs left in the day. I think we'll get a few more than those if the rain stays away. I'm looking away to our right towards the New Forest and down towards Bournemouth. I'm not sure you can quite see Bournemouth, but it's in that direction. It does look as though there's clouds, a few more clouds over that way. Sure we'd get the game done and dusted tonight if we got through till 6 o'clock, but we would certainly, I think, get a little closer to the end game. Liam Dawson, applause for him. Wasn't so much applause in the last over he was batting and Ben Brown was at the non-striker's end on 99. The crowd wanted to see Ben Brown's 100 before they went home, and Liam Dawson was ooh as he was blocking a couple back, but he's back in favour. That's pushed out on the onside from Ben Folkes. Ben Folkes is actually paining me as much as it's paining him when he's playing. Just looks in total discomfort, doesn't it?
Everyone's sort of wincing every time he plays a shot.
50 balls for his 42, by the way, if I didn't say that. Dan Lawrence played really nicely. Dawson bowls, focuses on the back foot, keeps a little low.
Other than Rory Burns off the very first over of this session, who batted with a bit of intent, Dan Lawrence has been the only one, hasn't he, to sort of go out and play those shots.
Yeah, 9 fours in that 42. Of course, he was batting with a softer ball as well. Rory Burns had the benefit of a harder ball as that's driven out to extra cover. We're into the 53rd over here. Second new ball, maybe not quite due tonight. Might be far off. We get through the overs at this rate, and no rain. Focuses on the back foot, steers that up towards mid-on. Gemma's only with us until another 15 minutes. She's got a packed programme tonight. A bit like Dan, really. You guys have got very packed programmes tonight. Me, nothing. Mind you, our younger daughter is living at home with us at the moment because she's having a couple of things done on her flat, so it's nice she's around. That's pushed out into the covers, so it's nice to have her around and go back to.
So man of leisure tonight.
Yeah, no, well, I say it's just nice to spend a bit of time with her. You know, while she's back with us, been back with us for it was only supposed to be a 2-week job, this bathroom. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, that's pushed out on the other side. You know what's coming. As all these things get complicated. She said, could I move back in with you for a couple of weeks? And we said, of course you can move in back in with us however long you want. She said, it'll only be a couple of weeks. And we said, well, whatever. And sure enough, this job has turned into about 8.
You made it too comfortable for her.
Well, there's probably a bit of that. But no, there's just been a couple of complications, which, as I say, should have been a 2-week job. Has turned into a lot longer than that, but it's not her fault. It's not the people doing the bathrooms' fault. It's just been. I won't mention a couple of things, but yeah, it'll get resolved. But it's just hey ho. So the fact that she's around at the moment is quite nice. You know, it's nice going back to chatting with her.
Right, Felix Organ to continue. To Steele, who plays back to that, just drops in front of him. Albert picks it up. There's no run.
There's not been a lot of turn for Felix Organ. There's certainly not been much bounce. Just the odd one coming back in off the rough.
He's in again and bowls in reverse swept. And he gets hold of that. That's going to go for 4 runs. So the reverse sweep that we saw Dan Lawrence play early in his innings. Cameron Steele's done the same here. His first boundary, he moves on to 6.
There are a lot of batters around these days now, isn't it, that use that shot, especially early on against the spinners, to try and get on top.
Yeah, it's definitely big. It used to be one of those shots that were sort of off the books, and now it's very much just a regulation shot, as much as the conventional sweep in the modern game. There's a lot of men around the bat. I've got obviously comes in, bowls, and that's tickled away to the leg side for no run. So yeah, we've got Ben Brown obviously up to the stumps, and then he's sort of got 4 men around him, so 2 just in front of the bat on either side, and 1 behind the bat on either side. There's Organs in to Steele, and he's down the wicket again and pushed into a vacant extra cover area. Keith Barker jogs after it, and they come back for 2. So that's been something that Vince has done to the right-handers all day. He's left an inviting gap through extra cover.
Yeah.
To Felix Organ.
Yeah, the batters have to be very careful. That's why that gap's there.
It's so for any sort of top order batters, it's a very inviting area, and that's just fired into the legs and turned to leg side for no run. Yeah, very inviting area for any sort of top order batsman, and they've got to be very disciplined on whether to play that shot or not, because like Kev said, there's been a little bit of turn as he's in, bowls, and that's left alone outside off. But a little bit of turn can be worse than a lot of turn, can't it, sometimes, because you don't know. If it's turning square every ball, you can set yourself for that.
Just watching this one, this last delivery.
Oh,
come back
and that one did
way.
turn.
Out of the rough, see the puff of dust.
You can. He planted his front foot and left that sort of very confidently, and it turned back a fair distance, but safe enough.
Cameron Steele this season, just over 200 runs, averaging 28 with the bat. Ben Folkes to face the start of the next over from Liam Dawson Focuses forward. Yeah, Dawson just doesn't quite get the same purchase off the pitch because he's having to bowl it straight. There's no rough for him to bowl into because he's trying to turn the ball away from the bat. He has to bowl a much tighter line. Organ, of course, can afford to throw it out there outside of stump ball. It's pushed up towards mid-on. Must be quite infuriating. There would be some situations now where Dawson would come over the wicket and try and hit the rough just outside leg stump, but he knows the batters will kick it away and what have you. And in this situation, it's not really what you want to do. You want to be attacking every ball. Or try to, as that's pushed out on the onside. I'm sure he'd love to come over the wicket because he did it against Durham, didn't he?
He did.
Last
yeah.
game.
Yeah.
And actually picked up 5 wickets doing it. But it is
Different
a bit of
situation.
a negative. Yeah, it's a totally different game situation. You're on top here. You don't want to start creating negativity.
Yeah.
Negativity.
Negativity.
That's the one.
Yep.
Thank you.
Spot on.
1, 2, 6 for 5. Sunshine's coming out here. Oh, there's the arm ball there, and folks pushing forward there. I thought that might just have sneaked between bat and pad. Folks just walking down the wicket there, just recomposing himself. There's definitely a few more heavier clouds away to our right towards New Forest, but okay over here at the moment. Focuses forward again, plays that into the ground. No chance of the ball bobbing up off the bat there. Folks has 5, 57 balls he's faced now. This is Toby Albert-esque from Ben Folks. It's probably actually more than that. Again, he's playing that into the ground. It just looks so uncomfortable coming forward. When he's putting his weight on the front foot, it just looks as though he's putting a lot of pressure on that bad back of his, and he almost struggles to get back up again. End of the over. Dawson, another maiden over for him. 7 maidens in his 15 overs. Has none for 23.
Yeah, these two have held it together well. Obviously, Dawson's yet to pick up a wicket, but 23 off 7. He's held up one end while Felix has been taking them from the other end, and he's back to bowl it now. Be bowling at Cam Steele again, who hasn't been afraid to use his feet to Felix at the early stage of his innings. And this time he's worked onto leg side for no run.
He's got to fire it into that rough every time, and something will happen.
Got the 4 men around the bat again as he comes in and plays backwards to this, and just dribbles out onto the offside for no run.
Can't keep my eyes off that painting as well.
I know.
It's just come alive, hasn't it? Really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's looked good for about 2 hours, but it looks even better now. All the little touch-ups from Andy.
Felix Organ in, and that's swept hard just in front of square on the leg side. But James Fuller gets around to it, keeps that down to a single. Yeah, it's been mesmerising watching it, hasn't it?
Have to get one done at Hursley Park.
Yeah, it is beautiful there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You're thinking about it. Is there enough money in the Hursley ladies' coffers?
I don't think we stay out in the field long enough for him to paint us. So he's coming in poles, and that's pushed onto the offside for no run. Yeah, all the different shades of green, and yeah, it's incredible.
It's a real talent, isn't it?
It really is. As I say, he's painted a lot of stadiums around the globe, so very privileged to have him here today, as that's worked onto the leg side for no run. Michael Neser there at mid-wicket does the fielding.
A bit breezy, as you can probably hear.
Got a few more around the bat now. We've got 2 slips, 2 in front of the bat and 1 leg side as that comes in, and that's just pushed forward by Ben Folks, who's stayed down on one knee before he pushes himself back up off his bat. He does look in real trouble with that back spasm. Surrey 127 for 5.
So out of the 4 wickets of Felix Organs, only 1 has been caught in close, hasn't it? Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, that was
Dom
Sibley.
Yeah. All the others have been bowled. So no real bounce even out of the rough for Felix Organ. So you've got a lot of men around the bat, but some other wickets where there's a bit of bounce, there would be more in play, but it's very few, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but we've not seen many chances go that way.
No, it's not enough bounce really. Dawson bowls. Forward is Cameron Steele. There is a silly mid-off, there is a short leg, and there is a slip for Cameron Steele. Definitely a bit breezy out there at the moment. Still sunshine just as Dawson comes in again. Steele's pushing forward. There's almost less for Dawson now than there was in the first morning of the game, and there wasn't much then, but it makes you wonder how on earth did he pick up those first 3 wickets. It's just through really good bowling. Comes in again. Down the wicket comes Steele, but just prods that back to the bowler. Score remains on 127 for 5 then. 354 runs behind Surrey. Mammoth task ahead of them. There's the arm ball, which is just pushed into the ground and fielded at short leg. It was always tough when they started their second innings, but losing 4 wickets between lunch and tea, and Dan Lawrence since has made that task of saving that game just that much harder. They'll need some help from the weather as well, I think. I think it's fairly safe to say. Steele turns that away to mid-wicket, fielded by Felix Organ. Always loves a sun hat, Felix Organ. As does James Fuller. Always find them in a sun hat.
Saw Rory Burns when he's in the field.
Yeah.
There's a few, aren't there, that favour the sun hat.
They have to have one, don't they? Dawson bowls. There's the arm ball again. As Cameron Steele plays that easily enough, keeps it a little low. 19 overs in the day. Another maiden over for Liam Dawson. Half of his 16 overs now are maidens. None for 23.
Yep, Folks 5 off 61. Steele 9 off 15. So Folks playing a very painful looking solid innings to try and give his side every opportunity to save this game. He's on strike now as Felix Organ's coming in for his 21st over. 5 men again round the bat. But like we said, we haven't actually seen that many chances go to those close fielders, but they're there for intimidation if nothing else, as he flicks that onto the leg side for no run. So Felix Organ 4 for 58 as he's into his 21st over. He's broke the back of the Surrey top order. He's in again, and this is played late by Folks, just pushed onto the offside. No run. We've talked about this rain coming in a few times today, but it just looks so sunny at the minute. Doesn't look like that's going to help Surrey out for today. As he's in again, and again, played that went to leave that. Kev's just doing an impression of Folks getting up.
He does. He looks very awkward out there.
He does. Yeah. And again, quicker ball this time and flicked onto the leg side. That will go for 4, I think. It's well timed. Vacant area out at mid-wicket. 4 runs to Ben Folks. Takes him on to 9.
Yeah, he's not scoring many runs, but he's using time at the crease, which is what Surrey need. I don't think it really matters even if somebody hits a bright and breezy 100. It's just about occupation of the crease, isn't it?
Yeah.
You feel that Surrey probably won't get ahead in this game. They may do, but I don't know the scoring rate at the moment. Although it's upped a little bit, it was below 2, it's now 2.3.
Still a very healthy lead at the minute that Hampshire has. That's again whipped into that mid-wicket area, but there is a fielder there who has diving stop, and they just come through for a single.
What's that up there, Carl Everett? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
Good effort. Nice speed across the ground.
Yeah, he hasn't had a lot to do today with the ball, has he? So that's in and just played in front of him on the offside. No run. Surrey 132 for 5 off 58 overs.
Got an email here from Jeff Leonard. Now, those who've been listening and watching for quite a while will remember that when Dave Allen was on just after lunch, Jeff emailed to say that he thought that maybe just for one season, some hours of play for county championship matches in 1956 were slightly odd. And Dave thought that he'd never really heard of these particular hours because they were 1:30 till 8:15, involving. We didn't say who was attempting those hours. Here's Jeff has emailed again on that subject. Dawson bowls, and it's pushed out on the onside by folks. Rather interestingly, this is solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved. He says, Jeff's come back and said, here's some evidence you may or may not choose to believe. Gloucestershire versus Hampshire at Gloucestershire between the 18th and the 20th of July 1956. And he quotes the Portsmouth Evening News as that's pushed back to the bowler. So there is some evidence to back this up. And these are Portsmouth Evening News quotes. For the third time this season, Gloucestershire experimented with late hours of play in order to test the demand for factory and workers to see cricket in the evening. Dawson bowls. It's driven out towards extra cover. Play did not commence until 1:30 and continued till 8:20 on the first 2 days. I understand some other counties also experimented in this way at home, but clearly not Hampshire, says Jeff. So I think we can take that as gospel, but I think we also take this, it's pretty much a 1 or 4, 2 or 4. You know what I mean? It was very rare. That's kept very low on folks who's playing that equally as low. So when Dave's back tomorrow morning, Jeff, I will show him your email, and I think you can probably forgive Dave for not really knowing, because it was clearly very little of that experiment. But thank you, Jeff, for clarifying that and to actually proving that was true. That's a drive into the shin pads of Fletcher Middleton, short on the offside. Gemma's going to go in a minute, which is rather sad.
I've had a great day. Thank you for having me.
Loved having
It's been a pleasure.
you. Loved having you.
So I'm going to pass over to Dan Whiting for one last time.
That's again hit Fletcher Middleton on the foot. And that completes the over. He's okay. Fletcher's all right. 132 for 5 at the end of that. It's another maiden from Liam Dawson. The maidens are just being rolled off the factory line, production line. 9 overs from 17. 9 maidens from 17 bowled now for Liam Dawson. Gemma takes her leave. She's got a very packed evening. She's playing paddle tennis. She's got a meeting.
She's a busy girl. She's a busy girl. Was that Jeff Leonard?
Yes.
He's a Gloucestershire fan.
Ah, there you are. You know him.
I know him. Yeah, he's a nice man.
Here's Felix Organ then bowling to Cameron Steele. Steele's trying to slog sweep outside the off stump and misses. And Ben Brown stands there with the ball inches from the stumps.
But he was just talking about maybe tinkering with the hours of play to allow factory workers in. I believe. Yeah, and Northamptonshire did the same.
Did they? Oh, it's all coming out now. Still uses his feet and works it to mid-wicket.
Not sure they did the same, but they used to have a special price for people who worked in the shoe factories there.
Did they?
In Northampton, and they used to have like a, I think sort of after tea was free, but like a 2 o'clock price.
Oh right, okay. Organ bowl, Steele's on the back foot.
Because I believe that the shoe factories would like sort of work from like 6 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. So after like 2:30 or something like that, there was a shoe factory price there.
So, I can remember in the good old days when we played Northamptonshire. Cameron Steele's on the back foot, plays and misses outside the off stump. There's one that doesn't turn, and Steele's beaten on the outside edge. That we used to have a special trip to one of the shoe factories at Northamptonshire arranged for us. And I bought 1 or 2 pairs of shoes outside of the hours of play.
Okay.
The good old days. I forget the name of the company, I can't remember.
Other shoe factories. Other shoe companies are available
around the country. Well, I didn't mention them because I can't remember.
Okay.
I can't remember their name, but yeah, we weren't the only county side that would go up there, but there was somebody up there that we used to organise it for any of the players in the counties that wanted to choose some shoes. Yeah. Down the wicket comes Cameron Steele. He's prodded it back to Felix Organ and quickly runs back behind the crease again at the end of that over. 132 for 5. Surrey trail by 349. That's a maiden over for Felix Organ there, so he's joining in the party. Bruce from Waterlooville has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, just come back in and looked at the scoreboard to see folks in at 5 when he did not field yesterday, so he shouldn't be until 7 at the earliest.
Yeah, I thought that. That's what I thought, Bruce.
You did, and you're probably right to wonder, and I gave a sort of a a reason that may not be right, but I think when you've injured yourself during a game, I think because this happened with Tom Prest last week up at Nottinghamshire, where he fractured his shoulder fielding.
Right.
I think if it's an in-game injury,
Yes,
something, and depending
it does.
on what it is,
Does
you
change
can
the
sort of
scenario.
battle
Here's
it.
Dawson in, and folks showing a lot of bravery here. 10 off 73 balls, showing a lot of heart, a lot of spirit, a lot of guts. That's a gorgeous shot. They're going to get one out to Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see folks sprinting a quick single.
No,
I don't think that's
I
going
think
to
there's
happen.
more chance of me and you doing that, Kev.
He looks about as quick as me out there.
Quicker than me still. 133 for 5.
I'm sure you.
In fact, he'd lap me. As Steele moves his feet and meets that one and plays it back to Dawson. That rain's not even arrived. Nothing's going Surrey's way. Oh, that's turned and bounced, and Steele is caught. I think that has got off the keeper's pads. I think it's gone off Brown's pads and flies to James Vince, who takes it one-handed. Let's have a look at this again. He's definitely got an edge. It's come off his glove. That's a really good catch there from James Vince. And Cameron Steele has to depart. Caught Vince, bowled Dawson for 9 runs, and Surrey 133 for 6, having been bowled out for 127 in the first innings. There's 15 overs left in the day. Hampshire look like they're probably going to be bowling more than that. Now, call it gamesmanship, call it whatever, but I'd be like Alan Titchmarsh out there doing a lot of gardening at the moment, trying to slow this over rate right down, wouldn't you?
And we look at their over rate at the moment, it's plus 10.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it.
Well, I will tell you right now, the last game against Durham, it went to plus 12, would you believe? And we certainly haven't seen anything like it from a Hampshire point of view. It's because the spinners are just rattling through the overs, and it's the more overs are spin, then the more, of course, the over rate that goes up. But plus 10 it is now.
And yet a month ago at the Oval, Hampshire got 3 points out of the game, and yet lost 2 of those 3 points due to a slow over rate. So maybe they've learnt their lesson.
Oh, there was a chat had after that.
I bet.
About many things, and the over rate was one of them. So
Yeah.
but yeah, super catch from James Vince. What a catch that was.
It was, yeah, because you know, I think he sort of had gone one way for the edge, and then it's flicked off Brown's gloves, and he had to adjust and went diving away to his right hand side and took it one-handed. So everything going Hampshire's way, but you can see this is a different Hampshire side to what we saw at the Oval a month ago.
Yes.
It's a side that looks united, looks in tandem with each other, and they've taught Surrey a bit of a lesson here. It's got to be said.
Well, they've been on top from the start, haven't they? And
Yeah.
what they haven't done is taken the foot off the pedal. And it's
No.
very difficult. It doesn't matter how good a side is, that if a side's on top early and stays that way, it just shows how difficult it is to get back in the game, even for a team like Surrey.
Jordan Clark's the new batter, and Dawson bowls him. He leaves that one alone. But to bowl Surrey out on the first morning for 127, okay, fair enough. You know, sometimes you have a bad innings. To then get 608 for 6, as Clark chops that one away back for square, you think the pitch might be flattening out. But now to have Surrey 133 for 6 on what we thought was a dead wicket is huge kudos to the hosts here.
Well, it certainly is, and momentum. It's that familiar word for momentum. I think, you know, so often when you are so far ahead in the game, you know, a side that's so far back, it doesn't seem to matter what they try, what they do. It's not working. It's not working. The side batting well, as we saw with Hampshire, they just seem to be able to stay on top, and they have done.
Yep.
All of a sudden, when you go into bat and you're so far behind in the game, it just seems as though the pressure's back on, and it stays, and things just happen. Yeah, it's uncanny how things happen like that. As that's start of a new over from Morgan. Folks has worked out on the onside. So I think the wicket was probably turning a little bit. Well, it was turning a little bit for the Spears. Dan Lawrence was finding a little bit of turn out of the rough, but of course we are further on in the game.
Yeah, we are.
So it helps Felix Organ. Comes in again to folks, but it's because Hampshire is so far on top.
Yeah.
Can have men round the bat.
Yeah.
Dan Lawrence couldn't afford to have so many round the bat. There was a large part of the game towards the second half of the innings where a lot of people were on the boundary rope. We haven't got that here. It's because of the match situation.
Yeah.
I've got some happy news from the game on the nursery ground earlier today. I've been messaged by Michael Powell, the Disability Development Officer at Hampshire, at the Hampshire Cricket Board. Folks works it up to mid on no run. We mentioned that the Super Nines, the Hampshire Disability team, were taking on Kent on the nursery ground, and happy to say that the Hampshire team won today. They beat Kent by 5 wickets.
Oh,
so well done to them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael, for messaging me there. Happy to pass that on. Folks drags it away on the leg side. Watch that back.
Yeah. Yeah, big vacant area out there, Vince, with 5 men hovering around folks, waiting.
Welcome back to our new listeners here at the Utilita Bowl, where Surrey are 133 for 6. Felix Organ has 4 of those wickets. The off spinner bowling into the rough, and Ben Folkes, who has a horribly poor back, because every time he pushes forward like he does there, he takes a real age to get back standing tall.
He's having to prop himself back up using his bat as a crutch, isn't he?
He does. He clearly is in pain, but he's still there fighting for his side. He's 11 not out from 79 deliveries as he prods that one up towards mid-off, and again he grimaces as he plays that shot and executed. End of the over, and Felix Organ now has 4 for 63 from 23 overs. We've had 2 wickets since tea. The last of those was Cameron Steele in the previous over bowled by Liam Dawson, who's picked up his first wicket in this innings, and the left arm spinner got one to straighten on Cameron Steele. He prodded forward, got a thin outside edge, and off the glove of wicketkeeper Ben Brown, the ball deflected, and James Vince, flinging himself to his right at first slip, picked up the catch. Cameron Steele went for 9. That was 133 for 6. Dan Lawrence, the other wicket to fall after tea, went for 42 from 50 balls. He looked very fluid out there as Dawson bowls, and he's yorked Jordan Clark, who went for a drive. It went under the bat, and the ball has sneaked onto the stumps, and Clark goes for no score. And Surrey now 133 for 7, and you have to say, barring some forecasted rain, which is due to arrive here probably in the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so, this game could end this evening.
It could well do. There's a pair there for Jordan Clark as well, having been dismissed in the first innings by Kyle Abbott, and he's a good player, Jordan Clark, and yeah, I think that the Surrey coach driver probably has just put his key into the ignition.
Tentatively.
Yes.
Surrey is still 348 behind.
I mean, that would be huge. An innings and 300 plus is a massive.
Yeah,
win. Dave
Dave Allen, who was here earlier, who's Hampshire's historian now. He used to be honorary archivist, but his title's changed apparently. He did say that the highest innings victory by Hampshire against Surrey is on, basically, because he was here a while ago and said that Surrey would need to score about another 180 or 200 to get further down. So I think we can safely say at the moment that Hampshire are on course for their highest innings victory against Surrey, but they've still got 3 more wickets to take. Sean Abbott comes to the crease. Now we know he hits a mean ball. Is he going to decide to play positively? Because Dan Lawrence did, and actually looked very good for his 42 off 50 balls before he played on to Felix Organ, trying to force the ball away on the offside. You do so against the off-spinner bowling into the rough at your peril.
I think you have to play positively. I think you've got men around the bat, and I think you have to try and remove those men from around the bat. Here's Dawson coming in from the northern end, as that's just played out by Abbott. Yeah.
I didn't see this coming. I thought with Hampshire, I know that they were in the ascendancy with their batting, but I didn't see this coming from Surrey for a second time.
I didn't either. Abbott just plays that out, the offside, no run. No, I didn't see that coming either. I thought that, I just thought it was a dead wicket, and I even thought Surrey had a chance of saving this game. Dawson around the wicket, driven firmly back by Abbott. You're thinking now, is James Vince, he can call an extra half an hour, can't he, at the end of the day?
Assuming there's no rain.
Assuming there's no rain, yeah. It does look a little bit murky over to our right hand side. That's just played around the corner. Barker doing the fielding. Does look a little bit murky over there, doesn't it? Over to the right, over to the west. There's been a lot of rain in the West Country today. Taunton, Bristol, both been called off for the day. Dawson, Abbott defends, pushes it out to cover, out to Toby Albert. And that's 2 for 24 for Dawson off 19. He's the Prince of Parsimony. 3 for 21 off 14 in the first innings, and now 2 for 24 off 19 in the second innings. Miserly.
Well, the spinners have got 6 wickets between them, with Felix Organ with 4 for 63. I'm just having a look in the Hampshire first innings. The spinners, Dan Lawrence, Cameron Steele, got 1 wicket between them.
Yeah.
It's not like this wicket has turned loads. It hasn't really.
No.
It's only turning out of the rough for Felix Organ, and it sort of straightens every now and then for Liam Dawson. There's certainly no big turn here, and whatever it is slow.
Yeah. I don't think Liam Dawson's bowled a bad ball in either innings, and I don't think Felix Organ has.
No, here he is then, Organ, whipped away on the leg side by Folkes. They'll jog through for a single. The field's fairly scattered, very much an in-out field on the leg side, 2 close in catching, and then everybody else out in the deep. 133 for 7, 134 for 7.
I don't think the Hampshire slow bowlers have bowled a bad ball in the game.
Bowled pretty well, haven't they?
Yeah.
Of course, it always helps when you're so far ahead. Remember Hampshire this morning declaring on 608 for 6, a lead of 481. Massive. Down the wicket comes Abbott, works that to mid-wicket. The field has come in for the new batter, that's Michael Neser. 2 wickets in the first innings for the Australian, none so far in this innings. The only wicket that's fallen to seam has been Keith Barker, who had Rory Burns well caught by Liam Dawson at first slip for 17. That was the first Surrey wicket that went down, with the score on 26 on the back foot there. Sean Abbott. Dom Sibley caught close in.
Yeah.
Off the bowling of Organ for 20. Ollie Pope, who I've mentioned many times, but has just found runs against Hampshire, scoring runs absolutely so easy, it's scary. Now let's hit up in the air. This could be caught at mid-on. There's another wicket. Horrible shot there from Sean Abbott. He went for the shot over the top. It just did not come out of the middle of the bat, and it just looped to mid-on at Kyle Abbott, who was a few yards back, and he had to wait, and he waited, and the ball looped to him, and he took an easy chest-high catch. And Felix Organ has finished with 5. Well, he hasn't finished yet, but he's currently got 5 wickets for 64 in his 24th over.
Yeah, Surrey looking down the barrel here. That will be a shot that's probably going to disappoint Sean Abbott. Trying to save the game and chipping 1-2 mid-off.
Well, we did say, didn't we? Was he going to choose the more direct route? Because he's not normally a player that holds back.
No.
Surrey have lost, by the way, just as I'm talking, Surrey have lost 3 wickets for 1 run.
They've lost 4 wickets for 14 runs.
Yeah, not good.
120 for 4, 134 for 8, and exactly what we saw in the first innings, where they were 89 for 3 and 127 all out. And you speak about the Surrey tail, not having a tail and contributing, but you know, we're not seeing a lot here.
Yeah, I think it's just been disappointing from the top order, really, hasn't it, Dan? In that, you know, they didn't bat particularly well in the first innings, and you think, well, this is Surrey. You know, you look at those figures, career figures of that top order, and you say, well, they failed once, but they ain't going to do it again. But they have.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope, I mentioned earlier, who averaged 114 against Hampshire, failed in the first innings. Second innings, 21. Pushed out on the offside to Felix Organ, and the ball spun back in out of the bowler's rough and found a gap between bat and pad. Jamie Smith bowled by Felix Organ for 9. Dan Lawrence tried to force Organ on the offside, which is a risky shot when the off spinner's turning it into you. Got a bottom edge onto the stumps. So there's been mistakes in this innings as well.
They're happy.
Here's Organ then with 5 men around the bat, bowling to Gus Atkinson. Atkinson tries to slog sleep, and is he out? Caught out? No. He went for the slog sweep. I think the fielders think it's come off his boot.
Yeah, I
from
think
the bottom edge and looped up.
Yeah, I think they think he smashed it into his pad and it's gone up in the air, but
Just watching the replay. Slow motion replay. There's the slog sweep. Oh my word.
I think it has come off his boot, but I think it's just hit the ground before his boot. I think it's one of those, and that's good umpiring there from David Milnes.
It was. Everybody got excited.
They did.
Everybody thinks this game's finishing tonight. It could well do. 2 wickets to get for Hampshire. Bowls does Felix Organ, and Atkinson's on the back foot. Plays that out on the offside. So 134 for 8. Surrey bowled out for 127 in the first innings. It's not been good from them, and they trail by 347. And we will keep an eye on those clouds away to our right. They are fortunately far enough away at the moment, and the way the wickets have been falling in the last 40 minutes or so, if they keep, well, if the last 2 fall at the same rate, we'll beat the weather.
Yeah, they do look a little bit murky out to the west, it has to be said, but there's still sunshine over there. The ground here is still bathed in sunshine, but the wind's just getting up a little. It's got to be said for the first time in this game. And Liam Dawson, having bowled 19 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 24, is going to be replaced at this hotel northern end of the ground by Keith Douglas Hubert Barker. Or Keith Hubert Douglas, actually. I got it the wrong way round. Clive Lloyd's godson. Keith Hubert Douglas, that's it. Here he comes. Short and just played back there by Folkes. I wonder what's going through Ben Folkes' mind. He's gone out there with a bad back and battled hard, 82 balls. And he's shown a lot of spirit there, Folkes.
He has. And he's suffering.
He is
out
suffering.
there at the same time with a bad back.
Yeah, he's suffering. Barker, Folkes leaves that one alone.
Dave Folkes, the Hampshire cameraman, the Hampshire photographer, has sent me the moment James Vince got that catch. Wonderful moment. Stuck out a right hand.
Yeah, it's a great catch.
Well done, Dave. He's having a great year. I've said this about Dave. He's taken some great action photos this year.
Barker approaching the crease. Folkes pushes that back to Kyle Abbott, mid-off. No run.
Interesting move, bringing...
Yeah, I personally wouldn't have done that. I think these two are probably spinning Hampshire out. I wonder if James Vince is on a day rate, perhaps, to come back in the morning.
Well, Liam Dawson's taken 2 of the last 3 wickets.
Yeah.
He's whisked out the attack.
Yeah, a bit harsh, I think, a bit harsh. Just nurdled into the onside there by Folkes. Andy Brown has finished the painting, and what a fine piece of art it is. Yeah, I mean, I think it's amazing to make something like that from scratch.
And the fact we're in it as well.
Oh yeah,
which spoils it, really.
it does.
Probably.
I said it's probably knocked a zero off the price.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to look very hard. I mean, obviously the ground is the feature, and it's beautiful.
Folks, again defends that one. Yeah, but we're in the forefront, Kev. We're the star acts.
We're sort of in the crowd, but a little bit more prominent than some of the other crowd. Which is,
Yeah.
but it's beautiful. Yeah.
But then, you know,
3 zeros on that.
the size of me, Kev, I'm a bit more prominent than most individuals.
I think he's been kind to you.
Yeah, he has been kind. He has been kind. He's drawn me very svelte-like.
Yeah.
Only Lowry could, with his matchstick men, could make me look more svelte-like. Barker in over the wicket. Folks again showing grit and determination. Thou shalt not pass. Good stuff from folks. Barker 1 for 20 off 11 with 5 maidens in there.
Other games going on in Division 1 then. Kent are 364 for 7, replying to the Essex total of 591 for 7 declared. So Kent trailing Essex by 227 with 3 wickets remaining, still in the first innings there. Lancashire 149 all out. Warwickshire are 96 for 3 in their second innings, so Warwickshire lead Lancashire by 2-3-1 with 7 wickets remaining, and Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire really struggling to get any meaningful cricket in. After 3 days, Nottinghamshire 234 for 3. They lead Worcestershire by 154 with 7 wickets remaining. Those are the Division 1 scores up to date. We've already had a result yesterday, didn't we, with Somerset beating Durham. I hope the pitch inspectors have had a good look at that one. And England women against Pakistan women, that was called off earlier today in Taunton. There was horrendous weather there. They only played less than 7 overs. Keep those scores up to date, of course, with the sport website. He's trying to sweep that one outside off stump. Atkinson misses. Well, he's going for the very positive mode here, is Gus Atkinson. He's looked at the players before him. 1 or 2 have tried to play positively, 1 or 2 haven't, and he's decided he'll play his way because nothing so far has worked. He's slog sweeping again and misses. Outside off stump.
Congratulations to Southampton, who will be playing Premiership football, Premier League football next year. They've just beaten Leeds 1-0, and it looks like it could be a 1-2 double for the people of Southampton here.
Reverse sweep this time, and that he's got a bat on that, and that's gone for 4. That's nicely played, all along the ground, and that has raced away behind square, and Atkinson is off the mark. 138 for 8. Surrey are still behind by 343, and we have on the board 10.5 overs left, but we are not even at 10 past 5, so as long as this rain keeps away, we will get more than that in tonight. Hopefully, I have to say, it'll be more than enough to complete this game.
Yeah, I think it's going to stay off. I can't see it raining. I really can't.
Here's Organ, bowls, and there's a reverse sweep, and he's done it again. That's clearly his best shot, and I don't think Vince will bother plugging that. He might do, but with 339 runs separating the 2 teams and Atkinson in at number 10, I don't think there's any pressing need. Although, as I speak, one player, i.e. Nick Gubbins, is coming across to the offside.
See, I'd like to encourage Atkinson to play that shot, because it's a shot which has its element of danger, and there's, you know, it could easily kick up off the rough, take the gloves of Atkinson, and anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Here's Organ again, looking for his 6th wicket here. And he's gone for the sweep shot this time, and he's got hold of that. He'll pick up a single because Fuller's quite deep at backward square leg.
Fuller hasn't had a bowl in the game.
Hasn't needed to.
No. It's like just, it's been a funny old game, hasn't it? It really has been a funny old game of cricket.
Well, it's just, I just don't think anybody, and I think even maybe the Hampshire players may have surprised themselves, but I don't think anybody saw this game coming. And it's not just the fact that Hampshire, well, probably going to win this game. Of course, when you're still playing, you can't say that.
Yeah.
They're going to win, but I think the fact that they have literally dominated Surrey, and they haven't just dominated them, they've kind of pummeled them, haven't they? I mean, am I going over the top? Maybe I am. As Folks plays, gets an edge on that one, goes to ground, fielded at slip. Am I getting carried away?
No, because if Surrey lose their next 2 wickets for zip, then it's going to be an innings and 338 runs, and that is, that's a mullering, isn't it?
Yeah. In anybody's language.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially against a team that is going for their 3rd straight title and leads the division and is unbeaten this season and came into this game with 4 wins.
Yeah. You know what? I can't see how Hampshire are mid-table though, because I think they are far and away the best side that I've seen in Division 1 this season, and I can't believe that maybe they've got their tails up and maybe they've raised their game because it is Surrey. I don't know, maybe they've been poor in other games, but what I've seen of this Hampshire side in this game, they look a decent outfit. Here's Keith Barker, 1 for 20 off 11, left arm over the wicket as Atkinson lets that one go through into the gloves of Benjamin Brown. 9.5 overs left in the day, or 9.5. Will we be back here in the morning, Kevin? Will I get my little meal in Southampton, or am I pointing the car back up the M3? Defended. I wouldn't mind staying another night. I've got very nice breakfasts here at the hotel where we're commentating from.
I think somebody's just taken offence at my comment about the Durham game. Let me read it first before I read it out.
Barker ambling in, and a no ball. There's 2 onto the total. Barker having moved here after an offer from Warwickshire, which he described as an afterthought at the time. Barker in, short, pulled by Atkinson, cloths it somewhat though, and it just dribbles out to deep square and they amble through for a single. Here's Ben Folkes batting with that back spasm, showing some real heart. 88 balls he's been out there for. Kevin had a derogatory humour.
No, it's not that bad actually.
Barker in, punched off the back foot there by Folkes.
Richard Evans, who's emailed surreycricket@gmail.com, he says, you keep saying Durham's pitch was dodgy. Durham scored 250 plus on it, including a century. Somerset were just poor. It seemed a bit, not radically to be fair, says Richard, who's from Durham. He then goes on to say, impressed with Hampshire in this game. Nice to see someone take it to Surrey at last. Here we go.
Surrey will bounce back from this though, mark my words. Folkes, minimal foot movement, just can't physically do it.
I've just found that largest innings victory for Hampshire over Surrey. We did mention earlier, it's just reminded me, 1986 at Basingstoke, an innings and 193. So at the moment they're smashing it.
Up at Mays Bounty?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tiny ground, but nice ground.
Yeah. Barker ambling in. Folkes defends. Given if the new ball, which is due in 13 overs, is taken, if it lasts that long, Folkes can't move his back particularly well. Do you give it to, say, Fuller and Abbott to try and bounce him, rough him up a little bit?
It's an option, isn't it?
I mean, it doesn't sound very pleasant, but this isn't a tea party. This is Division 1 Championship cricket. And you do what it takes to win. It's not a Sunday friendly, is it?
No. Yeah, probably. I mean, this pitch, is it really one that you dig it in and can get it head height regularly to cause problems?
I think
It's hard work, isn't it?
if the ball was on the other foot, I think Rory Burns would be giving the ball to Gus Atkinson and roughing up the Hampshire batters.
Here's Felix Organ then. Oh, he's trying to cut that one from just about off stump. Does Atkinson cuts that to backward a point, no run. Yeah, maybe. Have we got to that stage yet? Maybe not quite. Massive difference between these two sides. Here's Organ, bowls, and nice sweep shot there from Atkinson, and that's gone. Oh, a great stop, Michael Neser. Out to deep square leg, full dive, one-handed, picks it up, throws it in, no problem.
That is commitment. Hampshire cruising to victory here, yet they're still throwing themselves about as if it's a tense finale.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Brings folks back on strike. 91 balls he's been out there for his 12. He is holding things up. That has to be said. Even if he's out now, he has held this innings up for a while. As Organ comes in again, and folks just pushes that up towards mid-on. Ralph Brooker, on the subject of folks,
Rafe.
at gmail.com. Yes, our Rafe. sonatcricket@gmail.com says, who'd have thought that in the circumstances that Ben Folkes would see so many partners go? Well, he's done well, there's no doubt about it. He picks up another single on the leg side, moves on to 13, 148 for 8. He has certainly done played his part in this innings, hasn't he, really? He's shown great application.
Yeah. No, he's... thanks, Ralph, for all your communications the last few days. You kept us suitably amused.
Oh, there's an inside edge. Drive from Atkinson. It goes down towards fine leg. And that will be picked up by Toby Albert. Just a single. You do feel that Atkinson could go at any time, but at least he's playing positively. Moves on to 11. 148. No, it'll be 147 for 8 there.
Albert looking like the Michelin man there, doesn't he? Looks like he's got sort of... He's got the pads on, and it's made him sort of his trousers go even tighter around the thighs. He looks like sort of Kevin Keegan size from the 70s.
5 men round the bat for Ben Folkes. Organ in again, and Folkes is on the back foot and almost falls over as he plays that backward a defensive shot. You feel the pain is getting worse for him, but he's still there.
Yeah.
149 for 8.
Yeah. Showing some heart.
Darren Mail, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, Folkes is clearly injured and playing on. What I admire massively, in the Ashes, Lyon could hardly stand and still came out to bat. That's right, last year at Lords, wasn't it? Yeah. Any other notable times you can remember these things happening?
Malcolm Marshall batting with one arm.
That's right.
A man from this county against England in 1984. That's what I really remember, that one. Did Paul Terry come out?
Paul Terry, yep. So I think it was the same test.
Yeah.
Another Hampshire man.
Yeah. Dawson is going to replace Barker. The Barker experiment hasn't worked as Atkinson prods that one out into the offside. No run. Little field change. The short leg goes across to Silly mid-off. Fletcher Middleton, the man. Dawson just eyeing up his prey as Atkinson punches that out to Kyle Abbott. Sean Abbott was caught by Kyle Abbott.
I missed that one.
That's bowled him around his legs, spinning out the rough. Atkinson can't believe it. He's looking to turn that down the leg side, and just one wicket now is left, and my car and that of the Surrey coach, the key is not just in the ignition, it's about to be turned.
Ian Dawson's 3rd wicket of the innings.
149 for 9. Atkinson departs with just Dan Worrell left. Atkinson going for 11 and just Dan Worrell left to try and bat this out for 40 overs. 40 minutes, sorry. Or what is in effect another day. 103 overs. I think the end is nigh.
I'll make it. The last 5 wickets have fallen for 31. Do you make it the same?
Yeah.
And Dan Lawrence went
120 for 4.
It was 118 for 5, wasn't
Oh,
it?
118 for.
Is that right?
It was 118 for 4. Yeah, sorry, 118 for 4.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sorry, yes, before Dan
Yeah.
Lawrence fell.
Yeah.
So is that right? Yeah, 5
Yeah.
for 31. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
my maths is so bad. I have to make sure that I get it checked. Even now, since I left school, I still have to get it checked. The over rate for Hampshire is a new high. It's plus 15. We thought last game here against Durham, plus 12. We'd never see the likes of that again. But not only are Hampshire on the verge of winning this game, a game which many people never really saw coming, especially in the manner of victory. But not only of that, but they are pushing the boundaries even further with the over rate. Plus 15. I said 2 weeks ago, take a photo of that and we'll never see it again, and actually it's been surpassed. That is amazing. Dawson with 3 for 24, looking to wrap this innings up then. Oh, it's your over, isn't it?
Yep, here he is. As Worrell goes on the front foot. The man they call Frankie. Can he hold out? Can this game go into tomorrow? As Dawson bowls him an arm ball there. Dawson going through his box of tricks. Six for 45 off 33 overs in this game for Liam Dawson. Worrell drives, can only pick out Fuller in the covers. And that completes an over. So, yep, Liam Dawson in this game. 34 overs, 16 maidens, 6 for 45. That's impressive.
Fiona, the scorer, has just messaged me saying, look at that over rate. I just have. It might go up. It might go up even more yet if these two bat for another half dozen. I don't know, 7 or 8 overs. I think most people hope now that the game will conclude, but you never know. We might get it higher than plus 15. New territory.
You never know.
So 332 runs behind currently. Surrey have 1 wicket left. Ben Folkes has done all he can.
Yeah, a couple of people watching, a couple of young lads loving their cricket. Alex and Jan Botton up in North London. They're having a good time.
Here's Felix Organ then, bowls to Folkes. Folkes works that up to mid-on. He's taking the single, which means Worrell will face the next delivery. So it's 150 up for Surrey. No applause. It would probably be a bit mean to applaud that, wouldn't it, really?
It would
Oh
be.
no, here we go. Oh yes, just come
There's
up on the
150.
scoreboard. Ironic, couple of ironic cheers. They can't quite believe what they're seeing here, that Surrey have been completely taken apart. Remember, the last time these two sides met here last year, Hampshire won that one as well. As that's cut away by Worrell. There'll be runs out here in the covers. Barker is ambling after that one, I think it's fair to say.
Where's the sliding stop, Keith?
I think he's allowed that one to go over the rope. I think that would be the best way of describing that one. 154 for 9. Didn't quite escort it over the rope, but he might as well have done.
I've never seen.
Worrell's on 4 then. Here's Organ again, and Worrell's on the back foot. Steers into the offside, no run.
It was brilliant, wasn't it, from Barker? You just
Conserving energy, I think.
I think so. I think that's what it's called. He was like an LED light.
Here's Organ again on the back foot. Worrell. Maybe he was saving himself for another spell. You never know.
You never know. You never know.
54 for 9. We've still got 37 minutes of play. I think the rain is staying away here, actually.
I do as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to be all right. We're going to get through to 6 o'clock if we have to. Worrell drives up towards Barker. It's straight at him, so that's good news.
He doesn't have to move for that one.
When you've got 327 runs to play with, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? But go, here's Organ. Oh, it's short. He's trying to pull that away. He's wrapped on the pad. It's running down towards fine leg. James Fuller comes round. Worrell will keep the strike here.
You know, I think when you get these messages about conserving and conserving water, conserving energy, the likes of Greta Thunberg tell us what to do. I think Keith Barker's taken that literally there and has conserved his energy by just not chasing a ball that's dribbled over the boundary.
I agree. Jeff Stevens has emailed. He says, "Where's Hashim Amla when you need him?" Well, he would have been. This situation was made for him. Him and Ben Foakes. Could you imagine it?
Yeah.
Those two batting in this situation. Oh, I know some people would have absolutely loved that.
Yeah.
But Hashim Amla is no more. I don't think he plays first-class cricket anymore now.
Does he not? Does he stop completely?
I think he might have done.
Yeah. Dawson looking to wrap this up. Worrell goes for a big shot. That's going to be out. Kyle Abbott. No, he's dropped it. Oh my good God. As Arthur Daly would have said. I've never seen anything like it. That should have been game, set and match. And Kyle Abbott, normally a very safe pair of hands, has absolutely spilt a sitter. There's some funny things going on, Kev. Have I been drinking? Have I imagined this game? Dawson to Foakes, who plays that one more conservatively. Ball dribbles out to Abbott and he gets a round of applause, ironic applause from the crowd there.
How ungracious of the crowd. They've watched a great game. There must be some Surrey supporters that are hanging on.
Foakes again pushes that one to Abbott.
Well, we're doing overtime now, aren't we?
Overtime?
I mean, 19 times out of 20, Carl would have taken that catch.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised. Dawson fires one in quicker to Foakes, who drills it to silly mid-off. No run. Left alone there. No run. I'm just trying to see who I'll be interviewing at the end of the day today.
Same as last night, wasn't it?
Well, it was Alex Stewart last time. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him on the ground today. I think he might have just come in for the day. Dawson. Foakes leaves that alone. That's the end of the over. 156 for 9.
Graham Snow has emailed sunningcricket@gmail.com, says, "Love watching the live stream. With only one wicket left, can they play an extra 30 minutes to see if they can get a result tonight?" Yes, they can. As far as I know.
Yeah.
Who's the man of the match, says Stephen Clark. 4 or 5 contenders. We think Felix Organ for the key wickets today. I think we could be debating that long after the result of this game as to who's man of the match for Hampshire. There are, as you say, quite a few contenders. I think you can come up with all sorts of reasons to give it to Toby Albert, maybe. But Felix Organ has certainly done his part today. 5 for 82, and he's got a chance of wrapping things up here at the start of his 28th over. Bowls. And there's a slog sweep on the leg side. Nice shot from Dan Worrell. It's going for 4.
For me, it's Liam Dawson. I think the 3 wickets before lunch on the first day, I think, were crucial to opening the door there for Kyle Abbott. I think he's bowled beautifully again in the second innings, and he's got, what, 81 runs, was it, with the bat? So for me, I think it's Liam Dawson, but as you said, there could be a number of contenders from the Hampshire side.
Ben Brown with his highest first-class score.
Yeah.
165 not out. Morgan bowls, and there's an inside edge. Attempted drive there from Worrell, goes out on the 45 on the leg side, fielded by Nick Gubbins. The sunshine is coming up, maybe rather fittingly, for the end of this game. Can Hampshire end it in bright sunshine? 3 men around the bat. Organ takes his time for this next delivery. Worrell's on 10. Worrell pushes forward. quietly the ball makes its way up towards Keith Barker. So still 321 runs behind here, Surrey. They're never going to make that up. It's just a matter of when this game ends. Could have ended the last over.
Could have done.
Going to be this over. Worrell gets wrapped on the pad driving there. The ball turns out of the rough, but he's well outside off stump. The ball's done too much as well.
No LBWs in the game.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, there'll effectively be, what, 26 wickets, won't they? Forward, asking for an LBW decision, a bit hopeful.
On a pitch with low bounce as well, where, you know, the ball's generally not going to go over the top of the poles.
There's been some close shouts on both sides, but the umpires have been consistent, which is all you can ask for.
Yeah, without doubt.
They haven't given either side anything that you thought, that's close. Anything that was close, they've said not out. 160 for 9. Felix Organ comes in and bowls, and Worrell pushes forward into the ground, fielded at silly mid-off, and that's another over gone without a wicket. I say another over, it sounds like it's been a while. It hasn't been a while, but I think we're expecting the wicket to fall now at any moment. 160 for 9, Surrey trail by 321. Folks has 14 from exactly 100 balls, and Dan Worrell 10 off 15.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time here. Surrey look like they're going to go back up the M3 with just 1 point from this fixture. As Hampshire left the Oval with just 1 point a month ago, they've done exactly the same back to Surrey. Here's Liam Dawson looking to wrap things up. In fact, Kyle Abbott, I think. Oh no, he's back at mid-off. I thought they'd moved to fielder. But here's Dawson. Oh, that's an edge, and that's well played by Folks. Soft hands.
Yeah, it feels quite scattered now. They want to bowl at Worrell, don't they? They know that Worrell won't be able to resist having a little hit somewhere along the line.
No. It's just played round the corner. Worrell's just going to walk a single as Barker walks towards the ball. It's all a little bit, you know, low energy, isn't it? It's meandering to a finish here at the Utilita Bowl. Dawson to Worrell, who shows some restraint there, but I think he's going to float one up in a second, get it above Worrell's eye line, and there's going to be a big yahoo. Here he is. Oh, I thought that was it. Worrell changed his mind, I think, halfway through that shot. I think it's either going to go into the hotel or we're going home. There it goes, and it goes one bounce to mid-on.
Good shot.
Yeah.
Shot for none.
He nailed it. He certainly nailed it. That was Michael Neser doing the fielding. Dawson again bowls, and that completes the over. So we've got 27 minutes left here theoretically, and am I going out in Southampton tonight, Kevin James, or am I pointing the car back up the M3?
My money's on the moment you going back.
I think
I mean, there's a long way. I mean, as long as the rain stays away, you've got half an hour plus another half hour. So that's an hour, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, are they really? Folks, I would back, actually, to probably last that long. Worrell, not so much.
I think Worrell can bat. I just think that, you know,
he just can't resist her.
No, he's just going to...
Here's Felix Organ to Folks. Folks prods that away on the onside. Need to get Folks away from strike. Let's have a little bit more fun with Dan Worrell. The field is scattered. It's an in-out field. Field is close in for the one that may just do something out of the rough, and then everybody else out for the one that Folks pushes out past the infield and hopefully persuade him to take a single like he's done there. Out on the onside will bring Worrell on strike. So we might have a little bit more fun in this over with 4 balls left of Felix Organ's 29th over. Wonderful figures of 5 for 87.
Been outstanding. And he's got some good players out as well.
Yes. The likes of Sibley, Pope, Smith, for example. Now he goes for the heave, he's got an inside edge, and it's just gone past the leg stump. Only just. Organ looked to the skies, not to see if the rain was any closer, but mainly because he thought he had his 6th wicket there. It was very close indeed. He's bowling again to Worrell. Worrell's on the back foot, heaves that away on the onside, has played that nicely, has split the field, and that's going for 4. There are 2 fielders around the mid-wicket area, Neser and Dawson, who are quite close together, and he's managed to find the gap between the 2.
You know what he's done there, Felix Organ, he's clean bowled the lower middle order, and like 3 absolute quality talented youngsters in Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence. Alright, Lawrence chopped his on, but
Yeah.
you know, he's probably spun it out the rough. He's still a moral victory, isn't it, to the bowler?
Certainly is. Worrell's on 14 now, 166 for 9. Again, Organ in with his off spin. Worrell just eases that away on the onside, fielded by Neser. All the time the sun tries to shine, which it is at the moment, we're okay, but there is a few more grey clouds, but I don't think they're too threatening at the moment. Worrell's on the back foot. Oh, that was very nearly caught at short leg. And throw comes in at the bowler's end. Worrell's home though. Fletcher Middleton had to make a lot of ground to his right, but it was catchable height. Just evaded his clutches, and Worrell will keep the strike. As that over ends with Surrey on 167 for 9 in their second innings. They're still 314 adrift from making Hampshire bad again. And we have 2 overs left in the day's play, and we're only at 25 to 6, which is incredible.
Those clouds are getting a bit closer though, Kev.
They are a little bit. I think we're all right for a little while, aren't we? We're all right for a little while.
I think Surrey need a biblical rains, a plague of frogs, a plague of locusts, the lot.
And then drift off into the night on Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
Saying, waving bye-bye, saying we got a draw.
Dawson to Worrell. Oh, Worrell gets an edge there, goes out. Plays it later, actually plays it okay, as they're just moving Organ into the gully.
They're tempting him, aren't they? Look at that leg side field.
Yeah.
Darker's quite close at mid-wicket.
Dawson twirling away. Worrell just about jams the bat down on that one. 167 for 9. Can Dawson finish the job here? Maximum points. Well, no, it's not actually, because they batted a little bit slow, didn't they? I think they got 2 batting points. Worrell has gone for a big heave, and that is not out as Ben Brown whips the bails off.
It's not a dull moment with Dan Worrell's batting. He's
No.
doing exactly what we all want him to do, don't we, at this season? If he gets a few big hits, great.
Yeah. Dawson to Worrell, who drives pleasantly but can only find James Fuller in the covers.
Oh, Kyle Abbott, if only you'd held on to that catch 10 minutes ago, we'd have been beginning to think about home.
Yeah. Dawson to Worrell, who's absolutely smashed that one straight down the ground. 2 bounces over the rope, and Dawson hasn't been hit for many 4s.
No, he's tossed
In the
it up
game.
there. Yeah, he's tossed it up there. He's inviting that shot. He's saying, well, okay, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Worrell's hit it pretty well, but on another occasion, of course, it might not be so lucky. But that's yeah, he deliberately bowled that to see what would happen.
Yeah, and he wants to get it above Dan Worrell's eye line, doesn't he, and make his eyes light up. Worrell goes for another big shot, but smashes this one into the ground, and it goes 1 bounce out to Fletcher Middleton for a crowd catch, as they're known. 171 for 9, and we're just going through the motions here.
22 minutes of scheduled play left. Well, I think we'll get at least that in.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Well, assuming these 2 bat that long. I'm looking at the cloud.
It's getting closer.
It is. It is forecast.
Yeah.
They're not moving too quickly.
No.
There's plenty of blue sky away to our left, but of course that's not where the ground is. Right, here's Felix Organ, bowls to Folkes. Folkes works that on the onside. Nice shot out towards deep mid-wicket, and he moves on to 17. Darren Worrell's doing most of the ball facing at the moment, and to be honest, it's more entertaining with him facing. You do feel the game is a little bit closer to its conclusion when he's batting, not so much when Folkes is batting. That will suit Hampshire, that's what they want. So here he is, bowling to Worrell. Worrell's on the back foot, plays that into the ground. We still await, it's getting a little darker. The light is definitely slightly poorer than it was.
Yeah.
We're battling the time as much as anything now, aren't we, in the end of the game. Worrell's on the back foot, quietly plays that back down the pitch. Come on, Dan.
Do you think Surrey would want to like
come back tomorrow?
Yeah.
Probably not.
No.
But then you've got to show something. You can't just give it away for no reason, can you? You can't do that. I mean, you know, Surrey will be not happy with the way they've played in this game, that's for sure.
No.
Here's Organ again. He's gone for the reverse sweep. He's wrapped in front. No, he's not. Wrapped him on the pad. I just wonder if it may just have touched the bat on the way through. Just watching the live picture feed for the replay. Turns around and
going down the leg side anyway.
Yeah. I'm willing the end of the game now. Flighted, and Worrell just quietly plays that on the onside. He's playing with Hampshire now, is Dan Worrell.
You don't know what he's going to do next, do you?
Which is what makes this more exciting.
Yeah.
With Ben Folkes, you just know that he's just going to push it out somewhere because he's a good player. Dan Worrell's in for his bowling, he's not in for his batting. The field goes out to encourage Worrell to get a single, and I think he will take it, and he does. That's good. That's good play. Vince has kept Worrell on strike at the end of that over by deliberately pushing players out in the deep. And he keeps Folkes away from the strike, and to be honest, he's probably doing him a favour. He's probably said to him, look, you know, when you're batting, you're not doing your batting any favour. Why don't I help you out here and make you and keep you away from the strike?
Yeah,
so that will help your back. He's helping him recover from his back injury.
Kevin James, the man who sold ice to the Eskimos, sand to the Arabs. Ben Folkes been out there for 105 balls now, and you're right, he's probably not doing his back any favours, but he's fighting hard for his side. Dawson looking to wrap it up now. Dan Worrell facing, who goes on the back foot and punches that into the covers where Gubbins does the fielding. Dawson slow left arm. Worrell goes for the big one, and that has gone for 6. You don't see many 6s in this game, but Worrell's nailed that one.
Terrific shot.
Yeah, and put it into the seats to the western side of the ground.
Just wondering how many more times Dawson will toss it up, really, because he doesn't want to spoil his figures. 3 for 36 in his 24th. Spinners will just toss it up every now and then just to see, but you don't want to spoil things. He's got some insurance on that leg side now. Keith Barker's been pushed deep.
Here is Dawson to Worrell, who gets that one off the pad. Ben Brown doing the fielding. Throws it a little untidily there to Organ. Dawson here looking to wrap things up for the hosts. Oh, nearly sneaks one through with an arm ball, slightly quicker to Dan Worrell.
Well played. Picked it.
Here's Dawson, tosses one up. Worrell drills that one. Absolutely drills that one wide of mid-on. Dan Worrell's on for a ton here.
It's a great shot.
He moves on to 30. It's a really good shot. It's all along the deck as well. It's not, you know, it's not nothing wrong with that one at all. Where's Worrell going to go next? The answer is nowhere, just out for one, out to Barker.
I thought that was in the air.
Up. I thought it was in the air.
Yeah.
I didn't pick it up at all. The light has got rather murky here, it has to be said. And I mean, the way Worrell swung there, I was actually looking over towards sort of the Bournemouth region of Hampshire or Dorset. I was looking down the coast to the west there because I thought it was going to disappear over there somewhere, but yeah, no, it just dribbled out to Barker for a single that completes the over. 184 for 9. Hampshire just needing 1 wicket to wrap this up, and Surrey aren't going to lose this by an innings and 300 plus now.
Here's Organ, bowls to Worrell. Worrell's on the back foot. So just for the record, at the moment, should Hampshire wrap this up now, that's an innings and 297. Hampshire's, we briefly mentioned this earlier, but Hampshire's record innings and runs victory was against Northants last year by an innings and 270. Worrell quietly plays it out on the offside, so at the moment, and they're quite just about inside that, this would be their highest innings and runs victory. Their highest innings and run victory over Surrey was an innings and 193 at Basingstoke in 1986. So there's where we're at in terms of stats. Goes for the big one. Worrell gets hold of that one as well through the onside, and that's 4 more.
Did you play in that one in 86?
No, I didn't play in that one. No. I was in the second team. I think I was dropped. If I remember rightly, I didn't play in that. No, we were talking about earlier with Dave Allen. Actually, it was a 3-day game at Basingstoke, and obviously Hampshire won it easily. They won it inside 2 days, and because Basingstoke in those days had a lot of corporate hospitality, all 3 days I think they were sold out. So it was quite a good money-making game for the county.
Yeah.
And what they did was they persuaded Surrey to stick around for the 3rd day and paid them extra just to play a 1-day game. Yeah. For the corporates. He's hammered that away on the onside as well. Worrell, in fact, it's hit.
Short leg.
Oh, it's hit Fletcher Middleton. Where's it hit him?
Oh, I hope he's all right. He's holding his head.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a concussion situation here.
Yeah, the protocols insist that.
I think that's gone straight on the helmet.
I think it has as well. Let's have a look at. Well, they probably won't show a replay, will they?
I hope not.
No.
He looks all right from a distance, but of course. Has he hit him on the head, or has he hit him on the shoulder?
No, I think he's hit him on the head. He's taken his helmet off straight away. And is he going to walk off, or?
He's walking off. Well, at a distance he looks okay, but that was a full-blooded blow, which is not nice to see. But the good news is he's not lying flat on the surface, and he actually does look as though he's okay. I think he's taken it on the helmet.
Yeah.
Difficult to know, but either way, he's walking off, but he looks okay, which is good news. The physio at the far end is not even coming on the pitch. He's just waiting for Fletcher Middleton to trot off. So the one bit of good news that is that he looks all right. 188 for 7. Some of the crowd are starting to make their way towards the exits on the west side. Now this was the situation we had last night when Ben Brown got to the final couple of overs on 99, and the crowd were just hanging on to see him get 100. They didn't, because he had to wait until this morning. In fact, the very first ball, he got to his 100, finished on 165 not out, his highest first-class score. So Fletcher Middleton just goes off to go through the processes. I think that'll be all right. And we've got a new short leg in there now, which is not great when you're a short leg going in after the guy previously. This is a true story. In my Middlesex days, a guy called Raj Maru, who I followed down here to Hampshire, was the short leg fielder at Middlesex, and there was a game at Lords. Now there's a reverse sweep, and it's missed by Worrell, and he got a horrible hit. In those days, there were the perspex. The very early days of the visors, and they used to click back, but nobody knew that. But they used to click back when the ball hit them. So once that happened, they had to devise something else. But he was at short leg, and I think it was Alan Knott, the Kent keeper. It's gone for a huge one. Worrell, he's got more runs here over mid wicket, and that's gone for 6, I think. Yes, it has. Worrell moves on to 41, enjoying himself out there, and. He got smacked, and there was he went off and literally clicked back on his nose, and there was blood, and I was 12th man. And they came out, and it was very near the end of the game. Middlesex were winning it, and the spinners were on Edmonds and Embry. And they said, right, Kev, well, you want short leg? And I went to the short leg, and there was blood on the pitch there. And I thought, I don't need this. Unfortunately, the game was over pretty quick, so it was all right. I wasn't out there very long.
There you go,
so
Kev,
it's not very nice.
Get in there.
It's not very nice fielding in that position after someone's been hit.
No, it's not. It's never nice when someone gets hit. You know, I mean, you play competitively, you play to win, and sometimes intimidation is part of the game, but you don't want to hurt anyone.
No, not at all.
Dawson looking to wrap this up. The field is now spread. Folks just takes the one, which Hampshire are happy to let him have that.
Yeah, I think Dawson now needs a deep mid-wicket, and he is sending Felix Organ out there. He may still toss one or two up, but yeah, I think now's the time where you've got to have a fielder on the boundary, because Dan Worrell has been hitting some very good shots. They've stayed hit, one or two of them. In fact, he's got two players now out quite deep on the leg side.
Yeah, Barker and Organ have gone out into the deep. Worrell, oh, that's nearly caught at mid-wicket as Organ. Hampshire might have wanted that to go for 4, actually, to keep Worrell, who's going to swing from the hip down at that end, whereas Folks is much more circumspect, much more conservative in his approach. Those clouds are getting ever so close as Folks just nudges a single into the offside.
I do get the feeling that Dan Worrell is getting the heave out a little bit more than he was. I think they're coming a little more frequently.
Yeah, I do as well. His eyes in now. He's in. He's in now.
Well, I think he feels he is.
Yeah. He's Dawson. Worrell nails this one at Nick Gubbins at extra cover, who gets in behind it. Dawson at the top of his approach, a minimalistic approach. Worrell has a big swing. Brown takes the bails off, but not out. His foot stays behind the line.
He's going for it now, isn't he?
Yeah. I think he sees the clouds getting closer and closer, and he's thinking, oh, a night in Southampton. Dawson to Worrell, who smashes that out to mid-on. This could be a run out. Oh, Worrell was gone there, I think. Had that hit from Michael Neser. I think Worrell was toast.
He wants to keep the strike as well.
He does. And why not? He's the man in form.
He's saying, move aside, Ben Folks. Leave it to me.
Yeah.
I will knock these 283 off.
Yeah.
Stand away.
Listen, Dan Worrell qualifies for England next year. Ben Folks isn't in that all-rounders spot. Dan Worrell's the man. I think there's a little bit of rain in the air actually now. We just saw a drop.
Very dark.
It's very, very dark.
James Fuller into the attack for the first time. Felix Organ taken out of the attack.
Is that the new ball? Oh no, it's one over to go to the new ball.
Yeah, maybe he's loosening up for the new ball. So Felix Organ, 31 overs, 5 for 104. Will take a rest, and Fuller for the first time in this game with his right arm pace bowling comes in and bowls to Worrell. And Worrell drives him up to mid-on. And there is no run. I'm just wondering if the umpires are saying, oh, it's okay for James Fuller to bowl. There's no floodlights on at the moment.
No. Yeah, it has got murky though, isn't it? I wouldn't fancy facing you in this light, Kev.
A couple of people in this light, you should say, bring James on, it'll be all right. We'll stay on then.
Well, Felix Organ took a fifer in the game against Surrey in 2019 when the umpire said you can't bowl the quicks, it's too dark.
That's true, yeah, good memory, yeah. Fuller bowls, and Worrell hits that away through extra cover. Good diving stop there from Nick Gubbins. Warmly applauded by this crowd, who are just waiting around now for the inevitable result.
Yeah, good commitment there from Gubbins.
There is a substitute fielder on there at the moment. Is it James Trod? Thank you, Fiona, the scorer. I thought I noticed somebody there, and he's down there to our left, actually.
Oh, yeah.
In a more greyer cap than the normal Hampshire colours, as that's played out on the offside, and there is no run. Just got a note here from Wes, the media man here. It says Surrey have avoided their largest innings defeat, an innings and 296, and that was against England in 1886. Wow. So that record still stands. Thank you, Wes, but there are still a couple of records to be had yet. Hampshire still on for their highest innings and runs win, but that's narrowing. Here's Fuller bowls, and Worrell gives himself some room and works that down to third, and that'll be 4 runs. He moves on to 47.
That's off middle stump, isn't it? He's late cut that. Let's have a look. He's cut that off middle and leg. Oi. Damn Worrell.
200 up here for Surrey. They won 149 for 9. So they're on for a 50 partnership here, very nearly. In fact, it is. It's 53-run partnership now between these two for the 10th wicket. 67 balls. That partnership, and Worrell scored 47 of those 53. Here comes Fuller again to Worrell, short. That may be called... It's one for the over anyway. It's quite short, that one. Worrell pulled out of an intended hook shot.
Yeah.
You're probably... Sorry, go on.
It has got extremely murky. That cloud is now coming across. And...
Well, Dan Worrell has scored 2 half-centuries in his career, with a high score of 51. He's not far away. Cuts it away on the offside. Will take a single.
He's
Moves on to
farming the
48.
strike now.
Yeah, he's sheltering Ben Folkes. He's shielding
He
him.
is. He is. Yeah.
I think the last couple of overs, at least, he's taken a single off the last delivery.
Mm.
He is. He's thinking about his back.
He certainly is.
Yeah. James Finch was earlier. Now Dan Worrell saying to Ben Folkes, "You've done your bit, and now we will protect you."
No new ball yet, I don't think.
I do think I saw it.
James Finch thinking of the financial side here at Hampshire. A little bit cheaper.
This is probably going to be the last over of the scheduled play as well.
Yeah, so we'll know after this one. We will know after this one whether James Vince is taking the extra half an hour. I'm sure he will, won't he? Dawson. Worrell smashes that one in the air. Gubbins is under it. Oh, and he's held on. It's actually Fuller, isn't it? It's Fuller. Yeah, he's held on, and that is that for Surrey. And Worrell goes for a bright and breezy 48, and Dawson has his 4th wicket.
Well played, Hampshire. They have been on top of this match from ball 1 on Friday, and they have been so far ahead of Surrey in this game. You just wouldn't believe that one side was top of the table and has been beaten by an innings and 278 runs, and the side that's only just, as of last week, moved out of the bottom 2 with a side that have won. But Hampshire have won this game by an innings and 278, and that is their highest ever in the history of Championship cricket. Hampshire, their highest ever innings and runs victory, which beats last year's innings and runs victory of an innings and 270 against Northamptonshire in Northampton last year. So very well done to Hampshire. That shows you just how much that Hampshire have dominated this match, and if it wasn't for that last wicket partnership, really it's been a sorry game for Surrey, but it would have been even worse. But a comprehensive victory, 2 in 2 now for Hampshire, will move them a little further up the table. And you do begin to feel it's been a slow start from Hampshire to this championship season, but they finished this first half of championship cricket with 2 victories, and from the bowling, from the fielding, the catching, through to the batting especially, they've been top draw.
Yeah, they certainly have. Credit to Hampshire. They've been absolutely superb in this game. As we said, it was tough to pick a man of the match because it was a real team performance from Hampshire. Surrey will lick their wounds though, and they will come back again. And I think it's been a really good, hard game of cricket. So thank you to everyone down here. Thank you to all the fans who've interacted with us over the last few days. You've been absolutely wonderful. Thank you to Hampshire County Cricket Club for their hospitality, for the lovely lunches here. And thank you to everyone that's tuned in. Thank you to Kevin James.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, I enjoyed it very much. Thank you also to our other commentators. I'm just very quickly looking at the live table. It's 16 points, isn't it, for a victory?
Yeah.
Which takes Hampshire to 79.85. So they go above Durham in the table, who completed a victory yesterday. So right now in the live table, I make it that Hampshire go 4th. That may change, of course, with the other games that are still playing and will go through to tomorrow. So thank you, Dan. Very, very enjoyable 4 days. Thank you, Andy, who's given us some entertainment looking at him, watching him paint this afternoon.
Yeah.
But the main event out there in front of us, of course, has ended in a comprehensive innings and 278-run victory for Hampshire inside 3 days. So we've all got a day off tomorrow, bank holiday Monday. We can enjoy, go and do what we really want to do, although most of us would have loved to have still been back here for the cricket, but hey. Yep, that's it. Where are you guys next?
In the Vitality Blast, Surrey are down here next Thursday, and then they're away at Glamorgan in Cardiff. But in the county championship, Surrey go to Worcestershire on the 23rd of June.
Oh, that's a million miles away. Yeah, I forgot, it's a T20. Start the T20s on Thursday. There is a double header here where the Vipers are taking on Western Storm at 3 o'clock. We'll have live commentary of that one. And then in the evening, Surrey are back looking for revenge.
Yeah.